Okay, then I'm going to go back, and we are going to share again. Okay. Offshore, can you see the screen okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, so and for another thing for offshore is that I don't do a lot of drawing on the whiteboard in this. I might do one, okay, but maybe I'll try to do it in Paint or something. All right, so here we go. We're starting. It's 9:30, 9:31. All right, and that Azure University learned most of Azure in a day. Okay, we call it most of Azure in a day for a couple of reasons, right? Of those reasons, I'll just give you a real quick background on that. The main 30,000-foot view about cloud is that a lot of people get in the room with cloud, and they all start talking about different acronyms, and, so, and this person A learned it this way, person B learned it that way, person C learned it another way, and we don't really seem to get started on anything. You know what I mean? There are things in cloud that don't change. And by the way, that this class is not really specific to Azure for a lot of things. A lot of the stuff you learn today works across all three clouds. Okay? You're probably about the 24th or 25th time I've taught this class, right? I did start this when I've been a consultant most of my life, right? But I did take a break from the road. For about a year and a half, I worked at a big biomedical place. And I was supposed to be the cloud guru guy, right? And I was just like, that's why I don't have any hair, you know, because it was palm and face every day because nobody was on the same page, right? So I made this class just, you know, so we can all get on the same page. And it is part of your governance and strategy here at this company. We can't really get started on our projects and our governance until we just all know the basics, okay? And believe me, some of you are beyond the basics. Some of you have not done anything in cloud before, right? But we're all going to come meet in the middle. These are some of my past students and such. Okay, so morning start at 9. As you know, we got started a little late. Don't feel bad if you didn't get logged in. It's going to be okay. In fact, it's fun to work with another person for a little while if you have to, but odds are you're going to be able to get you in. And Craig really had a super lot of problems. Don't worry, Craig. We'll get you there. Okay. So this is, you know, really, like I say, lunch is 12 to 12:30, right? And then it says like here afternoon, 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. We're going to 4. All right. So intros are really, really important. I'll tell you why intros are important. But since we have so many people, I'm going to have to put you on the clock. Okay. So we can't, as my grandmother said, lollygag on some things. Let's try to run through it pretty fast, right? And here's why intros are important. Okay, intros is that I have a disclaimer, I have a lot of pet peeves, okay? One of my pet peeves, and like in cloud and things that they say, right? One of them is the cloud team. You walk into and they go, oh, well, you need to talk to the cloud team. And it's just, you know, after you've been doing cloud for a while, that really starts to get annoying because you're all cloud team. Right? And you all have to be in this together, okay? And so that's why, and you're a pretty tight-knit group here at Rotary, right? But I've taught this class for other places where people in the room have never crossed, right? They're trying to do these highly complex things in cloud or on-prem that makes no difference. And they're not communicating. They don't even know these people. So we need to get you going. I'm going to start with me, okay? My name is Paul Hoffman. My title is Technical Architect. Right, my company is Burnwood. I'm from California, as you can tell. I speak surfer speak. Okay, so I'll say gnarly and tubular and stuff sometimes. So but I love Chicago. In fact, Burnwood's a Chicago company. I'm even going to be here over the 4th of July, and we'll be out there on Navy Pier and stuff. I love this place. Okay, my school and education is got my associate's degree in architecture, believe it or not. And then I got my bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering. And then I couldn't get a job as a mechanical engineer. It was like the late 80s, early 90s, right? So I became this is how I'm segueing into my how I got into this business, right? And so I became a CNC programmer, CAD/CAM, right? And then I got into Novell, right? And then I was one of the first 2,000 MCSEs in the country, right, on Windows NT 351, right? Ended up with a master's degree in business, in technology management. I have an experience in cloud is that I'm an old hat in cloud. I worked at Microsoft, my dream job, from like 2006 to 2010, and that I was helping to build Azure. I was driving up to Eastern Washington all the time. I was building Azure. I didn't know I was building Azure. Okay? So I kind of started there. I got seasonally affected to Seattle, right? It's really rained a lot, right? SoCal guy had to move back, right? And then ever since then, I started off with AWS, right? Started doing AWS, right? And then what I want to get out of this class is that I'm on a mission for teaching this class for you guys to enjoy this. This is a lot of fun. I think cloud gives you better work-life balance because you're not going and replacing hard drives all the time, and it's all software-defined networking. And I have kind of a joke that you're going to get less exercise. Well, what happens with cloud? It's like, well, you're not going to be getting up out of your chair and going to the data center as much. Okay? Interesting fact about me, being from California, I was a professional skateboarder and surfer for a lot of my life. And then, of course, my dad goes, you can't do that forever. Right? But I was on the cover of Skateboarder magazine in 1978. It's kind of funny if you Google it. Say Paul Hoffman, skateboarder. You can see me. That's, no matter what I do in technology, when they bury me, that's what I'll be known for. All right? So now we're going to start here, and I went a little bit longer, so if you guys could keep it to about a minute or a minute under. Go ahead, Rodolfo.
My name is Rodolfo. I'm employee manager.
School?
I graduated with AV Multimedia Arts. I get into financial business when I was planning to find a job.
Mm-hmm. Right, that's cool. And then how much experience do you have working in cloud? Nothing. So nothing. And by the way, cloud includes if you work on O365 or whatever you work in O365, you work in cloud.
Yeah.
Okay?
What do you want to get at? Basically, automate everything. Interesting fact about me.
Yeah.
I like to do a lot of things on my own.
You have to do what?
I like to do things on my own.
Like on your own. DIY man over here, okay? That's great. All right, Bert.
All right, my name is Bert Chinsky. I'm part of the desktop team. I'm here from Chicago. I went to Northern Illinois University.
Yeah.
How did I get into this business?
How'd you get in this business again?
I don't remember.
You know what? Usually in a smaller class we would start probing that, but we're not. So if you don't remember, you don't remember. You got to move on.
Right.
Okay? Go. How much experience do you have working in cloud?
Nothing, really.
Okay, cool. And by the way, honesty is great. Nothing really?
Yeah.
Well, you use cloud. What do you do here?
Desktop engineer.
Desktop engineer. All right. Well, that's good. That there's a lot going on with desktop and cloud.
I mean, I use just basics like OneDrive and stuff. So
That's use cloud.
Yeah.
Thank you. Everybody uses this. It's hard. See, that's the point of this. Everybody does cloud.
Right.
Okay. Interesting fact.
Can't really think of one right now.
God, you guys. Usually I have to probe. I'd love to come back and probe those, and we're going to do this till 10, and that is normal. We do intros till 10. Okay? Oh, I have a person that doesn't have a name.
Oh, what's that name?
Rebel. Right, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Sashi Mukuneni. I'm the Business Solutions Architect. Where are you from? I'm originally from India, but I've been in the US.
How long in the States?
In the States?
Yeah.
Since 94.
Okay, you're no longer an Indian.
I know.
Just kidding. All right. Here's a name tag for you, but keep going. All right. So how much experience do you have working?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. How did you get in this business?
I did my master's here, and then I got into software.
That's great. Where'd you get your master's?
University of Texas, San Antonio.
Nice. Texas. Don't mess with Texas. All right. What do you want to get out of this class?
Learn about Azure, because I'm not very familiar with Azure. But, currently, I'm working with Oracle Cloud, though.
That's cool.
Project, but, yeah.
That's great. And I comment on everybody. And there'll be a slide in here. We talk about cloud to cloud. becoming more and more of a trend. You know, just cook the cloud to the Citrix or the Oracle to the cloud to the cloud. It's becoming quite common. All right, and interesting fact.
I'm a good badminton player, I guess.
That's awesome.
I played for my university.
Woo! Badminton. Yeah. Deepak.
Hi. I'm the education architect, originally from India, but been here for 25 plus years now. So,
Right.
how did I get into the business? Right out of college, started working for a software company. About 2 years, 2 plus years for cloud.
Yeah.
What I want to get out of this class is explore more in Azure from an architecture perspective.
Okay.
Some better solutions.
Right. An interesting fact.
I like to explore car engines, how they're made.
Right. What is it?
Car engines?
Car engines. What kind of car engines?
Any kind.
Any kind. Okay, cool. So and by the way, we're doing this. These intros are important again for another thing because I'm going to be figuring out who's who in the zoo here because we're going to be doing governance here, and that Rich, myself, we might be coming and asking you different things. I'm keeping a special eye out for people who do data, who are storage architects, people who are networking, people who are InfoSec, right? We need to know who you are, okay? So whatever you're thinking about this, I know this is a long process, right, but it is super important. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Stephanie Arroyo, server and storage engineer.
Right, there you go. Like I was saying, so go ahead.
I was born in Mexico, came here when I was 17. I've been here 42 years. School, I went to the Pride.
Yay, right, right. Go
I
ahead.
got into this business managing an AS400 System 36s back in the, I don't want to say
Back in the day.
a long time ago.
Right.
Experience in the cloud. Okay.
Okay. You're okay.
I'm okay.
What cloud is that? Okay. Just kidding. What do you use? AWS? Have you done any? Okay, cool. So you have some experience.
Why do I want to get out of this class? Eventually get a certificate to certify cloud.
Oh, so you do want to get the Azure certification?
Yes.
Great. I'll tell you guys more about doing that. Okay, very good.
Interested facts about me, who cares? Let's move on.
All right, guys, before I go on, I'll try to say it as fast as we can. This is when you guys, the older people here that used to work on IBM, I go all the way back to IBM mainframe, okay, and time sharing, yeah, Craig, too, right? That's what this is all about. You guys all got to think about accountants again. You never used to have to think about money, but you were renters again. Okay, so what you'll see a lot about this class is cost control. Okay, going back to the old days.
I was 1% T4O.
What, NT4, you were 4.0. Yeah, you're a kid.
I was 2.
All right, Aubrey.
My name is Audrey Blair. I'm the Network and Telecom Manager. I'm from Ohio, Cleveland. I went to the Ohio State University.
Hey, go Buckeyes. Go Buckeyes. All right, go ahead.
How I got into this business, I have a degree in mathematics, and I didn't want to be a teacher. My sister had a degree in mathematics, and I was like, what am I going to do? And she said, well, she works for the FBI, and she's like, this IT thing is going to be a big thing one day. And so
She was wrong.
So she gave me a token ring book.
Token ring! Oh, God! Oh. The pain. But go ahead. Go ahead. Keep going.
My cloud experience, worked for a couple companies, helped with connectivity for it. So, probably 6 years experience from a connectivity perspective, infrastructure. What I want to get out of the class, first is I'm hoping Burwood is a good experience for Rotary.
Oh, no pressure on me, all right. Okay, keep going.
This is the first engagement that
that's
you guys
right.
have had, and if it's
Yeah, no
bad,
pressure,
it's
Paul.
reflected on me.
Yeah, right. That won't happen. Okay.
But at the same time, I'm really trying to understand the governance piece of it. Interesting fact about myself is nobody probably even knows what Shona art is, but I'm a collector of Shona art.
Shona art. We want to know, we're going to come back to Shona art at the break, okay, and look that up. All right, so David.
So David, obviously.
Yeah.
I'm a web developer for the web team. I'm about 14. You're a senior developer now. Senior developer. Obviously, I work for Rotary. I'm from Illinois. Where I went to school is not relevant. I got into business after college and started doing web development. In terms of what cloud experience I have, I've worked with DigitalOcean, Azure. I've worked with AWS. So I've kind of been around the block a bit. I'm hoping to get more of a in-depth maybe look at Azure, because I've been in it for a bit already. An interesting fact about me is I write like a lot.
Very cool. That's great. Like you race and races and stuff like that? You do. All right, well, maybe pin on that one later. I like to show some videos of like bike racing or Shona art or whatever the break. Shona?
Fell down.
I have another one I read yesterday.
All right, Dave.
Dave Jacobson. Like David, I am a senior developer for Rotary's Web Communications Department. I was born in this town, grew up in the suburbs around here. I went to University of Colorado at Boulder, and I got into this business and into the field of software development because an internet buddy asked me to host his IRC bot, and then I looked at the code and it was awful, and I started fixing it. For cloud experience, most of my cloud experience comes at a layer of indirection. I work with Pantheon, hosted Drupal website, and Pantheon is cloud-based. Also, obviously, use Rotary's Okta-based application.
Right.
And have done some tinkering in Azure Cloud itself, although not so much depth.
Interesting.
What I want to get out of this class...
Oh, sorry. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Go ahead, Dave. Sure.
Yeah, what I want to get out of this class is alignment with the IT team, because my department is in IT. I want to make sure that my expectations, my hopes, my requests are aligned with what Azure Cloud is, what can be done in it, and what we all kind of commonly understand about it. And the interesting fact about me that I'll share today is that one time I sold a carnival ride to an inanimate object.
Just hold that one. Actually, we got one pen in this place. Okay, so I'm going to write this stuff down. Okay, so this doesn't work very well, but that's okay, it's good enough. So we got carnival ride. All right, to inanimate object. Okay, can't read my writing, but I can tell. We got Shona. Is it S-H-O-N-A? There was one other bike ride. Okay? By the way, this is also a place over here where you have questions. Okay, if you have a question during class and we can't answer it right away, we're going to write it over here. Okay? So these are fun things, and then the questions over here, this will fill up. All right? Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, hi, Dan Hawthorne here. I am lead developer for the Web Communications team at Rotary. I'm from Arizona and Florida. I school education, mixture of University of Arizona, University of Florida. Background in electrical engineering and also fine arts. I got into this business when I started building video controllers in ActionScript 3. During the Flash days, when I was doing some video work. And then my experience with cloud came, I was working with Amazon EC2 web streaming instances. And as far as what I want to do with class, closely reflects what David said. Just we want to make sure Azure can do what we needed to do for our upcoming migration and to have just general comfortability with Azure and all its tool sets and this particular way of doing things. Get comfortable with that. Interesting thing about me.
I got to hold you before. Interesting fact already is that you were an electrical engineer and a fine arts major.
Filmmaking, yeah.
Filmmaking. That's already interesting, but go ahead. Thank you. All right.
Oh, sure. I also love fishing a lot. I'm obsessed with fishing to the point where I dream about fishing strategies.
Fishing, which, saltwater or?
Both.
Both. Yeah. Love it. All right, Anton. It's only 10 to 10, we're on time. Okay, go ahead.
Architect on the DI team. I was born in China, been here in Chicago, whatever. I went to UIC here in Chicago as well. How did I get to this? I can't remember. It's been many years here as well at Rotary.
How many years?
Almost 9 years.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, I started business and then I moved to the IT.
Cool.
How much experience in the cloud? I don't have much experience trying to learn more about Azure. Hopefully, yes, become more familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting fact about you, nothing interesting about you. That's the most interesting thing.
There is an interesting fact about you. Do you still speak Chinese?
I do. I actually speak Chinese, Mandarin, Cantonese, probably better than most people.
I think that's amazing. Like I say, I just tortured Europe, going around Europe, like thinking I know how to speak French and Spanish.
Japanese in
Japanese?
college, so I'm pretty good with that.
That's interesting.
Reading and writing of kanji as well.
That's very cool. That's interesting. See, I can pull your interesting facts out. Mary.
My name is Mary, and I'm the manager for business analysis team, and also now got CIS team.
What's CIS?
Data Integration Services.
Okay, thanks. All right, thank you.
Where are you from? Originally from India, but have been here since 18 years.
18 years?
Schooling, done my master's from Toronto.
Yeah, but see, everybody from India always skips over their schooling in India. And I used to hire a lot of offshore teams, and I studied all of the Indian schools, and I know them all. So you have to tell your Indians. Go ahead.
Sure.
What is it?
JNTU in Hyderabad.
Yep. Yep. Okay, now you can talk about your master's. Go ahead. All right.
And how did I get into the business? Graduated in computer science. Worked as a developer for 5 years in Java degree, and then switched to business analysis. Cloud, I've used Office 365. I've been an end user to it.
That's cloud. That's cloud.
But I've heard my husband talk about Kubernetes and Docker.
No, we're not getting into that. Okay. Interesting fact about you.
I make cakes and decorate cakes.
Yay.
Yeah.
You know how this is a Cloudcast? I completely skipped over Kubernetes and I went to cakes. We'll talk about Kubernetes later. Okay, go ahead, Craig.
All right, I'm Craig Tabb. I'm a risk and compliance analyst here. I'm from Chicago. Air Force for 22 years, so while I'm in the Air Force, I have a bachelor's degree from the University of Maryland and a master's degree from Chaminade University in Honolulu.
Both, too. Okay. Interesting fact already. Go ahead. Yeah.
How I get into this business, of course, being in the Air Force, I worked in IT in several different capacities. So, was an MCSC one, IT. A lot of times in secure facilities with.
So you are an MCSE?
What is that?
Are you an MCSE of Microsoft?
No, that was years ago.
Okay. But you are, right? Being an MCSE for us Microsoft people is like being in the Marines. You're always an MCSE. Who are? Okay, so go ahead, Craig. All right.
So yeah, how I get into business, of course, being in the Air Force, started off in mainframe, Unisys.
Right,
Unisys
Unisys.
mainframe,
Right.
you know.
Yeah, cool. Yeah. And what do you want to get out of this talk?
Well, as a risk and compliance analyst, just, you know, that type of information helps me, you know, with my responsibilities here, right?
And you know what? You already got a lot of interesting facts, but you want to state another interesting fact that nobody else in the room might not know? Yeah.
No,
somebody about me.
What's interesting about me, I'm an avid golfer. I love playing golf.
Awesome.
And I
All right.
spend a lot of money.
So we're going to give you back more work-life balance with cloud so you can all golf more. You can bike more, right? Go ahead, Todd.
I'm Todd. My newish title is Data Architect here at Rotary. I'm from Minnesota originally. Went to school in UW-Madison, the better Big Ten school than Ohio State. I went into rivalries. Go ahead. Let's see. I got into so I was a computer science major. So I worked at a medical records software company in Madison. And then moved down here in 2000 and started working for Rotary. Experience in the cloud, played around with Azure, got a little bit of with the MSDN license, looked at some stuff, especially for data moving around for the warehouse we have.
Right.
What I want to go, so I think what I'm lacking for Azure is more on the networking side, more of the connections and everything within the infrastructure, in terms of how to front end.
And interesting fact?
Interesting fact, I was a double major from Madison in music performance.
Music performance. Yeah, I'll stop there and say that even though Audrey is a mathematics major, notice that when you're in any of these classes, there's not a lot of math majors in computer science. It's more English majors, more liberal arts majors. In fact, Google hires a lot more liberal arts and English majors than they do mathematics people, okay? Same for Microsoft, right? Is that they hire people who have English backgrounds because coders are English majors make great coders. I don't know if you know this, because they like to keep their code clean, right? Little known fact for hiring people, okay? Your liberal arts or music, especially music too. A lot of music people. All right, so go ahead. Demetrios.
Hi, my name is Demetrios. I'm born and raised in Chicago. I went to Illinois Tech, computer science major. My first job was support center. I got to learn the network team. They had an opening. I went there, and here I am now. Zero experience in the cloud except for using it as an end user. Our team is responsible for connectivity to the cloud. I've got to learn it. And an interesting fact is I try to attend electronic music festivals when I can.
Very cool. Does anybody need to take a break or a bio break now, because we all kind of rushed in here? Everybody okay? We're gonna go probably till 5 after, because we got to get the people on the phone too. All right, but I just want to be conscious of that when people rush here. You know, if you need to take a break, you okay? Okay. Okay, right. Okay. All right. Oh wait, you don't have. Okay. So go ahead. While you're doing your sheet, tell us about you.
Okay, so I'm Gordon Matthews. I am originally from a little town called Eugene, Mississippi. What's the blues?
Oh, is it? Oh, okay, cool. The blues. Right. All right. Go ahead.
All right. So, education. All right. So.
Didn't go to Ole Miss.
Did not go to Ole Miss. I would have gone to state if I could.
Okay.
But,
right.
I went for Washington actually. Chemistry major, concentration, biochemistry, got my master's in software engineering, spent a decent amount of time doing molecular modeling, drug design, and then got into informatics. Decided that I like eating, so this .com thing hit, and I got a job in web development for a marketing firm. And that's how I ended up in Chicago.
Right.
Down this path.
Right. So how? What do you want to get out of this? Oh, and did you say how much experience in cloud?
I did not.
Go ahead.
No, I was team that we brought in to do our first Azure application. So that was.
Oh, really? This is news to me. What app was that?
It was an application called Rotary Central, our 2.0 version of it.
Okay, still running in Azure?
Yes, running in Azure.
Okay, cool. All right, go ahead. So that's your experience. What do you want to get out of this class?
Well, I just what everybody wants to get. I want to know what's there now, because we did this, about 3 years ago, almost 4 years ago. Azure has changed significantly. I want to understand what's there. I want to get a little more hands-on, because I work more from the architecture side.
Right.
On that project.
Right.
So.
What about interesting facts?
Interesting fact. I
bad what?
Amateur musician.
So what are you bad at? What do you play?
I'm bad at a lot of things. I'm bad at piano, I'm bad at guitar, bad at...
Yes, you're a pretty modest guy.
Actually, I've picked up, I've gotten more into, actually, electronic music now, so I'm learning all the native instruments. And, so yeah, I'm getting bad at music.
We'll play some electronic music. Do you have anything on YouTube?
I'm not that bad.
Okay. Well, then you wouldn't be on, then you should be on YouTube. Yeah, okay, go ahead. And there?
Yes, sir. My name is Azure. I'm manager for database services here.
Manager for what? I'm sorry, manager for what?
Database services.
Database services, all right, the database guy. We got you here. Who was the InfoSec person? One in the back? And Demetrius? Okay, I gotta keep my eye out for you guys. All right, go ahead. I'll tell you why later. Go ahead, Azure. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right.
All right.
Originally from India. I've been here about 20 years.
Uh-huh.
I have a mechanical engineering degree and a master's in automotive.
Masters in automotive?
Automotive engineering.
That's so cool. Okay, great. being in this Illinois, yeah, you could figure. All right, go ahead.
The company I used to work for, they used to make parabolic towers for thermal power plants, and they kind of pushed me into IT. That's how I got into IT.
Right.
Forms and reports when I started back in the day, and here I am.
Wonderful.
With cloud, my experience is only at Cloud Guru. Classes on AWS.
That's okay, Cloud Guru. Good thing. Some Linux Academy, all that stuff. Go ahead.
Yeah. So my classes on Azure and AWS there.
Right.
From this class, I'm looking forward to understand more how overall Azure is going to be fitting into our organization.
Very good. Interesting fact.
I'm a certified kind of.
Woo! Oh man, he took the K. He took the K. Have you ever been out to Lake Elsinore in California?
No, I've done.
Because that's where I live.
Here in Illinois. The 5 days, all it takes is 5K.
That's pass fail, right?
All right. So with that, on to Jeremy, and then on to Jeremy.
Yeah, hi, I'm Jeremy. I'm a contingent worker brought here to help migrate the SharePoint environment, the on-premise SharePoint environment to Office 365. I'm originally from Bloomington, Indiana. I attended Indiana University where I dropped out and worked for several IT departments, which got me to Chicago in 2000. How I got into the business. A lot of experience in the cloud. My last job was at MSP. I was responsible for at least 5 migrations to Office 365 for Exchange.
Good.
What I want to get out of this class, I have a systems administration background, system engineer background, so I'm familiar with software as a service, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, just not directly with Azure. But now that the SharePoint environment is going into Azure, there's a lot more to be worked on in there. Interesting fact about me, I have a 1976 Vespa Rally scooter that I'm trying to restore.
Sweet.
Used to work, does it, now I'm going to get it working again so I can drive it here to work.
Nice. You could be like Italian.
Yeah, like Roman holiday.
Yeah, Roman holiday, yeah. Awesome. Okay, in the back there.
Yeah, my name is Matt. I'm the manager of information security here. Where am I from? Northwest Indiana. I went to school at Purdue. I dropped out to start a hardware engineering company. Did that for a couple of years. How did I get into this business? I got investigated by the FBI for hacking when I was in high school.
That's so cool.
That kind of blew over, and they offered me a job. How much experience do I have involved? Quite a bit. I've done a lot with AWS, a lot with automation, OpenShift, which is Red Hat's product. So I've been around and moved the cloud for a while. What do I want to get out of this class? I really don't like Azure at all. I'm an AWS guy in my core.
Cool, I respect that. Go ahead. I respect that.
It's been a hard shift.
You're right.
So I would like to kind of broaden my horizons and see what's so good about it. And an interesting fact, I own like 23 cars.
So guess what? Since you hate Azure, you get to move to the front of the class. Get your laptop and come up here. I'd love to. Where'd you get a picture of it first? you shall be punished, as they would say in Shakespeare. All right, so, yeah, no, guys, this is, a lot of this class is non-cloud specific. It's public cloud. And we'll move to introductions for offshore in a second. Pet peeves for me, you'll learn about me. I don't use the words private cloud, right? I don't use that. This is a class on public cloud. So on those three, obviously, we'll talk about that in a second, okay? But it's okay if you hate Azure or you hate AWS or you hate GCP or whatever. You will get out of this a lot of information that's non-cloud specific. Okay, so let's go to whoever wants to go on the phone first, who's ever bravest. And I know, guys, probably it's hard for you to hear us, but go ahead. Jump in.
They can see your slide, right?
Yeah, any volunteers? Anybody still awake overseas?
Hello, boss.
Yes.
Yes,
Go
Paul,
ahead.
can you hear me?
We
All right.
can't hear you well.
My name is Anand. Okay, no problem. Okay, my name is Anand. I'm working here as a network engineer. I'm from basically Nagar, it's just like 120 kilometers from Pune, the current office. My schooling, I've done my BSc in mathematics. And how did you get to know the business? I can say I have completed my networking class, and we can just went with the flow. And my experience in cloud is I just work on a 365 Office 365. About how do you want to get from the class. I hope I get a solid understanding of how cloud networking work and function. And interesting fact is I love learning new things in IT, as in like network part.
Very good. Hey, by the way, offshore teams, some of you already work in Azure, and if you do already work in Azure, would you let us know that? Okay, next offshore team person, go ahead and jump in.
Hi, this is Ashwin here.
Go ahead.
Hello. So my name is Ashwin, and my title here is like Azure consultant. I'm working here since last.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm working here since last 6 months. I'm basically from. I'm working from Pune, India. Then I have a bachelor's in IT.
Right.
For Azure, I'm working on Azure platform. It is like around 3 years now since the classic portal. And I am here like you can revisit the basics anytime. So when I got this invitation, so I was wanting to give a try. Like you can visit the basics again and again for anything, any technology. So it's a good thing. So that is why I'm here.
Very good. And an interesting fact about you.
Interesting fact about you. I'm not getting at the moment.
That's okay. We'll put you in the category with Bert and Rodolfo, who have absolutely nothing interesting about them. But we will pull something out of you later. You're an Azure consultant, so that's obviously interesting, and we'll talk more about that. Okay, next offshore person, we're going a little over, but we're still okay. Believe it or not, we are going to learn Azure. It's not just going to be intros all day. All right, next person, offshore. And if you could speak up, that would be great. Go ahead.
Hey, I'm Dhananjay Shinde. I'm working in Rotary. So, I'm education is I'm Bachelor of Arts. And cloud experience is we are working on 6 months on Azure. And
good.
interesting of like Azure server and storage.
Very good. Okay.
Yeah.
And what do you want to get out of this class?
What?
What do you want to get out of this class? Actually, I'll put my mouse over it. What do you want to get out of this class?
Only storage related. That's it.
And what about interesting fact?
Not this now.
You know what's interesting about everybody in India? They work so darn hard, they don't have time to be interesting anymore. So we're going to pull something out of you guys, okay, later. Okay, keep going. Next person offshore. And if you need to take a break, go ahead and take a break. Actually, take a 5-minute break right now if you guys need a 5-minute break, okay? If you need it, not stay here. Okay, keep going. Next person.
Hey, hello, Mohammed here, and I'm working here as a AD engineer. I'm working with Rotary since.
Hey guys, sorry, 1 second. I'm meaning to interrupt you. When I mean 5 minutes, I mean 5 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. Keep going. Keep going.
Yeah, I'm working in Rotary. It's been a year. I'm working as a AD engineer, and I look into the PKI technologies as well. So basically, I'm working at Pune location, Pune, India location, and I did my graduation in electronics and telecommunication. And how did I get into this business? I would say I started as a desktop support, and then I landed into the AD part and PKI technology. So basically, all I have done till now is on premises, not on cloud. So I don't have much experience on cloud, but I have started learning on Azure AD, just basic part. So here I'm looking to get into more Azure AD related stuff. So the more I can get, it will be good for me. And the interesting fact about me right now, I'm not able to recollect, but all I can say is I'm a good learner, a quick learner. That's it.
Now, well, being a good learner is good. All right. So next.
Yeah, hi, my name is Yatin Wakikar. Currently, I'm designated as a senior system administrator with Rotary. I'm located in India, Pune location. Schooling about the education is I've completed my graduation in science. How did I get into this business would be like one of my colleagues and the particular interest that it got into related to Microsoft products. So that got me in. About cloud, so once my colleague shared the experience about Office 365, I got into it into Exchange Online. So currently in here, I am taking care of the Exchange Online part, like with Gol as well, Gol and David. So what I would like to get out of this class is I used to get on particular stuff in Azure portal as well. It was from the classic one that I started getting information of, but I would like to get some new features and technologies that are there in the new Azure portal. And the interesting fact about is I love exploring different products with Microsoft so that I can get my knowledge updated as with the technology. So that is what I would like to conclude. Thank you.
Yeah,
Hi.
okay, next offshore.
Yeah. Hi, this is Abhishek Kore. I joined Rotary month of November 2018, and I have been designated as Systems Administrator for Office 365 SharePoint, and I have completed my bachelor's in Electronics and Telecommunication, and after completion of my education, I started working for the Microsoft support, and where I worked for SharePoint Online.
Wait, stop. Did you work for Microsoft support?
Yeah, I worked in the past for the Microsoft support.
So you were a VDash? You were a VDash person?
Yeah, I'm a VDash person.
Okay, congratulations. We like to thank all the people in India who were formerly support people. Thank you for your support. So that's his interesting fact. Okay, keep going.
Yeah.
All right, thank you. Keep going.
I worked for the SharePoint Online and OneDrive for Business support while working with Wipro, and after Microsoft support role, I joined as an support as an SME for the SharePoint Online for the Capgemini. Then I landed in Rotary, and it's been 6 months now. And what I would like to get out of this class is I have been familiar with Azure portal since classic version,
And now, as we can see that Azure has like changed quite and expanded too much. So trying to learn and get used to the new version of the Azure. And interesting thing about myself is, apart from technology, I'm good at art and I like playing badminton. That's it.
Oh, we
Thank
have
you.
another badminton person here. Deepak. All right, Sashi, okay. Okay, keep going. All right, so that's good. Interesting fact. Anybody else offshore? We get everybody?
I guess
We're
Paul,
done.
everything
Oh,
is
one
done.
more. Go
We're
ahead.
done.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Please. I'm sorry if I missed you. Speak up.
Guys, who's there on the call now? I think everything is done.
Oh, we're done. Hey, I know it's tough for you guys to be remote. I know you're all sitting in the office because you wanted to get more bandwidth, right? We understand. It looks like we're struggling a little bit with the bandwidth here. We're going to be okay. Okay, class officially starts now. Looks like everybody came back except for Mary. So when she gets back, can you tell I have my mom? My mom was an elementary school teacher for 35 years in the LA City schools. Okay, so I'm a little bit strong on time. Okay, so don't take it personally. All right, we have a lot to get in, and now the class starts. Okay, so disclaimers. All right, this class is not a substitute for Udemy, Linux Academy, or LinkedIn Learning. I say that because after one of the classes, usually people give pretty good reviews, but one person goes, oh, it wasn't Udemy. I'm like, oh my gosh, right? Okay, it's not going to be that. You still need to do this stuff. You still need to be constantly training and learning. Hey, Craig, don't worry about your email. We'll get it done. All right. Classes, so we all get on the same. We won't start labs probably for another hour, so you're good. All right, this class is so we all get on the same page with public cloud basics, right? As a cloud team, we're not all doing things on our own way. We find a consistency how we do things as a team. You need to be an expert in cloud as well as be an expert with on-premise, hybrid. We need both skill sets, okay? So this doesn't mean that, everything on-prem is going away. That's never going to happen, okay? What you know on-prem, you need to know stuff in cloud. You need to know both, okay? So and that cloud might be Azure, maybe GCP, maybe AWS, and it's very common to have all three. And that's why I put this down here for you, Matt, right? We want you no matter what you want, right? Burwood is that we tend to focus on Azure on GCP at Burwood. I did, one of my first, and we're talking about cloud, is that when I first did my first giant cloud project for Warner Brothers, this was all AWS. Azure didn't know how to get going on cloud. In fact, they did this whole failed model. Somebody on the offshore team said they worked on the old Azure. Does anybody know what that is? The ASM model? Microsoft actually got started with Azure, and they forgot to put in role-based access controls, which is their king of role-based access controls, right? Active Directory and everything. And they're like, oh, it was just a big dumping ground for stuff. They had to go back and redo it, and we're all glad they redid it because they did a really good job. And I like AWS and I like GCP, but I do happen to think that Azure's got a pretty good play when it comes to role-based access controls now. And if you don't know what that is, you'll find out. Okay? So will it be the best class you ever had? Sorry, Audrey. No. Right? Will it be the best class you ever take on Azure? No. Will it be the best teacher you ever had? No. Okay? And by the way, all the account executives and everybody want me to take this out because, yes, does it give Burwood a bad name or anything? But no, I want to level set expectations with you guys. Will you finish all the labs in this training and not be confused at any time? Absolutely unlikely. Okay? Will you learn everything there is to know about Azure? No, not even close. Okay? All right, the good news. However, if you know what a subscription, a resource group, RBAC, VNet, subnet, difference between IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS, and you'd be surprised how many people get that confused, you're more than halfway to being an expert in Azure. Class will give you that basic knowledge. It will take you far and keep the Azure tenant organized. Okay? It's not about you in cloud. It's about how we get Rotary in cloud, okay, and how well it works for Rotary. People tend to really look at their cloud journey as like, it is a personal journey, but really it's a team journey too, and that's why we're here. What you learn in this Azure cloud skills were transferred to other public cloud methods, and just like Matt was saying here, is that all these things, and here's the key, if you're not listening now, listen. I call this the first 50%, okay? There's some things in cloud that never change. The other 50% changes by the second, okay? But these virtual networks, high-level separation, in other words, what today you saw as a subscription, I gave you rights to the subscription today. If we were working in AWS, it would be an account. If we were working in GCP, it would be a project, okay? But it's the same kind of thing. It's a logical separation. You gotta have, they all have these in common. There's a resource group. Actually, all three have resource groups, right? All have hybrid connections, okay? In other words, and I noticed that I didn't put in any of the VPN stuff. They all got VPN. You can connect your terminal to the cloud with a VPN, but I put in the permanent connection. Express route, direct connect, cloud interconnect. And here's what I'm going to say about that one here, okay? Here, right now. Rotary doesn't have that connection right now, okay? So everything that we do in the lab today will have a public IP on it, okay? And that's why I always single out the InfoSec people. That's a big no-no, okay? But it's the only way we can get into our stuff, all right? So, anyways. All right, everything's got an ACL firewall, right? And when I say ACL firewall, they got like, it doesn't mean it's a stateful firewall. It can't do packet inspection or anything like that. Okay, you can basically block ports and stuff. And as you'll see in this class, that we take control of our firewalls and we try to keep not too many firewalls going in the cloud where it drives you crazy with security. And everything in cloud, for all clouds, are tags. Tags are made because everything in cloud is software-defined networking, meaning that there's this world of the dev/ops, right, where the developers can do release code and it will make infrastructure, okay? Coders are really good. You guys couldn't tell, I'm an infrastructure guy, right? I'm a systems engineer. I spent a lifetime, my version of a tag was going around to racks and using a Brother label printer and printing it and labeling everything, right? Coders are really good at coding their stuff. What I say about tagging stuff, and you'll see it as a theme in class, is to always tag your stuff, always sign your work, okay? And I will say a part of the governance for Rotary or the governance for anywhere, and a lot of places are doing this, if it's not tagged, it gets deleted. And you can make a script to do that, okay? Because we don't know what it is. If you make something, okay, and it's charging money, and we can't figure out where the accounting is for that thing, it's bye-bye. Okay, so everything today, you'll sign your work. Okay, cloud models. Okay, I have to draw this a little bit, so I'm going to use the pen in PowerPoint. So pen. Okay, whoops, back one. Okay, pen. All right, so I'm drawing on here. Our world tends to be this, right? And this. So let's talk about that. Usually, is there a question offshore? No? Okay. Try to stay on mute.
No.
Offshore. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. So unless you have a question. And by the way, don't feel like if anybody wants to stop and ask a question, we can. If it's a long question and it goes longer than 15, 20 seconds, we'll put it up on the board and we'll get back to it later. Okay? So what's happening with this? Usually I come to the board and I put an arm on on-premise and I put an arm on software and I call it the goalpost. Okay? We tend to, obviously, everything, and this is probably Rotary too, we do a lot of on-premise, right? And we do a lot of SaaS. Right? You got O365, right? That's our world. The whole reason why we're here today is that we don't want to be in the hardware business. Okay, I once went and did consulting at Oscar Mayer Hot Dogs, and the CTO at Oscar Mayer Hot Dogs He goes, well, Paul, it's nice to meet you. You're going to talk cloud? And I go, yeah. And I go, why do you want to do cloud like we did before? He goes, well, I'm in the hot dog business, Paul. I'm not in the data center business. Okay? As much as we go, and by the way, I was a data center guy. I loved, I was a strong guy. I could rack anything in there, and I was always the one driving out at 3 o'clock in the morning, and my wife was always going, why don't you just be a doctor? You're always gone. Because I was always nursing hardware, right? And people are like, well, why do you go to cloud, and what are the justifications of going to cloud? It's like, just hit yourself on the side of your head and say you don't have to do hardware anymore, and that's pretty darn amazing, okay? So we're trying to get there. And we always also, for offshore team and everybody else, we're really trying, a lot of this class is infrastructure.
A comment behind this?
Pardon me?
Someone doing hardware.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Seferino. Microsoft is doing it. Let them do it. Let AWS do it. Let Google do it, right? Let them do it. I'd love to pay them for that, okay? And so this is we try a lot for infrastructure as a service. If you go to Santa Clara and you go to, all these places that, like Netflix and stuff, they're not doing a lot of infrastructure as a service anymore. They're already on to the serverless and the containers and all that stuff. And if you can jump to that, that's really wonderful. But for our world and today in class, we really do concentrate a lot on infrastructure as a service and servers because we really just want to get a lot of our servers up there. Okay, but that doesn't mean that this afternoon we go a lot more into paths. Okay, now I need to put this so it can go. Okay, some of this is like, I also like to think about the psychology and the sociology of cloud, right, and our own lives. Our own lives is, we don't really do, we do a lot of cooking at home, and we do a lot of eating out, right? The take and bake is, although horrible for you Chicagoans, you get a bol-boli bread and, get a pre-made pizza bread, right? And then you pour the sauce on and stuff, so that would be like take and bake, right? And or, just call Domino's, right? So we tend to be a little bit more better with infrastructure as a service and platforms as a service in our regular lives than we do in our professional lives. Or mute. Thank you. All right. So now we're talking about architecture and standards, okay? So there's a lot of people in your class today are already doing this kind of stuff. Not pet peeve, or philosophical standard number 4 for me is that any type of cloud is a data center, period. Okay, if you guys went down to Naperville and you opened up a new, data center there, you would be connecting to that. The first thing you would do is get connected to that data center somehow with some permanent connection, a P3 or MPLS or whatever like that. I got to tell you that right now. You got to have it for cloud because it's an extension of your data center. Okay, cloud does have the ability of not coming back and looking at your stuff, but Rotary and most corporations in the world have spent a lifetime of on-premise. On-premise isn't going to go away really fast, and it might not ever go away. It'll be there for a long time. We want to extend our data center. Azure Express Route for Azure, AWS Direct Connect for AWS, and GCP Cloud Interconnect. Okay, you can get started with a VPN. Pretty easy to set up. Okay. Right? Now we talked about, by the way, you'll be in the labs soon. We'll finish our first infrastructure as a service system by lunch. And then after lunch, as long as we finish our first server, by lunch we'll be okay. All right. So a lot of cloud to cloud now. Okay, that's fine. You can build Oracle, right? You can build Oracle if you want, scratch, or you can just talk to Oracle and go, look, let's just throw a VPN to each other and let's talk that way. This is people talk to me, okay, well, what's the best way to get started in the cloud, okay? And you look at this slide and you go, well, what is this slide? This is my holy grail slide, okay? Doesn't look like much, but it's a really good design, right? Everything downstairs, you guys can't see it offshore, but I'm putting my hand over the stuff on the bottom, okay? This is your on-premise. And, you guys have got, let's just talk about yours. Where's your on-premise again? Where's your data center? It's in this building? You got one in this building. You got one, you got another location? Pune, right? Pune, right? Okay, so anyways, those two are connected. So if they're already connected, then we put this left-hand thing you see over here is called Express Route, right, for this cloud, right? And then this one's called the core subscription, okay? This core subscription is, I call this place for the expensive stuff, okay? You might have bought third-party firewalls like Palo Altos or F5s or something like that, right? You want to put those there. IT is going to pay for them. A subscription. You can make as many subscriptions, and for that matter, as many accounts or projects or whatever you want. How do you do that? People say, well, how do we name those, right? Well, I can tell you right now, there's no hard and fast rule, and don't feel like you need to fit into a rule, okay? And you're probably going to end up with a mix of subscriptions. This one could be called production subscription, production for web, right? Production web, devs for web, Or it might be a project that you guys do. You go to another competitor of Berlin or somebody, Slalom comes in here, right? And they land like 40 people in a room over there, and you pay them $250,000 a year to do their, or for 2 months. You give them a subscription and you go for it, guys, okay? And give that to a subscription. So there's no hard and fast rule. But there is one thing important, okay, is that in cloud, there's a thing in all clouds, there's a thing called VNet peering. In Azure, it's called VPC peering, right, in AWS and GCP. This is the best thing because I was a guy, I visited a lot of countries. I've been on a lot of planes with routers, okay, going through customs, okay. I had to go set up something in Germany or something. I get on a plane, right, go fly to Germany, set it up, do my connection back and forth, right. That was really interesting, but, I don't need to do that with cloud. These subscriptions, I can put this subscription in Pune, right? I can put the subscription in Western Europe. If you're Rotary International is an international company, I can put this one in South Africa, right? And then when I connect these data centers back, and you guys will do this in your lab today, you'll just go, I want to connect with you, 3 minutes, bang, I'm done. If you don't think that's the best thing in the world or it doesn't rock your world, okay, you might want to think about it. So there you go. That's why I call it the Holy Grail slide, because there's some miracles happening. All right. So you look at this slide, you don't have to, if you squint at this, right, this is a product, if you want to look it up on your browsers, it's called Cloud Docket. Cloud, D-O-C-K-I-T, all right? What happens with cloud a lot is that the deployments become very, very rapid. It used to be that we would just, as an infrastructure guy, I would make a Visio, I would hand it to the people, and I go, okay, you build your stuff here. That's not really how things work anymore, okay, is that you can deploy things very fast, okay? This one happens to be infrastructure as a service. If you do squint, you'll see that these are all disk drives. This one's even called a scale set. This thing here will, as it gets hit harder at the end of the month, it's like a SAP, I believe. So every quarter, it will grow and then shrink, right? It's like I can't keep Visioing that out, right? So I point this product at it, and I reverse engineer it. It's like we created this, and this is a great product. If you do this, you could go in there, it will put out a Visio for everything, and it will put out a Word document for everything, and you can give it to your auditors, okay? Yeah, this is a really good product, right? And it will show you the security, okay? And it's really important for security, okay, because a lot of the time, all my endpoints are not coming through a single ingress-egress point anymore, right? They're coming all over the place. So I need to really monitor that stuff. But once again, when I did this, this is real. This is production, by the way, okay? When I did this project, I let the programmers go crazy on this. I came back and looked at it. I go, okay, you guys passed muster, and then I gave them a connection to the inside. I go, now you can go look. Go ahead, Craig.
So if you're looking for a network diagram, network.
This is a network diagram. Yep, this is a network diagram. In fact, These boxes are virtual networks and network cards and things like that, the resource groups. You don't really need to know what these things are right now, but we will get into it. You will build this stuff. This one is a serverless architecture. Okay? So all clouds have this. It's what we call functions in Azure. And basically it's saying, you know, instead of doing a lot of code, it's sort of like Lego blocks. You take the Lego blocks and you take like a message queue and you put it with something like SQL paths, right? These are all SQL servers. Some of these are NoSQL, right? But they're all platform as a service. Anything in this picture, you don't get to see the operating system. Okay? That's all you got to really think about this. You don't get to see the operating system. You get to use the function, but and behind the scenes, the cloud provider provides all the SLAs and everything. There is one server over here, and that's a domain controller. Okay, it's a Windows world for this. This happens to be a Windows app. They needed to get authenticated by a domain controller, and that's something else you're going to have to look into also when you get going, is that you're going to need those domain controllers because you're going to need that authentication if they need that, if it's a .NET thing or needs that. Okay, so when it comes to cloud governance, we clearly have issues with or need to control the cloud sprawl and control what's going in and out of cloud, and that's why we're here, Burwood, because we're experts. I wouldn't say experts. We've learned through the school of hard knocks, right, of how the way that we, like Rich, who's been in here, and myself, you know, 12 years of doing this, and we've all done it wrong, right? And I'm not saying that everything I do right is now, but I definitely know that we need control, right? Must plan to control these new problems with anything created in cloud other than Sandbox, because sometimes you might make one of those subscriptions called a Sandbox, and a great one to do is where you have a Sandbox and you can go, you tell your developers, you can do anything you want, but I have a script that deletes it Sunday night, right? It's really cool. Do whatever you want, right, within reason, right? And if you don't want it deleted Sunday night, then let me know and I'll move it somewhere else, okay? All right, require that you expand our service catalog. Now, some companies, I have to put this, they're so large that they have to have a service catalog that they have, like, you know, 80,000 employees and they've got 10,000 people in IT, right? And that we have to, like, really watch closely what you can deploy, what you can't deploy. You guys can actually self-police yourself a little bit. And what you learned from this class today would probably be enough for a lot. It's called common sense. All resources in cloud must be tagged with cost center, creation data center. If you tag it with, like today you'll just create it by, you'll put your name and a date. But if you could actually put the cost center on there, you guys have cost centers? Mm-hmm. Yeah. So cool. Because, you know, I'm the guy, like I had to go back in and look at the big spreadsheet and put Power BI to it and stuff and then pull out the big reports and everything. And if I had a cost center on there, it's like my job, I can go home earlier. Be very, very careful with public IP address assignments. Right? Like you do today. This is many places. And some things give cloud a bad name. I'm going to tell you a couple of them today. And that one of them is that it's so easy to make a public IP address. And yes, you can put policies on where you can't do that, but it might be a while here at Rotary before we can do that. And some of the guys on the phone, right, they've been working in Azure a little bit, and they know to be careful about this, right? And the way we do things in the lab today is probably not the way you're going to be doing stuff here. Okay, we've got to talk about use what you need wisely. Okay, this is, you know, don't make a mansion, right? If you can make a little hut and get started with a little hut, and you will see that today, right? When we create stuff, it'll be reasonable. But if you need to go up, and this is, by the way, disclaimer. This is not a class on server sizing, okay? If you want to get into server sizing, then have at it. There's lots and lots of servers. In fact, you get big enough, you're going to get a dedicated piece of hardware. Some of these are like NVIDIA servers and stuff like that. You can get a dedicated server and a dedicated center if you want to have that. You're going to pay a lot for it, but you can get it. Okay. So, two very important methods that we need in new kind of governance. Right? DevOps. So I spent a lifetime keeping developers. No offense, developers. No offense. You know, you guys are probably great coders, David. You whoever other coders here, and I'm actually can code, right? I'm pretty good, but I would spend a lifetime keeping developers off my infrastructure, right? And when I was getting out of this business, I was wanting to get out of it, but I got pulled back into the cloud, right? And now I really love it. I actually love that I work closer with my developers now, right? And we're not just, that separation isn't a separation, it's us coming together. I need to be a better developer, and the operations people, or the developers need to be more operations people. And we've had some of these people say that today. They go, look, I'm good at dev, but, I want to know more about a virtual network, stuff like that. Okay? So that's what we're doing, is agile deployment. When we were doing stuff on-prem, and we had an agile job, and I'm a Scrum Master myself, okay, is that we would put all of our Post-it notes, right, and put all of our blockers and everything up there on the walls, right? But it was just kind of an ethereal thing. You know what I mean? It was a thought process, right? You have waterfall method or you have Scrum or anything. If you do stuff in cloud, you will actually have checkboxes for, do you want to do agile, right? And it's like, what it will do is that it will do your CIDC or your distribution to production dev UAT in a Scrum way, right? It's actually a selection, so it's built into the solution. So what does this mean for IT governance? Sometimes we'll deploy many of the cloud resources for deployment traditionally, like I used to. I'll build the stuff, and I'll go back to dev, and I'll go build it on this, just like you do with VMware right now, right? You build a server, and you go, okay, your server's available. Go ahead and put your bits on it, right? Sometimes IT will not deploy infrastructure, and dev will deploy infrastructure. Get used to it. It's here, all right? A few years ago, this method of deployment would be unthinkable. It's no longer the case. The cloud comes to reality to deploy with code, and therefore we must adapt as developers deploying architecture in IT. In these cases, we will then come back and look at how dev has deployed. Then we approve or not approve it, kind of like the slide I was showing you before. Remember, I let the developers go through it. I couldn't do the design for them. I have to let them do it. And then I come back and I take a hard look at it. The one thing you don't want to do is give it to them and not come back and take a hard look at it. That's a mistake, okay? We will apply monitoring because, us people as operations people, monitoring doesn't go away. Things break in clouds. Azure data centers go down, right? Right? We got to back it up. Now, backup is key here. By the way, stop me if you have a question. I'm trying to move a little faster so we can get to the left, okay? Backup is not just backing up the server, okay? You have to back up code. Code is our intellectual property. It's where we put our money. Like I told you about, the $250,000 I'm going to spend on these 5 or these 15 people to sit in a room for a while to develop something in cloud, right? It's all code, and it can go away in a fingerprint. And I've had this happen. I've had stuff disappear in cloud where people deleted it, and we ran around and we go, does anybody have it? Does anybody have it? Yeah, I got it on my laptop. Oh, thank God. I'm not going to lose my job, right? I don't want you guys to be in that situation, okay? Security, right? That's why I pull out the InfoSec people and I find where the data people are, because you've got to come along. I need the CCIEs. I need the security people. I say I, really. It's kind of rude, but I really am selfish. I really, really, really want more InfoSec people and Cisco people doing this. They seem to be just putting up their wireless, don't offend Cisco people, if you're Cisco people, they seem to be just running around doing their core switches and their work group switches and all that. And it's like, I need you guys to lay out these networks for me. My CCNE from 2002 only gets me so far. You'll see that today. We'll just do a big flat network. Possibly reverse engineer designs to create documentation diagrams. I already demonstrated that to you. This is a little picture of Visual Studio, kind of an old picture of it. And you will do this today, but to think that you could just deploy a website SQL JSON or a server from Visual Studio is it's a radical concept, right? You never could do that before. And just like 5 years ago, you couldn't do that, right? You would never deploy infrastructure. If you don't have, right, some type of governance, don't think that you need to have some complex, expensive program to do it. Okay, you don't. Put it in Visio, put in some swim lanes, put in the people who are responsible. You can't see it, but the lower one says networking. This one says InfoSec. This one says systems engineering. And this one's a consumer. One of the first things you decide, and I've had to do this because usually there's multiple clouds, is as soon as it comes in, what cloud are you going to? Going to AWS? Is it going to GCP? Is it going to whatever? Right? As soon as that gets done, then we do usually put together one high-level design, right? That design needs to go back down to InfoSec. InfoSec needs to look at it. Networking needs to give you an IP address, right? They're not giving you the IP address. If you're not walking over it, if your networking has a spreadsheet over there, it has all the IP tables in it, and it doesn't have the cloud stuff in it, please do that when I'm gone. That will be part of the governance. Go ahead, Tosh.
Do you have the presentation we can look on our screen? It's hard to read.
Oh, yeah, it will. I'll send it to you.
While you're doing what can we follow here on our screen?
Yeah, I'm sorry right now. I did send it out to a lot of people. Some people, if you guys got it in one of your emails, could you just forward it to everybody else? And I'll do that at break. All right. Okay. As soon as we get done with this lecture, was everybody okay on time? We'll need a break. Okay, we're almost done with lecture. Okay. So you're now going to just be a little more interactive for you now. Okay. We've all seen these wall charts. Okay. You might have some there. Okay, and there's some this is why we call this learn the first 50%. Okay, down here at the bottom, you see a bunch of servers. Okay, these servers in cloud, there's no EMC, there's no NetApp, there's no worldwide web addresses with fiber connecting back-end storage to things. It's a redundant array of inexpensive servers. RAID. If you've never heard of RAID, it's redundant array of independent disks. Okay, here's a quiz for you. Who's the first company to ever do this? Anybody want to take a guess? PeopleSoft is actually a good one. That's a good guess. You're close. I'd say there's a second. Who's the first?
Mechanic?
No.
Amazon.
No.
IBM.
It's a CRM company. Not Siebel. CRM. Salesforce. Salesforce went over to Palo Alto. They bought 127 cheapo servers, right? And they put the 127 servers, and for 3 years they ran up to 57,000 clients on 127 servers from Palo Alto. Amazon took notice, okay? They said, they flew some people down to Salesforce, and they go, we're going to do it, right? Then Google came in and started to do it. So they all kind of did it about the same time. As soon as they saw Salesforce do it, right? This is how Azure works too, and it's called the hypervisor, right? Well, it runs on here. Believe it or not, in Azure, it's a form of 2008 R2. When you're building your stuff today, you're thinking, oh my gosh, 2008 R2? It's actually a pretty good OS. Although Microsoft has switched a lot of the networking to open source. So when you connect something in like a VNet or something like that, it's probably running on a Linux box. Okay, the AWS is a form of Zen server, Citrix Zen server. Okay, but they are slowly switching to their own. But it is Citrix Zen, right? GCP is I don't know, nobody really knows. It's probably homegrown and it's pretty proprietary. Haven't been able to figure it out. Okay, that doesn't change. Okay, so you just learned about something in cloud that's never going to say, this will never change. They're not going to go buy out and buy a bunch of EMC, right, any day soon. You just, I don't know, Microsoft buys all these servers. Now it goes to infrastructure services. These things don't change. You will learn these today, right? The load balancers, the gateways, the traffic distribution, the direct network connections. This stuff doesn't change in cloud a lot. You'll learn about that today, right? So that's the first 50%. Now everything above it, all bets are off, right? I mean, data lake or NoSQL or serverless functions, and all three have it, and that's kind of thing, a pet peeve, is that all different three public cloud providers have their own serverless functions. You know, I wish there was a common theme there, right? And Kubernetes and containers and stuff like that. We will do a little bit of it today, but essentially that's that. Okay, we're almost done here. Storage, just know that all three All three providers have this thing called blob storage, and this is really the one you work in 90% of the time. Okay? It's a place, it's a disk, and you can put a VHD file or a VMPK file on there, or you can put an Excel spreadsheet. And they will sit next to each other, and they will look exactly the same. You can click on the Excel spreadsheet, and it will pop up in your system. You click on the VHD, well, nothing's going to happen, right? But you could move it on-prem and up to the cloud and back and forth. Right? File, blob storage. Table storage is becoming more and more prevalent, but that's usually going to be, right now, NoSQL, right? Okay, so that'll be NoSQL, right? There are some file storage things from Microsoft. This is literally, this is a NAS in the cloud. It's a server message block. You can connect to it, put writes to it, stuff like that. Not that common. All right? So from here, you know that this is the way Microsoft Network comes. This is Microsoft specific, but AWS and GCP have a similar thing. Locally redundant storage, zone redundant storage, globally redundant storage, and read access globally redundant storage. You really only need to know that mostly is that LRS is good, it's inexpensive, right? It's local to like one data center. You're not going to pay a lot for it. This is good for devs, okay? GRS, right? And I will draw it up here, okay? Is a little pin here. See if I can do this. This is going to be a little crazy. Well, hold on. Pen. Okay, is that it's going to make 3 copies of something, and this could be US, this could be West. I'll just put a W there, and then it'll take 3 copies, right? And it'll copy that over to East, right? All without you not doing anything, okay? And what that does is that we used to spend a lifetime, like when I had to go do high availability or disaster recovery, then I'd get on my data center, and then I'd run over to SunGuard, and I'd go, hey, I need to replicate all my stuff over there, right? You don't have to think about that, okay? If you just select this, it's going to automatically replicate everything in the West over to the East. If you're in, like, Singapore, right, you can put it in Singapore, it will put it over to Western Australia, right? If you are in West Germany, it'll put it to England. You know what I mean? So just know, read access globally redundant storage is really just mostly for government and a lot of auditors and stuff. It goes in, it can't be modified. It's fairly uncommon. So what you really need to do, take away from this, is the locally, the LRS and the GRS. And there's just another picture of it. Okay, now we're almost to the labs. Okay, we haven't created our first machine, but we've got an hour and 5 minutes. So we need to talk about subscription. It's the top level part of your tenant. Okay, the tenant is really like what you guys logged into. The tenant is Berwick's tenant, right? And there's only one subscription in there, and it's called Microsoft Azure. Sorry I didn't rename it, call it Class or something. I could have done that. I got lazy. So it's called Microsoft Azure. Okay, but you can make as many of these subscriptions as you want. And this is my actual, when I worked at that big biomedical place, if you look at it, you can see it's like, this is how I did it. Right? There was no rules. This one's called informatics. This one's called mission control production. This one's called sandbox development, right? You know what? Let's take a break. You guys need a 5-minute break? I see some people. Can we keep going? Hey, you're back today. Cool. All right. Students from yesterday. Okay, so anyways, you can make these. Don't be afraid of making them. Make them. It's a great way, if you, especially if a project starting, you're running really, really fast, you don't know how the project's going to be, go ahead and get them the subscription, get them started. At least you know you're going to be getting one bill for that subscription, right? You got to think about the money, right? Security and all that is really important, right? But, you know, go ahead and make them. Like when I get, like informatics, they get one bill, right? That's a great separation. You can separate by resource group, but if you start dumping everything into the next level, right, which is the resource groups, and by the way, when you guys look in there, you see all the resource groups, click on the right-hand side, those people who are in it. It's okay, Craig, we'll get to it. Okay, and then if you click on, you keep looking at me like, man, I'm not in. Okay, well, we'll get you in. if you look, you'll see all these things. And what happens is we go into these customers, they just do one subscription, they start dumping everything in there, and it's really hard to unravel. Okay, just like you see today. Yeah, go ahead, Dave.
So in both your subscription and your resource group slides, it tells you where you can put them, but it doesn't tell you what they're used for or conceptually what purpose they serve.
That's true. That's true. So that's where the naming convention for the resource group is going to be kind of important, right? You can also tag a resource group, right? You can say it's for this and it's for this.
Sure, but I think more conceptually, what is a subscription and what is it?
Yeah, perfect. A subscription is a high-level separation in Azure. That's all I can say. I can say that one for that one, but I'll tell you what a resource group is. A resource group is, and I'm an old guy, it's a manila folder, okay? It doesn't serve any other purpose. It's a place to put your stuff, okay? Resource groups go in subscription. Stuff goes in resource groups. And everything you create today will be your resource group when you create it, and we're coming up on that, okay, is that you're going to call it your name, okay? And all your stuff's going to go in your manila folder, just like if you were in elementary school. You have a little folder in the back. The teacher goes, okay, go grab your folder, right? It's nothing more than that. You go grab your folder, all your homework's in there. Okay, role-based access controls, okay? It's not a class on role-based access controls, and we have experts here in Okta and all that stuff. And if you want to use Okta for this, you can use Okta, okay, right, to control this, right? But this one is controlled with replicating up your IDs from on-prem, right, to Azure Active Directory, and you can then take that and assign it to a entire subscription like we did today. You guys are all contributors. I'm an owner. I can control the rights to you guys, but you guys can do anything else as contributors. But I could take that right and put it just down on, say, a single disk or a single network card. That gets that granular. That's just kind of the takeaway on it, role-based access controls. Okay? This can be user database in Azure or replicated DB. In the Microsoft world, and also in the, and who's the Okta person? Anybody do Okta here? Right? Okay. Well, you guys know what Okta is, but to Okta and to Azure Active Directory, what's the first factor of authentication? Okta and the Azure Active Directory are second factor of authentication, usually. Okay, you can make your own directory. The primary is Active Directory. Okay? Active Directory is where 90% of the world logs into, whatever these are, right? And we like to replicate, and the on-prem IDs get replicated up. When we start doing the governance, it's good to make those groups and put people in them in your Active Directory and let them get replicated up. The less you're doing in cloud for role-based access controls, the better, right? The better is like you create a resource group, and then you create a group, right, that's associated with it, and then all you need to do is on-prem is put the people in the group. Like, you know, I make a group called informatics, right, and I put Deepak and Sashi and Craig have contributor access to that resource group. And I do it on-prem, and then it gets replicated up. I never have to go into the cloud. It's kind of a good way to work. That's all you need to take away for right now. Okay, it's not a class. Not a class on Azure Active Directory. We do have another class we teach here at Burwood where it's more O365 and identity management focused, okay? But we're not doing identity management. Okay, so now we're on to the labs. We have time. Okay, and this time and what we'll do probably is take a break now, 5-minute break. I'll try to get Craig in and also Dan. And actually, after I go to the restroom myself, too. So 5-minute break, come back, and we'll get started with labs. We'll finish our first machine before you're right here, man.
Ready to log on right now?
Okay.
No, yeah, we should, I'm having trouble getting I didn't add my Gmail or something. We don't know that. No one.
So good to get to you.
For convention, for the email to send out.
Yeah.
I just didn't. I didn't hear you. I just.
Hospital was what's going on. Oh, can't see the flag at all.
The diagram.
Did you make another slide?
Did you make another?
I sure did.
That's great. Thank you for doing that.
Bit me to your wheel.
Wow, if I could only do that with my wife now, that would be like wonderful. You will bend to my will. All right, get back here.
And, you know, one of the things I didn't talk about, you know, as the risk and compliance, of course, we have to comply with PI and things of that nature. Let me type this in.
Yeah.
So I'm looking, you know, in terms of, like I asked you about the diagram, in terms of collecting artifacts to verify compliance with.
Yeah. That's what you're going to use, something like that.
So that type of information, if you can, you know, remember and kind of point that out when we get to it. Craig's tab 5911 at gmail.com, right?
I don't know. Tell me.
All right.
There were 5,910 Craig tabs.
There you go. But you had to go to 5911. Huh?
Yeah, I did. Because Craig tab just wouldn't do it.
All right, brother. Try it now, Craig. Knock on wood.
I had an authentication error when I was trying to. I put in two.
No.
QC generator.
Did you get a?
I did get the thing, yeah.
Let's go look.
Okay.
Go get it.
Create an account for the lesser. Did you get a welcome email? Lesser product.
Good start.
That's something that you're just like, let's say, anyway.
If he hasn't realized that yet.
Oh, you know what? We just need to catch up.
Hey, Paul, can you hear me, Paul?
No.
You and Jonathan, we're gonna go around. We have going around. Right. So there was I'll get the suggestion at the meeting this morning. What if we sit at a table at the staff office, people are looking at their badge, radio on their cell phones, and just say, are you not, we'll be there, and then there's now, I don't know, if that'll be out all day, so how do you help us track?
But it's not like, it's hard to like I talk to the track.
It might be. Okay.
Is that what you did? I mean, most people.
Sorry.
We're gonna try it.
Log in my email on
Yeah, you did. Sorry that happened. I should have warned you.
So we may have to install forever laptops.
Oh yeah, so I did something scripted that ran this morning.
Oh,
Something wow. And it auto-like
Is it our laptop? They never mentioned. They kept mentioning the printers and not the laptops. Okay. We can just pull up, let's discuss how people are going to print out and kind of that. And then you don't want to email. I'll try. Okay. Thank you. You should.
Yeah, I can't, you know, I don't know where I'm or whatever. I don't know what happened, like, a lot of times I have like ATC broadcast on that. I'm gonna log in with online. There were some qualifiers with that. I don't know. Okay, but one thing that I don't know. You can only go by the we come into it. And then tell me what it is. All right, are we all back? Dan's gonna create it, go into create a Gmail. All right, and then let me know, and Dan will be, we can, don't worry about it, Dan. This lab isn't too tough. Okay? We're on the home stretch. Yeah. Okay, guys, listen up. At times you'll be confused, do not complete a lab or do a lab incorrectly, don't worry, you can come back to it later. At times you will get it, and other times you will not, that's okay. It's not a race, have fun. If you know something about Azure, please help your fellow students and me. We'll all do the labs together. If you finish early, please help someone else complete their lab. We'll start off with doing the labs together. Here we go. Let me click on this. Hang on, guys. I got to get back to the right slide. My PowerPoint seems to be stuck. One second here, guys. Oh, nobody would say, you want to keep your annotations? No. Wasn't showing up on my screen over here. All right, so now we're good. All right. Okay, so I will do this. I won't draw this for you guys on the remote. Okay, but just I'm pointing to the board And right now I'm pointing to the right here. The first thing we're doing is going to create this Linux virtual machine, okay? And then we'll do that before lunch. And then at 12:30, when we're done with lunch, we'll come over here. We'll create this Windows server and then a second Windows server and the thing we call the availability set. And then we're going to come back and create what it took us probably an hour and a half to create over here. We'll do this with paths or serverless functions, right? And we'll create the whole thing in like a minute and a half, so you can see. But first thing we're going to do is like make sure that we all, and here's the thing, this is the thing I hate about Azure, Matt, right, is that Microsoft is always trying to upsell you on stuff, okay? And they will try to get you to install a network security group on everything, and there will be things we're saying, oh, create a load balancer here. They're trying to get more money. That's the GUI, okay? The GUI does that to you. If you're doing code or something like that, they're not going to try and upsell you, obviously, because it's code. Know that everything in this portal in the background is all code. It's JSON code. It's a form of JavaScript, okay? In the old model, it used to be PowerShell, okay? This one is everything you're doing now will be in the GUI, but more and more will start going a little bit more code as the day goes on, okay? Right, we've already got logged into the portal. We've got a couple of stragglers, but basically we're in, right? We kind of learned, what a subscription and a resource group is, but now we need to review the portal, okay, and that everybody can follow along, okay, that this is Paul Hoffman's view of the portal. I'll just let you know right now that any portal, and I'll ask you guys this question, if any portal that you guys use, whether it be for VMware or for Amazon or whatever, how much of it do you think you use? Actually use? 7%. Right. And that's been generous. So we're going to get through the portal in a very brief amount of time, okay? The portal looks a little overwhelming, all right? So follow along. I'm going to take one sip of water here. All right, so when I collapse these things, Microsoft's version, when I open up stuff and as it moves across, right, the sides, it's called a blade. It's Microsoft's web term, okay, of like what happens. Hey guys, could you mute online? Make sure you're muted. Okay, thank you. So the first thing I do is go up here to the right, and you notice that I've been doing that a lot. I like to see who I'm logged in as, right? And you'll be doing this a lot, right? If you have more than one directory, more than one active directory, or one more login method, there might be different directories under there. You might need to switch, right? And then it'll also show you what subscription you're in. Okay, so I use that a lot. I don't use the smiley face here. I don't even know what the heck it is. Oh, feedback. Okay, if you want to give feedback, that's great, right? Questions, I don't tend to use questions here very much. And by the way, it looks like my bandwidth is starting to suck a little bit here. Yeah, okay, no, it's okay. It was just me. So, anyways, I don't use that very much. Oh, is this stalling out on me a little bit? Hold on. Okay, there it goes. I don't tend to use the help very much. I tend to just go to Google. And notice I'm saying Google because I don't know if you guys know this, but Edge was deprecated, so I don't have to say Bing anymore, right? Okay, so the new browser for Windows 10 and all that, it's going to be Chrome. I think that's great. I thought it was very brave. So kind of bad because, it's good to have competition, right? And Edge is still supported, but I don't have to say, Microsoft isn't forcing me into say use Bing or Edge anymore. Okay, and we're all using Chrome today because that's just kind of what was happening in Microsoft too. Okay, so I do sometimes use this setting. If you want to go there, you can go to wow, okay, that's a little depressing, or that's wow, that's a little bright, whatever. I tend to stick with the default. I don't mess with this too much, If you're in a network operations center and you want to put something up on the screen, you might mess with this more. Okay, this one. I use a ton, the bell. And you'll hear me say two things in this class. Go to the bell or go to the green cross, right? Those are the most used things. This shows you your activity in the GUI of how things are going. If you're doing things in code, In fact, this is one thing I think where the GUI is kind of good, because sometimes you'll deploy something in code, and sometimes there'll be a little ... And you could do that in PowerShell, and PowerShell's pretty good at that. But sometimes, like Java or Python and stuff, it's just blank, right? And you're like, what's going on, right? And I see a lot, if I'm deploying something in Ruby or Python or whatever, I'll have the GUI open, and I can see the progress over here. So it's really great. And by the way, things fail a lot. You'll deploy something, it's getting better, right? And you'll get a red ball, and you just deploy it again, and it works, okay? Who knows? They were probably live migrating something behind or whatever, and you know what happens. Okay, so that's a good place to see where your deployment is, okay? This is another one that's a little bit more like the far right-hand side, but shows you all the directories. By the way, be careful of mine, Craig. I gave you one that has a little more power, right? And then, so you might see, because you're using mine, so stay in the one that says that we have today. It's okay, right? No, you'll be okay. It's mostly just junk. It's okay. All right, this one is the Cloud Shell. GCP's got a really good Cloud Shell. Microsoft Cloud Shell is getting really good. Okay, we used to, as right now it's connecting PowerShell down here, and it works good. And we'll deploy some stuff down here. I used to connect a lot. If you're using PowerShell a lot, you want to have it installed locally, and then you connect to it. That's always a little funky and hard to get going. You can always get this going. I use that one, okay? But I'm just going to close it for now, right? The green cross, okay? I use that a lot. That's called the marketplace. That is a term common to all three clouds, and I know I keep repeating myself, but I like to say what's common to all three clouds, is that this is where you go for all your stuff, okay? There's 16,000 different virtual machines and security appliances and everything, so this is what we do. You do a search, and you might as well just type it. The first thing you're going to create is a resource group, right? So you can just go ahead and type resource group. We'll come back to this, right? Type resource group, comes up with a resource group, okay? You use that a lot, okay? Now the left-hand side is nothing more than if you go to all services, right? And you see a little yellow star next to whatever's in all services, it will put it on the left-hand side. You create a shortcut. So if I don't want to see something over here, what's a good one here? Virtual networks I like to see. Load balancers, you know what? I don't really need to see that too much. I unclick it, see it goes away, right? That's all that works. That's really great. Here's how you work any portal in the world. You always work a portal like you work an Excel spreadsheet, pretty much, any portal. You put everything up there, and then you filter, okay? So what I do is I like to go to all resources, right? Okay, and there's just a ton of stuff in here, right, from all the classes and everything, right? I'm going to try and see if I can put this down there. That's cool, I can. Okay, and then I just want to see, like, what the virtual networks are, right? So I can go to all types here, unselect this, go all the way down to virtual networks. And guys, you can follow along on this, except for Dan, and we'll get you in, Dan, here in a second. Okay? Sorry, virtual machines, virtual networks. Click it. They're on my virtual networks, right? If I want to just see all the virtual machines, right, then I go down here, uncheck virtual networks, click virtual machines. By the way, you don't want to click anything in this class that says classic. Right? Okay, there will be places in here that says you want Resource Manager or you want Classic. Do not click Classic, okay? It is the old way of doing things, and I just want it to go away. It was a nightmare, okay, but don't do it. And then you click on that, and then bang, there are all the virtual machines, okay? That's how you work. Portal's done, right? Pretty amazing, huh? All that time you thought, oh, the portal, right? Yeah, I mean, there's some other things that are cool, but essentially that's it. All right, so before we do that, Dan, did you get your Gmail?
Yeah.
Yeah, come on up here. We're going to get Dan in here so he can get this, and he's, and then we'll move on. 1 second, guys. This is going to take 2 seconds. All right. My subscriptions go. I'm going blind. There it is. Okay. No, you're going to type it in, not me. All right. What? Sorry about that. Didn't mean to do that. You just click here.
You're more familiar with it.
No, you're
Ergonomically confused.
no. Yeah, I'm not, guys. By the way, I can't type. I don't know how I got into this business. All right, role assignments. All right, and then we're going to add role assignment. Okay, you're going to be a contributor. Okay, type in your new Gmail account. Okay. Hang in there, guys. Just got this one thing for Dan, and then we'll be on. That it?
There should be
Okay.
Rotary Gmail.
Great.
That should be valid.
Perfect. Now go look for that welcome email.
I'm just going to look for it right here.
Look, you can go over desk.
Okay.
No offense.
You want me at my hands?
It was like being at home and where my dog is over here. I have to pet your head or something. Okay, guys. Right. Okay. All right, guys. Back to.
I got it.
You got it? Cool.
Yep.
All right, guys. For you guys, this is your first thing. Okay, create a resource. Go up to the green cross. Type in resource group. Now it's time to wake up. So we've got, a lot of people, 20 plus people in this class, but it's going to be fun. We all do these together, right? All right, and then when you do that, actually it's got one other screen print that's before this. It'll come up there and it'll say, there'll be a pull down for Classic or ARM Manager. Just make sure you do the ARM one, right? And when you get in there, you want the subscription to say Microsoft Azure, okay? It's the one that we're using for class. Like I said, I wish we could have renamed it something else, but I pressed for time, right? And then a resource group is going to be your name. Now, you can use your first name, last initial if you want. The region is very important. It has to be in West U.S. Why? It's not because I think the West is best, right? I love Central, right? In fact, it's because I called up Microsoft and I said, hey, we're going to be creating a lot of stuff in class, and I need more CPU, I need more memory and stuff. Because, these are data centers like anybody else. If you go in there and you try to deploy like 100 machines with 400 proc and stuff, alarm bells are going off in the data center at Azure going, no, you can't do that. So I pre-told them, right, to West US, right, and then I'm going to, for this subscription, they're going to be seeing a lot of activity, okay? So this is going to be your home. By the way, since we had a previous class yesterday, there's a lot of resources groups in there, and it's a little crazy, okay? But, that's like reality, okay? And then you want to click on tags at the bottom, right? And then it's going to have a tag. Now, you'll notice when you put it in here, tags are free form, okay? It's nothing more than it actually puts it in the code, and you'll see it in the code. Puts a little couple of quotes around it. And you say do one that says created by, and then put your name, right? And then you can do created date, right? And this is where you would also put in, like we were talking about, cost center, right? You could put a cost center, right? So our developers are really good at doing this, but Microsoft and all the other providers too are forcing you into making sure you put in a tag. Everybody okay with this? Okay. And by the way, Dan, don't worry if it's a little behind, we'll catch up.
Yeah, I'm in.
Okay, cool. Okay, now we're going to create our first virtual network, right? So you click New, and then Virtual Network, right? And then I got the slide right here. Resource Manager. Okay, and you say click Create. How you guys doing remote? You guys doing okay? Offshore? I'm going to check in with you guys.
Yep, you're good.
Yeah? All right, still awake? Good. What time is it there?
It's 10 p.m.
Oh, 7 p.m.? Okay,
10
not
p.m.,
bad. 10 p.m. Hang in there, guys.
Yeah.
All right? Sure.
All right. Okay. All right. So virtual network. Okay. Create. Now, this is going to be really fun. This is one of the larger classes, not the largest class I've ever had. Okay. But we have to pay attention here. We're going to be creating a big flat network. Okay. Everybody's going to take. Now, everybody understand what octets are? A TCP IP address or a version 4 has 4 decimal places, right? So the second octet, or the second one, you're not going to type this in yet. See, I see people typing, right? Oh, you can type in your virtual network name, right? And you should be able to see this. I know some people said, hey, hand me the, and we will send out the PowerPoint soon, right? But basically, you're putting in your virtual network name. We don't have a lot of governance right now in this. We don't have a naming convention, but keep it to something that makes sense. So like VNet dash your name, or first initial last, right? Now the address space, I'm going to start with, yes, Dave?
Does the name of this virtual network collide with the name of another virtual network in someone else's resource group?
It cannot, because it's in a different resource group. It should be okay. No, it has to be unique in the world. So yeah, I take that back. It has to be a unique DNS name. That's why you get the green checkbox. And by the way, there's some characters that aren't allowed. I mean, try to put an exclamation point in there. It's not going to like that. Okay? All right? So yes, you need to put in VNet, and it needs to be unique in the world, and it could conflict. Okay? Address space. I'm going to start with Matt. Matt, you're going to be, in fact, it's funny because yesterday we already went to 10.1, right? So now I'm going to start you off on something that I know I'm not going to conflict with yesterday, right? And by the way, these will conflict in the subscription. If you have a different subscription, it wouldn't conflict, right? But I'm going to start with 10.20. Matt, you're 10.20. Audrey, you're 10.21. Seferino, 10.22. Deepak, 23. This is going to be the hardest thing you need to do today. Remember this. Don't worry. It's going to be lunch and remembering this address. All right? Tashi, 24. Bert, 25. Rodolfo, 26. Demetrios, 27. Todd, 28. Craig, 29. Mary, 30. Anton, 31. Dan, Yindan, 32. Right, Gabe, 33. And I'm doing this, I know this is a little bit crazy, but believe it or not, David is 34, Jeremy 35. Ender, he went to, we'll skip over him. When he gets back, let him know that he's going to be 36. I got it. Lauren, he'll be 37. And we have one person in the back. Hello, person in the back. How are you today? Yeah. Good. Yeah, Kate's back. All right. So anyways, guys, just know that when you put this down here, you definitely need to put it in your subscription. This is the theme of the class. The subscription that we have. Everybody needs to be in the same subscription. Everybody needs to be in your resource group. Right? Pardon me? Oh, I'm so sorry. The offshore. Hey, offshore, what are we, Oren, we left off with 37. Offshore, could you guys just sort of between yourselves go above 37? So somebody take 38, and amongst yourselves, take 38, 39, 40, 41, or whatever. Okay? Is that okay, guys?
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
okay.
sure.
It's got to coordinate. I know. Are you guys all in the same room?
Yeah, some of them are sitting in the meeting room, and we are on a desk. So not on the same room.
Three training rooms.
Okay, if you're not in the same room, then just IM it to each other or email it or whatever. But you got to go above 37. And you're 36. 10.36. Okay, guys. So I hear a little mumbling. It's okay. We're doing our first network. Okay. Is that the subnet here I tend to call this one front end. Why do I call it? Well, it's exposed on the internet, right? Okay. It's really a DMZ. You could take default. It says probably default line. You know, we like to name our virtual network. Hey guys, mute offshore.
Can we just? Hi, John. Can we get the subnet once again?
Yeah, it's up on the screen, right? So it's going to be the second octet. So it's going to be 10 dot, like we left off with Oren at 37, right? So somebody's going to be 10.38, somebody's going to be 10.39, somebody's going to be 10.40, right? So amongst yourselves, try to just work out.
Okay.
That, okay? Okay? Right? Hey,
yes.
guys, listen up. Listen up.
Yes.
Listen up. Okay? When you get down here to the address range for the subnet, it's exactly the same as what you put up here. So we're creating a flat network. A big flat network. Okay? Different. So front end, and by the way, you have to have that /24. Anybody know what that's called? I love to quiz people.
Sorry, didn't get that.
Subnet or the CIDR, the CIDR. Okay? So you put that have the 12/24. Now, you don't have to worry about this is Microsoft telling you stuff. It is cool though, but you don't need DDoS protection. You might want to use that in production, but this is dev test. We don't need service endpoints, and we definitely don't need a firewall. This should be disabled. All right, everybody ready? Raise your hand if you're ready to click create. All right. Who's not ready? Okay, hey, those who say create, click create.
A quick question.
Yeah.
This is where the address space and the range, do they end with 16 or 24? One of them is 16 for us?
No, nothing 16. Everything up here on the screen says /24.
It automatically the address space.
Right, it does. It's forcing you. Put in 24.
Okay,
Good question, Mary. I'm going to move your little thing here.
Yes.
No, everything is no 16s. No 16. It's /24. /24. Okay. Everybody good with that? Everybody done with their resource group and their first virtual network? Yay. Okay. Okay. For those people who are done, click on your resource group, and you should have this in there. Good. Who's got this? Yeah, it's hard to find your resource group. That's hard. There's a lot of scrolling going on here. Yesterday it wasn't so hard. But you got to go to the left-hand side. You got to click on resource groups, right? And then you find your resource group, and in your resource group, you'll see one thing there. There'll be a virtual network. Okay? Good. We're not going until everybody's got this. Who doesn't have this?
I just got it. So when I was looking for my resource group, it didn't appear. So then I went back and tried to create it again, and now I'm getting an error. So.
Yeah, let's take a look. All right, let's do some troubleshooting real fast. All right.
Which I didn't get the first time.
Okay, Audrey, what was your resource group called?
It should have been Audrey Blair.
Okay, I don't see any Audrey.
I know, that's the problem.
So go to the green cross.
Okay,
right? And then type resource group. Right? Create. Microsoft Azure. Okay, the resource group is going to be is called Audrey whatever, right? And you want this in West US. Okay. How'd that go for you? I'm going to do.
Then I went down to tag.
Okay.
And then create by, right? And then I put my name in. And then when I go to review or create, I get an error.
No, that's okay. just go here. Okay, go back. Okay, no, these are created by Audrey Blair. Okay. Okay, that resource page is still good, but you have to stay. All right. Okay, guys. All right, guys, we're moving on. Audrey, I want to make sure that you got that. Now you're going to get your virtual net.
Yeah, I'm good now. I was there.
No, we got to get this in there.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Let's hang. What do you remember? What you are? Severino, helper. Remember, help your partners, guys. Okay. I'm relying on you. You guys are my lab techs. Okay, lunch is here, but you know what? It's only 11:30, so nobody can grab lunch yet. It will not spoil before noon. We will have our first machine created by noon, and then we can eat. Okay. Severino, thank you. Hey guys, listen up. Audrey actually had a good thing there, is that you have space in there, no weird characters, stick to lowercase, okay? And I'm going to say this right now, this is a Linux machine. So when we get to the Linux machine and you put in your username, what is unique to the Linux username? Case sensitive. What invariably happens is that somebody goes, it's not letting me in. And I'm like, well, do you remember what case you used? Okay? The hardest part about this class is lunch, right? The second hardest thing about it is remembering what passwords you entered, right? And making sure that when the box is red, it means that it doesn't like a character or something, okay? So make sure it's good. Okay, guys. I think you guys got that. If you don't, I'll get you caught up. All right. Okay, this is important. I'm glad you guys calmed down for a second. This is what we're talking about. There's some things that this class is worth it just for the School of Hard Knocks, things that I've been through that I don't want you guys going through. Okay, we created a very simple virtual network. Your virtual networks will be more complex. Okay. This is in a class on virtual networks, but do understand that whenever you set up a virtual network in cloud, it is exactly like setting one up on-prem, okay? Is that this is a private IP address, right? And that it can't overlap with anything else that exists in the world, okay? So if you do a giant project, and even though it's not connected to the inside yet, right, it may be someday, and I have that up here, even if your cloud creation has no connection to the on-premise, it may someday, and you do not connect, you may want to have the zone connected to the inside through a VPN or express route. I can't tell you how many projects I've gone and my team started without consulting with the network team, and they worked a month and a half on it. They came back to me and said, we're ready to go. And I go, okay, we need to connect you to the inside now, and it doesn't work. And then I go back to them and I guess, you got to do it all over again. And there's a lot, people turn white when that happens, okay? So don't do that, right? And make sure you logically segment in your cloud zones. People, for some reason, we have these cool DMZs, we have a SQL zone, we have a place for PCI, we have all these great virtual networks that only port 1433 and all that. We're going to do that today, can come through. Then they go to cloud and they go, oh, we're not going to do any of that. No. You've got to have DMZs, you've got to have SQL zones, you have to have app zones, all that stuff. Right? So now we're on to network security group. Okay, a network security group is a firewall. Okay, but it's a simple firewall. It's an ACL firewall, access control list. Doesn't do stateful inspections. It's not an F5. It's not a checkpoint. It's not a Cisco. Okay, but it is very sufficient for some things. If this is connected to the outside when we create this, and we say just lock it down from an IP address in Pune back to you, right, and only Pune and stuff can talk to each other, that's probably sufficient for a project without doing an advanced firewall. Okay, but you're going to create one now, and you're going to go New, and you're going to type in Network Security Group. Okay? And it's going to come up and it's going to look like this. Now, the reason why we're creating a network security group altogether is that Microsoft's way is they will try to get you, and we talked about this earlier, they will try to get you to put a network security group on everything, okay? And I was actually Kate yesterday when I told Kate, I said, if you have too many network security groups, you have a network security group on your network card, you have a network security group on your subnet, you've got a Windows firewall, it might be behind a third-party firewall, you're going, you want to go shoot yourself, okay? That's how you feel about it. You can't get anything done, right? So we're going to control this. You can take a network security group. I'll go to the next slide. You can associate this network security group. Go ahead and start filling in, right? You can associate this network security group to two things in Azure. One is a subnet, and the other is a network card. Or you don't have to use one. And that's actually a really good option. If this is only internal, and you're going through an internal connection to an internal IP, okay, and you might not have to use a network security group. It's all internal. This is a little hard to see. Yes, you know what I'll do? I have a zoom function here, and we'll zoom in. A little better? All right. It's a little blurry, but it doesn't need to be. We have a naming convention that's coming to you. We will be doing that. But this one basically says NSG-FE-your name. Just as long as it's unique and you get a green checkbox. Right? The subscription is Microsoft Azure. The resource group is your resource group. The location is West US. If you put this anywhere else, it will not work. And that's okay. Invariably what happens is that somebody will do this. Don't beat yourself up. It's software-defined networking. It's really easy to just delete it and make another one. Okay, everybody good with this? All right. Need unzoom. Or actually, you got to get down here to the create. Do you guys have anything? I don't think this one has tags. Right. Okay, go ahead and click create. All right, so I would like you guys, when it creates it, if you go to your resource group, you'll see a little thing in the, by the way, Audrey, did you get your VNet done? Yes. Okay, cool. If you go to your resource group, you'll see a little shield in there. Done now, right? And that you click on it, right? And you should see a thing that looks like kind of like an Excel spreadsheet on the right-hand side. Right? This is a firewall rule. All firewalls and all load balancers in the whole wide world work on some simple things. Okay? You okay, Tom?
Yeah. I'm a kibitzer.
A kibitzer?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he already took the class yesterday. He thinks he's a rock star.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and his name is Paul. Even worse.
Paul.
Right. Okay. So what happens here is that this is an access control list. I need you to, it's at the top here, you notice it's cool to look at what the default rules are. The default rules say allow VNet inbound. That basically says that I can talk to any other VNet, right, that's in my close to me, right? Allow Azure Load Balancer inbound. I don't know why they throw that one in there. I guess somebody told me once. And then it has this thing at the bottom called deny all inbound. Any of the firewall people here? Anybody know what the last rule in a firewall is called? Go ahead, Demetrios.
Deny all.
Deny all, but it's also called sometimes the cleanup rule, right? And they have priorities, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to click on subnet. We're going to associate our firewall to our subnet, right? So you click on subnet, and then it says associate. Right, everybody see associate? Okay, click on it. Right, and then basically you find your virtual network in your subnet, I know there's a lot to scroll through. My apologies. 2 days of class, I couldn't delete everything last night, and some people wanted to work on it. Right. And then you click OK. Right? And then, when you do that, you'll have it'll have something in there now. Right? It'll say what it's associated to, and that's your subnet. Everybody good with that? Good? Pretty simple stuff so far, right, guys? You guys are wondering, like, where's the complex stuff? It's going to get more fun, right? But we need to build our basics here. Okay. So now, I'd like you guys to click on Inbound Security Rules on the left-hand side. Inbound Security Rules. Right? And you click Add up here. And you'll come up with this screen. Now this one's, I think, pretty easy to see. Okay? The top one is the default, it's any. The middle one's the default, it's an asterisk. The third one, destination, is the default, it's any. You need to type in, and I'll zoom in. You need to type in 3389, 22, 80, and you know what? You can leave the 443 off. Anybody want to tell me what those ports are? Yay! It's a geek session.
LOL.
Right. Thank you guys. RDP, SSH. So, and then any for the protocol, any for the action. The priority, we want it to be at the top of the list, right? If we put it down below the cleanup rule, it wouldn't work, right? So, and then the name is like, see how I use underscores? Is because spaces aren't allowed in anything in Azure. And that, for that matter, it's not allowed in any public cloud. You can't use spaces. And you can put a description in. Descriptions are very, very good, okay? If you're going to create a firewall rule, put a description of why you did it. Help everybody else out in the world that has to get in there and do it. Okay? All right. Zoom out. Okay, and then when you're done, anybody ready to click Add? Okay, go ahead, you adders. Click Add. I'll stay here for a second. Everybody on the adders. Some people still look. Yeah. No. That's the name. Put underscores there. Yeah. You can't. It was all the way in the back of the room, and it's hard for him to see. But the name is not commas. The name is underscores. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Okay. You should be good now. All right. So now we're going to create a first machine. We've got 11 minutes. Can we do it?
Yeah.
I'm pretty hungry. All right. Type in LAMP, certified by Bitnami. All right, my web geek. What's LAMP stand for?
Where are you?
Okay. Sorry. Go back. I left out a slide. This is green cross. Filter. Type in the search LAMP, certified by Bitnami. And I'll explain to you why I use this. So this is Linux, Apache, MySQL, PHP. Okay, the reason why I chose this one is it's got it all on there, right? That's kind of cool, so when we bring it up, we can see, like, it's already got a web page and stuff. So it's kind of cool. And it's got a SQL database on it, right? So that's, a PHP database on it. So you click on that. Anybody got that?
Yeah.
Okay, and then it should look like this. Okay, good. All right. Click on Create. All right. Now this is our first. Woo! It's like whoa! All of a sudden there's all this stuff. Okay. But it's still the same common theme. Your subscription, your resource group, the virtual machine name. Now, if you're still listening, please put in your name and then put it like -Linux or something, so we know that it's the Linux box in our lab. I left that out on mine. You could call it just your first name, initial, and but you know, like I say, our governance isn't real good. We're going to get better at governance. If we had a governance sheet right now, we'd be looking at how to name this machine. It's a Linux box. We need to name it like whatever at Rotary. Okay, we would be doing that at this time. The region is West U.S. This, hypothetically, our dev team came to us and they said, hey, we just need a quick Linux box. We don't need any redundancy. We will do that for the Windows machine, but we don't need it for this. It's a quick and dirty machine. LAMP certified by Nadami, that should all be in there. The standard, whatever it says is the standard, is fine. Okay? Now we're down to the password. Remember, we have to click password. We don't have an SSH key, guys. This isn't a secure way to communicate with a server across the internet. Matt knows that, right? But if you put in Paul, like your first name, and you put in uppercase, just remember if it's uppercase or lowercase. Okay? Now put in your password. Now, I'll show you a password that always works. Okay? If you get frustrated by it, I'll type it up here. I won't type it. I'll just do it. Okay. Okay, guys. In fact, this might be a good one for you to use, everybody, because if you get in trouble, then I'll know what the password is. For all your machines, security for all. The S is uppercase, the A is uppercase. This will work. If you want to use something else, that's fine. Okay? Where you put it in your machine, where you're making your machine, it's asking you for your username and password. Use this as the password.
Okay, we use the resource group we created as a resource group.
Yeah. Don't use Anton. Anton's going to get mad. You've got to
That's not a question, but I thought it was interesting.
No, actually it's not, because what's very funny, Dan, is that even me, if I'm in this class, somebody will put their stuff in somebody else's stuff. It's going to happen, and it's don't worry, it happens.
By the way, with resource groups and security network rules, I tried to change the name of them once I established them. It doesn't seem, it acts as if you can change the name of a resource group, but you actually can't.
No, you can't. You can't. That's a good question. You cannot rename a resource group. You can rename a subscription.
It's odd because it says you can change it, and then you click on it, and then you realize you can't.
Yeah, that is kind of funky. Put on the suggestion thing up there. All right, you guys all good with this? So now you click on the bottom and it says disk. Okay? Right, you click on disk. Now let's talk about disk. If you do the pull-down menu, you'll see standard HDD, a standard SSD, and premium SSD. Okay? So I'm giving this to Gabe. Gabe left. And David. And I'm giving this to David, and it's like, I know his budget's pretty low, so, I'm just going to give him, and I know he doesn't need a lot of power right now, so I'm going to give him a standard HDD, okay? Now, if you click under here, you'll see a couple, I'm not doing it here, but you'll see managed and unmanaged, right? Do managed. Now, managed is really cool, and that GCP and AWS also have this now, too. It's basically you hand over the service level agreement over to them, and they manage it. The only problem is you can't see the disk, right? You won't show up in your resource group. You can't move it, resize it, or put it anywhere else, right? It's great to hand it off, and if you hand off the SLA to them, they take care of it, and they're responsible for it, but you can't move it around. You can't convert it back. That takes a couple of scripts, okay? But we want managed, right? Managed. Now we click on next, networking, okay? So common theme. Obviously, you want to put it in your virtual network, in your subnet, and now here's our first public IP, okay? If we wanted to, if we're doing governance here at Rotary, we might block this, or we really protect this, right? But the only way we can add our machines is public IP. It should be already populated for you. It'll say new, and it's going to fill it in. Now, the next step, network security group, this is an upsell for Microsoft. And this is what, if you weren't in this class, and you didn't take this class, I would walk in and you would have way too many network security groups because you created all these machines, and we don't want another network security group assigned to the network card of this machine. We've already got one, okay? So you don't want that, right? Now you see where it says right here, you don't want to create a new network security group, right? You want to use your network security group. So find it, right? Select it. Once again, upsell, right? We don't need accelerated networking, right? That's great for production, but David doesn't need it for his project. And we don't need a load balancer, because that's another thing we're going to create all together in the lab. Right? Everybody good with this? I see a lot of nodding heads. Dan, you okay?
I'm just trying to get on there. Here, I'm creating my virtual machines, but I didn't see any IT input.
You go here. See, when
the options?
you start. Did you get this one? Where you go and you click.
I got to the first one, not on that.
You got that one. You click along the bottom. So where it says disk, click along the bottom. Click disk, right? And then you click it. You don't have to do anything with disk. Okay. And then you go networking, and then you should land on this. Everybody got this, and everybody ready to go to management? Yep. Let's let Dan catch up. This is great. You're all doing it together.
Yeah.
Kumbaya.
I'm networking now.
Okay, you're networking. See what's happening? We're all doing cloud together. We're all doing the same thing. We're all on the same page. It's basics, but we're all doing it the same way. Right? You can get creative. I don't want to say you can't get creative. Okay, next is management. Go ahead and click on it. Okay? All right, management has got some thing called boot diagnostics. It's essentially, that's, if you work with VMware or anything, the machine won't boot. You'll see a dump file, and you can see what's wrong with it. So we kind of want that, right? Even if it doesn't want to start up, and David says, hey, my machine didn't start up, I want to get in and look at it. DOS, the guest diagnostics, actually it's like a little VMware. It'll show a screen print, right? But we don't need it for this. Now the diagnostic storage account, I'll let you guys, and we'll debate this, but this is going to be a big thing for our governance here, and our policy is that we might want to, instead of getting so many of these things built, it's always going to, and it's a place to put all the dump files, right? We might want to consolidate them, but for you just want to have a new one, right? The identity we have off, but this is actually a way to connect your Linux box or your Windows server to Azure Active Directory. You can actually use that as an authentication mechanism. It's new. It's even new for me. Now this one, auto shutdown, is really, really important. It's one of our, okay? Put this in. You've got to save the company money, and it's the second thing that gives cloud a bad name. If you're spending too much money, you're going to give this whole cloud journey a bad name. The accountants aren't going to like you. So if it's a dev machine, and it is. David, is this a dev machine? Is this a dev machine? I'm asking you. I need to create this machine for you. Is it for dev?
No, it's production.
No. David, tell me it's for dev. Okay, David he changed his mind. It's for dev. He doesn't need it on when he goes home and takes the train home. Okay, so turn it off at 7 p.m. You can change it to central. Okay? Central. Notification before shutdown, I don't need that. I don't think David knows, even though he thinks it's production. All right, so next is guest config. Everybody good with this? Okay.
We have
Oh, yeah. So the screen screens change, and yes, this one might say advanced. Sorry about that, they changed it. Yeah. So it doesn't say that. Yeah, that's okay. You guys get the point. It says advanced. Go to the next one. It's not guest config anymore. What is it? Advanced? Yeah. Okay. So advanced is, this is a place, I never use it. It's a place where I do use it for some things. If you look under it, you can go select an extension. You can take a look at it. You might have an antivirus that you want to install. I do use the one that's desired state configuration. You can do a PowerShell one and stuff. But these tend to be done by whatever thing you have in your organization to blast it out to all servers, like System Center, right? You might be using System Center or something like that. I just don't use this much. Okay.
Is there extra cost for installing these?
Yeah, you bet. Good point. Extra cost. And that's how they'll get you, too, is that you might go in there and they're like, and that's good that everybody's seen this, like, you know, you don't really want your team, like, and by the way, none of this will be shown in code. You know what I mean? If you're doing this in code, I'm not going to ask you for this stuff. This is all GUI up stuff. Okay? Right, created by. Next, review and create. And we're almost done, guys. 12:01, we should be done here pretty soon. We can all eat. Right? Now, you have to have the green checkbox. Everybody got the green checkbox? Sometimes you won't. And you know, sometimes that'll be because you didn't name it right. You might have a space. You didn't see that it was red. It would actually go. There might be sometimes you didn't accept the terms, right? Now, pricing not available for this offering. That's a little unusual because mainly because it's a third party, right? So it's not. Okay, and then you just go ahead and click create.
Can you go back to the tag?
Pardon me?
Can you go back to the tag?
Oh, yeah. Tag is freeform.
You don't give a green tag, no more.
Right?
Green flag.
Put in anything for tag. All right? Oh, by the way, a good tag, you know what a good tag is? Delete me. And a date. Delete me by. I like that one. All right. So create, and then you guys can click on it on the progress, and it'll show you. It'll create the storage account. It'll create the network card and the public IP address like that, and then it'll spin for the creating the machine, right? And before we have lunch, okay, we're going to check on this right here. Okay, you need some way to get into your machine. Okay, now remember we said our network security group. We allowed port 22 across the internet, and by the way, that network security group applies to the private IP and the public IP, right? Because that's how we associated it to the subnet. Okay, so we're going to allow SSH across the internet into this thing, and I can guarantee you the hackers are hacking at it right now. Right? In fact, what's funny is that somebody told me yesterday they were looking at the CPU of the machine. They go, hey, it's really high, and they go, that's because there's a new kid on the block who doesn't have any controls, and all the hackers are going for it. Right? And actually watch the CPU spike. But anyways, you need to get into it, so you need to have a tool called PuTTY. And don't have to type this in, just go to Google and type PuTTY, and you might be able to install it. But if you can't do that, if you have Windows 10, you can also use, it's built in. And I think you guys all have Windows 10. So if you go CMD, right, and you just do this, right, and then somebody give me does somebody know the public IP of their machine? It's like I can look at it. I'll go over here. I'll find somebody's public IP, right? I think this is somebody from yesterday.
I got it.
Yeah, you want to tell me it?
IP is 1391.
1 second, 13.
91.
91.
94.
92.
94.
94.
235.
Okay, could you come up here and log in? Oh.
It's still spinning.
Still spinning. Type your, oh wait.
It's still building it, actually.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll find somebody else's.
Sorry.
That's okay. But basically, that's it. Just open up a command line, type SSH and the public IP, and if you want to see the public IP of your machine, one second. You'll find it here. See if anybody's got one of these yet. There's Anton. Anton, you didn't call it Linux? Oh, bad, Anton. Just kidding. Okay, that's fine. Okay, but see right here, it says copy to clipboard, right? I'll just do the web one with him, see if it's done. I'll just put this up here. Looks like it's still creating. Did anybody log in SSH to their machine? Great. So Demetrios is the first. He's logged in. It'll look a little bit like this. So when you log in your machine, I'm using Putty here. You'll get this little screen, right? It says Bitnami, and he's logged in. And if you want, you can take your public IP, right? And you can put it in a web browser, and you should get this. Anybody got this? Yep. Okay. So we got one. Todd's got it. And there you go. We're so behind. We're 6 minutes behind. Wanted to make it before noon. Who's show of hands?
You have to have Linux in your virtual machine. Is that correct?
If you want, it just has. It's okay. Who's this first virtual machine in Azure? Be brave. Mary, Dan, cool. That's cool. There you go. First, it's actually done properly too. It doesn't have too many network security groups, right? Our naming convention isn't very good. Okay, we're ready for lunch. Lunch is in the back. We will start up again at 12:30. Okay? If you have to go answer calls or whatever. All right? Believe me, the next part of the class, you can kind of do one-handed for a little bit. So if you want to, yeah. It's either we take an hour lunch and we stay till 5, or we come back at 12:30 and we can leave at 3:30 or 4. Okay, offshore we're having lunch now, so you guys can take a break. Come back in a half an hour.
Okay.
The bottom or the top of the hour. Thank you guys for hanging in there. You're wonderful.
Thank you.
Hey, Paul.
Yes, sir.
We need to register another 5 guys from Pune. They joined in late, so they will follow the lab manual, but they need the invite for the subscription.
Right. Can you send me their emails in the chat in WebEx?
Yeah, right on. They'll ping it in the
Thank you,
chat box. Yeah, you're welcome.
Yeah, and remember they can always watch the video later. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
Yeah. Okay. I'll be doing it right now. I'll be watching for it.
Sure. Thanks, man.
Okay. Oh, you know what I need to do? Forgot to plug in. No wonder it's so slow.
While it might seem a little extreme, but full data center, data center right next door.
And as we look at the world today, we see many more interactive applications, things like AR and VR. In order to really address that and provide this more responsive cloud, one of the things that we look at is bringing the cloud closer to our customers.
Project data, not only exercise, but it's also production.
Scotland is also home to the European Wind Energy, which is the largest place in the world for launch renewable energies like tide and wave energy. Putting something in the ocean is something that we don't really have a lot of experience with. For this deployment, we're working with a company called Naval Group of France, getting that group of engineers in the same room.
There's actually one in there that says instead of research group, it says research group. But the problem is this way, it's like so formal is that I have to, for every class, I have to review 200 slides. Yeah, because I have to go back through and snapshot and stuff. So it started off really good. Everything was really nice. And everything changes all the time.
Our vessel is powered by a combination of solar power, wind power, and offshore tidal and wave energy.
First, I want to get back to
Oh, yeah, I know. I think that they like the whole thing was slowly. I consider that AI destroys people. You know?
Another group set on the infrastructure side is the Penn University of Florida.
Microsoft
The native data center by no means replaces the big data centers that we've come to know.
Just being able to order precisely the quantitation of expense you need, have it delivered to you. That is the product that we dream about as possible.
It's horrible. Yeah, it's great.
Energy has to be
No, this one team I didn't really, when I talk about AI, you tend to not think.
Joining us first on CNBC, Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella. Satya, great to have you.
Microsoft is definitely, I'm taking it back to.
Great to be here with you, John. Thank you for having me.
They're starting to lead off.
So this is a big deal, particularly in Microsoft's traditional approach to developers. Tell me, you don't buy GitHub to make a lot of money. So lay out, if you
will, the strategic benefit of GitHub for Microsoft? How closely do you have to tie it in to things like Azure, and where do you keep it arm's length in order to try to maintain that sort of open source, neutral rapport with the developer community?
Yeah, the first thing, John, is when you think about what's happening in the broader world, every business is a software business, it's a digital business, whether it's precision medicine or precision agriculture, personalized education or personalized banking, is being built by developers. In fact, there's a piece of data from LinkedIn which says that non-tech hiring of software development is growing steadily at double digits, 25% greater than software engineer growth in tech. So that speaks to the world that's going to be there going forward. From a secular basis, developers are going to be required everywhere. It's kind of like what maybe in the early 90s was to equip knowledge workers with tools and services, or what it was even in the 2000s to build SaaS services for sales professionals. Developer SaaS is going to be at the center of the digital
cool
economy.
that,
That's
you
the
know,
real strategic rationale.
everybody knows about Microsoft purchasing GitHub, right? Anybody not know about it?
Microsoft has heritage.
Didn't know.
We were a developer company.
Yeah.
And now,
but when it tipped up to
all in on open
70% of everything on GitHub was
together with GitHub, and we're going to operate it as an open platform for any language, any framework, any platform.
I think it was one of the better
on the client.
I mean, but for me, it's also
the developers with a SaaS service that everyone requires, just like we
some
do
of the other
for knowledge
providers.
Office
And
365 or
as you go through this class, you'll see how well integrated it is.
Satya, how quickly are you guys, Microsoft and the leadership,
Yeah, but I'd like to show
to be able to make
another one that's different.
improvements that might bolster developers' confidence in what you're going to do with the platform? Because rivals, including
So, what I like about this one is that, you know, if anybody, you guys, somebody was a data person here, right? We have a data person here. Oh, Todd. Yeah, Todd. Is that, you know, I spent a lifetime supporting people to make ETL, you know, the pipeline, and that, you know, they always had to do it, but I've actually been creating in data lake and stuff. I've actually, with these tools in GitHub, I've been creating in these things and doing these advanced reports and stuff, so I kind of like this one.
Azure Data Factory, yes. So we have data integration for customers.
Sorry.
Typically, multiple data engineers collaborate to build these integration workflows. Gaurav Malhotra is here to show us how Git integration in Azure Data Factory simplifies this collaboration experience today on Azure Friday. Hey friends, it's Azure Friday. We're digging into the Azure Data Factory, and this one's exciting to me because you have Git integration into Azure Data Factory.
Yes. So we have Git integration for customers to do collaboration, source control, versioning, and we have made it even better with Data Factory, right? So today with Data Factory, you can essentially come and say that I want to back my entire experience with a code repo so that I can get all of these benefits. It's available for you to do that in few simple clicks. So you can come to the Data Factory visual tool and click Set up Code Repo, and now we have options for both DevOps Kit as well as GitHub. Right? And with GitHub, we...
So, if anybody's not worked with Data Factory or Azure Pipelines, it's not the portal. Okay? Microsoft's been pulling everything into the portal. And actually, it's like Microsoft Intune and stuff like that. But with the Data Factory, they've really gone just web-based, right? And it's really cool. I mean, it's really a well-done thing. And you'll see this a lot coming up. And you might be using this. It's not, we're not using it in this class, but you might be using it a lot on the outside.
Support both public GitHub as well as the enterprise GitHub, which is the on-prem version of GitHub, with that as well. So for this particular demo, I'm going to use Azure DevOps Kit. So if I select Azure DevOps Kit, we're again doing all the heavy lifting to make it super simple for customers to set up this. So we automatically pull up all the accounts that you have access to. So you can just select one of the accounts that you can do. We automatically pull the projects. And here you can create a new repo or use an existing repo. And you can select the collaboration branch. So generally this collaboration branch is master, but if you want to use any other branch as collaboration, you could do that as well by clicking create new over here. This checkbox says that I want to import all my current stuff, which is in the data factory, because I could have built pipelines without any Git integration into the Git repo as well. So if I go press save, at this point we are creating all the connections to make sure that your Git integration is enabled. And if I go to the Git repo now and refresh this, you'll be able to see that all the code representation of your data factory as you saw is here now. So
what is the format? Is it JSON or?
Yes. So if I were to click this, you can see that it's all JSON over here.
Look at that. You serialize effectively the entire data factory and all resources associated with it in a way that can be exported and imported. But I assume other people can merge these and collaborate on them in a true Git fashion.
Yes, so now if I go over here, right, your Git repo is enabled. If I go on my authoring canvas, you can see that the Git is there, and I'm working on the master branch. But you as a customer, right, like could be developing different features. Different developers in your organization could be developing different features. So they could be enabling new branches, which could be different feature branches and working off of it. And once you are done with building features, you are going to merge that back to the master. And from Data Factory, we only allow you to publish from the master branch. Now, one thing that I want to specify is that within Data Factory, we are not building Git inside Data Factory, right? So we are essentially for all the features, like for example, to do code reviews and merging it back to the master, we have links where we take you to the Git repo. So if you click, so what I did over here was
you jumped over into either GitHub or Azure DevOps. That way, you understand that Azure Data Factory is using Git, but you're not reproducing any. You use the same flow that you're used to using.
Exactly, right. So I just clicked create pull request over here, and it took you to DevOps Git. And if you had anything over here, you could merge it back to master, open code reviews, and all of that, and work with Data Factory like that.
This is yet another example where Azure Data Factory goes to where the users are. It works in the way that they want to use. You're being helpful, but you're not being overly prescriptive and saying you must do it like this.
Yes. And the other thing that this grants you is that now you could do partial saves, right? So in the we have two modes, right? The live mode, what we call as, if you look over here, that you would essentially go in the Data Factory mode or the live mode, or you could be in the Git mode. We generally don't recommend customers to keep switching between those two because pick one. It could create complications in terms of where your Data Factory assets are. So if you are in the Git mode over here, you can see that now there's a save button enabled. So if I have anything over here, I could essentially do partial save. Right? Now with the Data Factory mode, this is not there, right? Because there you need to have a valid pipeline for you to publish to the Data Factory. And generally in the data integration world, your pipelines are complex, you take multiple hours to build. So if you're...
So you guys get the idea. It's Data Factory is cool. If you're not using it, look into it. Okay, if you're going to be on Azure. It's amazing. And basically the end result is it's a data lake, right? People are like, oh, data lake, it's so complex. And stuff. It's basically just pull a whole bunch of stuff, right? Pull from this SQL database, pull from this CSV, pull from this text file, right? Dump it into maybe one repository in NoSQL or a single SQL database, and then point either Google Query Analyzer, right, or Microsoft Power BI at it, and then you got your reports, right? And then that's like the old days. We had to do Cognos, right? You had to spend a fortune. You had to hire Cognos programmers and all that. I've created a few of these for customers for security needs. Yeah, that I pull in a lot of the security logs, and I make a data lake, right? And I put them into one database, and then I use Power BI to like go in and sort and make reports for different security stuff. And it's like really, really cool. I'm so proud of myself. I mean, I spent like a day doing it, you know, on a Saturday or something. I'm like, oh, I'll never be able to do this, but I pulled it off. Right? Now people think I'm a data scientist. All right. I was going to look up Shonar, Audrey, because I don't know what that is.
And you weren't going to.
Yeah.
Activate, you don't.
You got a picture on your phone? Well, we can't see your phone unless you can cast it. Oh, no, I want everybody. So, from Zimbabwe? Yeah. Oh, that's beautiful. Can I become a collector, too?
Pretty heavy, but yeah.
But they are, they're stone. Yeah. Oh, my.
The biggest one I have is like 4 feet.
Oh, my. They're beautiful. What I never could understand, like when I studied art in the past in these headrests, I'm wondering, do people actually use this headrest? Doesn't look super comfortable to me. No. Yeah. This looks like soapstone. Okay, so. Yeah.
What application gateway do I enter here? Do I select load balancer? What do I do here?
You don't want to create a load balancer.
Okay, so but it's asking me for an application gateway. I'm trying to recreate a virtual machine because I couldn't find my.
Yeah, but don't select load balancer.
Okay, I didn't select load balancer, but it's asking me for application gateway and it's empty here. So what
No,
do I
just cancel out of that. See the X? Click the
I thought
X.
this was a necessary step because it was stopping me when I tried to create a virtual machine.
Sorry about that. No. See, okay.
But you just already need it before.
Right. Okay, but I put it right here.
Yeah, I can do it. I want to see
go
what
ahead.
the blocker was here. Resource group. I'm just going to do my
find
own.
your resource.
I don't think we have the abandon it.
Machine name. Say down top of Linux.
Okay, scroll down.
No, I just typed
US West, that's good. No necessary. Yep, password.
And
Type your name.
security for all or
No,
something.
yep. Go ahead and type Dan. I'll type the other one because I know it. That's by heart. Just put Dan.
No way. I never used it. Yeah, that's, I'm,
Okay, the next step. All right. Okay, so go ahead. Keep going. Okay, yeah, so.
Populated, that's populated.
No, wait, let's see what you got here. Yeah, that's right, your virtual network.
Right.
Okay, make sure we're good here. New IP, that's good.
Yeah, that's all.
Network security group. No, we don't want a new one. Okay, we want to find, oh no, that's okay. No, where's your existing one, yeah. Where's your network security group? Is it called Dan something?
Yeah, called security group.
There we go, cool. Now we got it. All right, and load balancing, no. Okay, and next, okay, this one is OS guest agnostic, you leave that, you can do that, create, you don't need that, you want that, right? We'll just say 7 p.m. Central, right, because we want them automatically turn off.
Automatically turn off, got it. I did that.
Oh, you know what, I can't find words. I pass it. Atlantic.
Oh, everything's UTC there.
There we go, Central Time, US and Canada. We don't need to enable backup. I'm going to go advanced. We don't need anything here. Tags is fine. You probably might have this already. Created by. Just say Dan.
Maybe that's what I missed.
Okay. Well, actually, you can go by that one. Review and create.
I didn't put a publicly accessible IP though, did I?
It defaults, right? And then you'll create. You're done?
Okay.
So sorry. when you're done, then you just look at the public IP. Okay. Hey, guys, I got to take a little time and add some more people from offshore. So you got another 5 minutes while I add we got 5 more people from offshore, okay? They want to get added. So you got 5 more minutes for break.
What will that mean? It means that won't be able to get updates, right? Oh. Yeah, sure. It's okay. It doesn't, breaking. Can you back it on your? Oh, you can have it on your own? But that's not the view, right? If you log in, domain as I did log in that day, but it didn't work. I tried. Anyway. Then yes, yeah, of course. Does that mean? We want our SLAs to look good. I know.
Almost done here, guys. Whoops.
You said questions are at the end?
What's that?
You said questions are at the end of the session?
No, you can ask questions now. Let's see if I can do 2 things at once.
Is there a way to open up, I think, with Azure support through the portal?
Yeah, and we actually talk about that in pretty in depth. So I want to I get preachy. Oh, did you tell that I get preachy about things? So I'll start preaching about support here in a little bit. That's a good question. 1 second here.
Q, I think. Q? Oh, he might be right about closing. Oh, no, you're happy. Q or colon, exclamation, Q or exclamation. Or just Google how to get out of the eye. What do you need?
All right, offshore. Those people who joined, those other 5, I didn't see 5. I saw like 3. And you should have a welcome email. All right, let's get started. All right, that wonderful lunch is delicious. Now we must continue the journey. So Demetrios made a good point, is that my English teacher mom would slap me if she was still alive because I have so many, typos, right? But the system changes so much that sometimes before I start a class, I have to go back in there and I'm doing cut and paste so fast that, in fact, you'll see one of them that doesn't say resource group, it says research group and stuff. So cut me a little slack. It's hard to keep up with a bunch of screen prints, but this is the only way we can really do these labs all together as a team. Okay, I've tried to do this other ways, it doesn't work. Okay, so this is great. We've come far. We've actually created the base for our Windows machines that we created, the resource groups and firewall and stuff, so we don't have to do that again, right? Okay. So I think most of you people, most of you got logged in. Did anybody not get logged in SSH or just sort of give up? You know? Okay, I think most of you did. That's kind of cool. All right. You guys do the website one, or you put it in the web browser? And came up. That's great. Okay. So now, now we're going to type Windows Server 2016 Data Center. Like I say, it's okay if you're still eating a little bit. You can. We go at a pace that you can still munch on your cookie or something. At the same time, you can do this lab, right? So it's interesting to type Windows Server. Just type Windows Server, and if you type Windows Server and you come up to the next screen, you'll see a pull down, and you'll see all different kinds of versions, right? Right? Or if you type just Windows Server 2016 Data Center, it'll only come up with one choice. But when you scroll down through here, right? I did a small disk one here. I mean, don't use that one. In fact, I'll do it myself here. There's one in there that just says Windows Server 2016 Data Center, okay? So I'll do it. So you go to the green cross, right? And if you type just Windows, Windows 2016. I got it wrong. I think it's just Windows. Windows Server. Yeah, if you type Windows Server, yeah. If you just type Windows Server, right, you'll see all these different versions. The one you want is this one here, Windows Server 2016 Data Center. It doesn't have anything else to it. Okay? Right? Okay.
On the model, what do you want, resource manager or platform?
Never.
Thank you, Audrey.
How dare you?
Okay, you must have taken a break. It was a pet peeve. Never classic, but it's not your fault, Jeremy. It's Microsoft's fault that they even have that. Okay? It was the classic model was the ASM model. It was all built on PowerShell. This one's all built on JSON. There's no classic. If you do classic, you won't see it. Okay? All right. So this is once again this is your research group, Demetrios. This is the one. Not your research group, right? It's your resource group, right? So basically, it's kind of like the Linux server, except for when we get down to availability set, we want to create an availability set. What are we missing here? Oren had a meeting, so I cut him some slack. All right, we'll catch him up when he gets back. Okay, so you want to do that, and really the virtual machine name. The only naming convention or governance that I need you guys to do is that make sure you call it Win1 or Windows 1 or something like that, because we're going to be pairing these servers together, right? So we need to know which one is Win1 and we need to know which one is Win2. The region is West US, and you want to click on Availability Set. Okay? Make Availability Set. And then you're going to, and then when you say that, another window will pop up, and that's this one on the right, right? And you want to create new, right? And we'll just, as it's up there, I'll talk about it a little bit. We go in depth about this, but I'll just say one thing about the availability set is that it is an Azure unique thing. It is not available in AWS or GCP. This is a way to make high availability for Windows IaaS servers in Azure, okay? No, right now, if you do the false domains more to the right, it becomes more reliable, your SLA goes up, but your cost goes up, okay? Right? And what are fault domains and update domains, we'll talk about that, right? But right now the defaults are okay, like 2 for fault domains and 5 for update domains. Say okay, right? And then and then name the available. It's hard to see. I'll scroll in on this one. This is another one that's hard. Okay, guys, sorry about that. You're probably dying here. Okay. Right. Okay. So your subscription, first initial last name or something of the sort. Make a new availability set. Name the availability set. You could keep. Now see this server here. Actually, we had a problem yesterday. It was booting really. Oh, my glasses just broke. Oh, that's okay. It was really taking a long time to boot with 3.5, and some people were running out of memory. This is, like I say, not a class on server sizing, but click on this and change it to maybe something that has a little bit more RAM, and kind of write down on a notepad, what it is. If it's like a DS2. Right, try something with like 7 gigabytes of memory. I don't really care what it is, but keep it D series. Don't make any A's or B's. A's or B's are really more for dev, right? We're working on production. In fact, I'd like everybody to choose the same thing. What comes up? What did you choose? A? No A's. No A's. No B's.
DS1, V2?
DS, no, something a little better. DS3, DS3, V2, what's that have?
I'm going 2 and 7. 2 and 7.
Yeah, okay. Whatever that. But just make sure you choose the same thing, right? Write it down. And it doesn't have to be the same thing on the same server, but if this is in production, that's probably what you would want to do. Okay? All right. Now, the username, once again, this is a Windows server, so it's not case sensitive for the username, right? But the password is, once again, you got to remember the password, and you've got to take something that's acceptable. Okay, so this one is right here is that no inbound ports. We already set this with the NSG. In other words, Microsoft's still trying to push those network security groups on us, right? Okay, so we don't want that. Right, now let's talk about this one at the bottom. Okay, so we're kind of we're Rotary here. We're a Windows shop, right? Pretty much a Windows shop. Okay, so we have an agreement with Microsoft to not pay them a fortune, and we have this thing called an EA agreement. It works here too. So there's nothing fancy about this. If you check this box here, already have a Windows license, there's only one difference. When you come up and log into your server, it'll ask you for a license. And then you can put in your license, and you can save money. Right? If you don't put that in, we're not doing it today. Right? Like I said, cool setting, but not for this lab. Right? We're not going to do it because we just don't, I don't want you guys all putting in license keys when you log in. That's going to be ridiculous. Okay, but just know you can do it. And then you click on Next, Disk. Everybody on the disk?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so disk is the same thing. Choose Premium SSD. Just so it boots really fast in our class and we don't wait. Okay. Now use Managed Disk. It probably is already defaults to Managed Disk, but make sure it says yes. Okay, so this is like the Linux server 2, is the networking, right? Is that, make sure it's your virtual. Now here it's really, really important that you find your virtual network and your subnet. Okay, what invariably happens in this is that you'll find it, and on your second machine you won't put this in. I guarantee you somebody in this room will not do it correctly, and it's okay. And what you end up with is we're going to put a load balancer in front of this. You'll end up with a one-legged load balancer. It can only go to one server. That's fine. It'll work, right? All right. So well, this is kind of like the Linux server. Once again, we have to have public IP. If we had our express route up there, if we had our VPN, we would not be selecting this. Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I'm getting it.
No, it's good. By the way, Audrey's right. If I'm harping on something too much, let me know.
No, I was just joking. It was a joke.
Yeah. No, but I tend to, believe me, I tend to do it. Yeah.
I promise you.
That's all right. It's actually not. I do harp on it too much. Okay, all right. So the NIC security, the network security group, definitely none. Cellular networking, don't need it. Load balancing, no. Load balancing is a different round. Everybody good with this? Good. Okay. Management again, same thing. Monitoring, turn on OS guest diagnostics for this one. It's really the only difference. If you could find your existing diagnostics account, go ahead and find it. That's really great. If not, create a new one. It's not critical. The identity we don't need on. The auto shutdown, please do this. This is the Burwood account, and I have to put this, I have to, talk to my bosses about how much this is going to be. I'll talk to Brad about it, Audrey. When he gets the bill, I'll give it to him. All right? Notification, actually it's on PO, so I don't have to talk to anybody. So notification before shutdown, don't need that. Enable backup, we don't do that because we do that in another lab.
Can you go back again to the new resource group? Or, what was that? You said new? On the previous slide? Yes, I don't know. We were before.
This is a top level.
No, the last one we were on, where I had that question before.
Management?
Right there, it says new there, what is that?
Oh, okay, which one?
Diagnostic storage account?
Yeah, you can either find one that you already made before, if you can remember, but probably just create new.
Okay, by default or the one regarding.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Cool. It's where your crash dump files go. Okay, thank you. All right, so this is the one, it's cool, don't use it much. Tag it, created by, and we will see this in a little bit in another lab.
Can you go back to that?
This one? Oh, by the way, yeah, you're right. Some of you guys might be seeing advanced instead of guest config. It says advanced. They changed that. Oh, why? I mean, they literally, it was guest config forever, and they changed it to advanced. I don't know why. All right. Except the default. Not doing anything there. You good with this one? Everybody should be on this. Everybody good to go? Yep. Okay if you're not.
It's a validation task. Oh.
Oh.
My God, okay, never mind.
Actually, that would be a great one. Really?
Okay, I like that.
Good to go. No, I want.
You have to start over again.
Yeah. Okay, so you're good to go. Chris, okay, your deployment is underway. Okay, so this one's going to take a little bit. Okay, while this one is taking a little bit, okay, let's talk about, all right, while your Windows system is being created, let's have a chat on availability sets. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to talk about doesn't really have to do with availability sets. It's kind of a cool question, and it's actually sort of the same SLA for all three clouds. If you make a single monolithic server, monolithic, in other words, it's just a single server sitting in cloud, what is its SLA? This is uptime that Microsoft will guarantee you per year. 99 point, you want to guess what? Is it 5.9? Wow. No, it's not nines at all.
Oh, okay. 5.
5. Mary, I'll give you a cookie, but it looks like you're already eating the cookie. Mary got it right. It's 99.5% uptime, meaning that Microsoft can have your machine down 2 weeks a year.
Oh my God, that's horrible.
It's not horrible. It's just the way it is.
2 weeks?
Hold on. All right, okay. the ones with load balance, what will be my uptime on-prem? I don't know.
100%.
95.
It'd be, hey, it's Patch Tuesday, we're gonna be down, put up the page that says we're gonna be down, okay, then we do it. It's a monolithic app, and nobody ever decided to horizontally scale.
AWS says it's 99.99.
What is it?
Oh, my
For
God.
1.5.
Cool. So that's still like a few days. Right, you know what I mean? That's still 3 or 4 days with 99.99. Right? So,
2 days.
2 days?
Just over 2 days.
Just over 2 days. Thanks, David. Still not acceptable, you know, and you don't know when it's going to happen, right? In fact, Microsoft might not even be 99.95. It might be higher than that now. All I remember is that when I first got started in this, it was 99.5. It might be higher. So, and it might be, oh yeah, you know what? I think that, you know why it says that? Because that's for Linux box. Okay?
Azure has 99.99.
They do now? 99.99? Okay, so, hey Matt, all three are 99.99. Okay, but that's still 3 days a year, man.
This is serving my case
And
with
then-
AWS.
Yeah, sorry. So it's 99.99, and that. So what we need to do is we need to get that better. Okay. So with anything, it doesn't have to do with cloud or on-prem or anything. We need to horizontally scale if we're putting stuff on servers. Okay. So right now, can you guys name anything on-prem that's horizontally scaled that you guys have? It's behind a load balancer. You've got front-end web servers and load balance SQL Server. You got an app here like that? What is it?
NetForm is
Pardon me? NetForm?
It's one of our CRM.
CRM.
Is it in CRM?
Yeah. It's like
CRM, okay. So this is like, if you're going to put this up, I mean, that's a good app. I mean, the app understands state, you know what I mean? And it keeps cookies, and so if the machine goes up or down or whatever, that, you know, the client's not going to notice, right? So that's what we're doing here, right? We're making 2 front-end load balanced web servers, right? And we're clustering them. And but when we put the availability set, and this is where it's in Azure, we tell Azure that, hey, we care about this system, okay? So when you do what they call the update one, right? There's a lot of wordy stuff. You don't have to figure about this too much, right? That when if they do a planned maintenance event, right? Like they do Patch Tuesday, they're going to go, oh, see, you got 2 servers. We're going to put this one down on Tuesday. We'll put the other one down on Wednesday. You know, and we'll reboot it and patch it. If you got 4 servers, then we'll put one down on Tuesday, one will be Wednesday, one will be Thursday or Friday or whatever, right? So they care about it. They know that you care about it. You put it in availability set. I don't want it, and you get a better uptime. You won't get. You got to move that slider bar pretty far to the right to get 5 nines. You know what I mean? Okay, and it's not that far, right? But you get 5 nines, right? But we have to get better than monolithic. Okay, understand, okay, that it's a data center, and there's a server, and your server, one of your servers is sitting in a rack, and it's the power supply, that rack goes bad, right? You want to be able to make sure that it's going to, in the background, fail over to another server, unplanned. The NIC card could go by or down or whatever. It happens. The virtual machine, right? So it shows it here. So, like, this is like, if you have the slider bar where it's at, right now it's kind of default, right? But if you slide it more to the right, you might get this one over here. And then it'll start putting it, like, it'll put one in a rack here, and it'll put one in a rack here, and then it'll move one over to the other side of the container, or whatever they're using these days for what generation of Azure, right? It'll move it over here. As you move it even farther, they'll move it out of that container, and it'll move it down the hallway, half a mile away, and it'll put one over there, right? But if the whole data center goes down, that doesn't do you much good. That's why they are a thing called Azure regions. And so even if you slide it even farther over, say if you have your central, right, it will fail over to like US East 2 or something. By the way, if you're interested, everything of the largest data centers for as far as I know right now, for AWS and Amazon, all in Virginia. And things don't go into US West first. That one's actually in Santa Clara, believe it or not. They're kind of full up on real estate. It's pretty expensive there. You'll notice new things in Azure happen to go to US West 2 first. It's a humongous place, right? You'll notice it'll be there, and then they'll slowly start putting it out to other places. So sometimes you will do the pull-down menu for a feature, and you'll go, wow, there's only 3 data centers. Right? It's because they're slowly rolling it out, all these data centers. All right, so what you've done is created this, guys on the phone, I'm pointing to your Linux virtual machine, you've done that, right? And now you've created Windows 1 and then Windows 2, and we're going to put an availability set, and we got to create our Windows. Well, first thing is if you want to try and click into your machine, you just go back out when you find your Windows machine in your resource group, and then up in the upper left-hand corner it will say connect, and you can try connecting to your machine. When it connects to it, right? Sorry. Okay, we can try. It's not super important right now. What's more important is that we start creating number 2, and we're going to do this from template. Okay, we're going to start slow with templates. And we're going to slowly get more into more code. Okay, all I got to tell you right now is that for those people who like to jump ahead really fast, and even maybe on the phone, do not get all the way to the end and click on create. You've got to hold there because we're going to do some stuff. Okay, so now I would like you to create a Windows 2 machine, do the exact same thing as you did before. The only difference is here is that you're going to call it Win2 or Windows 2, right? And you need to add it to the availability set. You need to marry these two together. Right?
Paul?
Yes.
Are you still sharing your screen?
Oh my gosh, you guys should have spoke up earlier. You're so polite. Okay. Sorry about that, guys.
It's okay.
Okay. Okay, for everybody, I'd like you guys who are creating Windows 2 machine, okay, to go ahead and create, just stay on this one for a second, okay, and then you're going to move a little farther ahead than offshore, and then I'm going to go back for offshore because they weren't even watching the screen. They were so polite, okay? We're going to move back to them, okay? Yeah. Hang on, guys. Okay. Okay, so for offshore team,
yes.
Offshore team, did you guys get a Windows? Well, you couldn't have. You weren't even watching. You need to go to the green cross, and you need to create. Okay. You need to type in Windows Server.
Okay.
Okay. By the way, this is the same for you guys too. Okay. You're creating your Windows 2 machine right now. There's no differences for you, except for you get to the end and you're not going to click create. Repeat after me. Everybody raise your hand. I will not click create. I will not, okay. Congratulations. Okay. All right. Windows Server 2016 Data Center. You okay with this offshore? Okay. Some of you guys have probably done that, right? And then you get this screen. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on it. Second. Anybody having problems with machine number 2?
Okay.
What's that? You have to be, yes, it has to be in the availability set that you created. Use that, use your existing. Click down. Okay, so what probably happened is that your machine didn't get. Oh, no. Okay, right, good, Mary. Okay, so guys, offshore, you need to create an availability set, make a new availability set, right? Okay, just take the default, right? Call the availability set something, right? I call this one IIS server, whatever, but you just call it your name, availability set, right? Go ahead and just keep the standard DS1 V12. I had some people change it because it's a little more powerful, but that's okay. Just keep it. Your username, your password, right? No inbound ports, right? Because we're using our own network security disk, right? You don't need to take your own license, and you click next on disk. So offshore, everybody should be on disk. If you're not, does anybody want me to slow down offshore?
No,
You okay?
you're fine. Yes, you're okay.
Okay. Okay. All right. So this don't need to do anything here. You can select premium. It boots faster, but if it says standard, some of this probably won't even work with standard. Okay. Right. And then you do networking. You make sure that you choose your virtual network, your subnet, and a new public IP. Right? And then accelerated networking is off, load balancing is off. Boot diagnostics is on, OS guide diagnostics is on. You could create a new storage account, just take the default of new. Identity off, auto shutdown is on. If you guys want to put in, by the way, we've been putting in Central Time, or you can put in Pune time, I don't know, that's up to you guys. Right? Backup
Okay.
is not on. Okay? You don't do anything with guest config, or actually now called advanced. You tag it, and you create it. Right? As soon as you're done, and while it's creating, you can go immediately, it's creating, you can immediately go and start to create your second server, right? You can go ahead and create your second server. The only difference here is that you must name it Windows Server 2 or Win2 or something, and you must go in the availability set that you created. And as you guys are doing that, there's no difference, right? This is the same, right? Right? This is the same. It's going to create a new public IP for the second server. We'll default to that. You want to have it in your network security group. By the way, did everybody do that? I mean, you might not have got it, but it's okay. We can fix that.
I don't think I created an availability set, actually. I just have steps.
Yeah, if you missed it, then just go create another one. Just create another one. Don't bother deleting the other one. Create another one, and just make sure you add availability set. Now, everybody, we're just going to hold here for a little bit. If I get all the way here, for the second machine, stop. Do not click Create. Click Download a Template for Automation. And you guys can look at that right now, right, and you'll see this. Okay? Now, I'm going to hold here for a while and let offshore catch up because they were so polite and didn't want to speak up. That's okay. Right? And we'll just sit here for a little bit and we'll talk about what this is. Okay? So everything behind the Azure Resource Model, okay, is a thing called the JSON script, and it's wonderful. People like me who work in infrastructure, I understand this. It's not like some complicated .NET code or anything. It's just a scripting language, essentially. It's a JavaScript language. And you can see if you click on, if you want to click on parameters, you'll see the things that you put in the GUI, right? Some of those things that you entered, right? And when you click on the top there, you click deploy. Who wants to? Anybody want to click deploy? Dan, you're probably still creating machines, so.
No, I've got everything. I just need to deal with the first Windows server I created. Make sure I assign that to the right availability set.
Lauren, you got a question?
You're behind.
Yeah, you're behind.
Security group.
So the one security group, is it like a mandate or is it
No, it's not. I'll answer. We'll stop and answer questions now. Mary, no, it's not required. In fact, like I say, an auditor doesn't want me to keep repeating that it's
No,
only
I'm
internal.
joking.
But it's true. If everything was internal, you might use still security groups because you might have some PII information on the SQL server and you would only want certain things going in. That would be where you would use it internally. But if you don't need to do it, and it's only an internal, it's not cloud. It's on your internal network. So don't use it. It's just overcomplicated things. Yeah, and then Oren, your meeting ran a little long, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think you got a little bit of catching up. So just hang on with Azure. Okay, so you guys are now a team. All right?
That's good.
But you know what? The availability is that one you don't have to do. But when we start doing some more of the deployment or scripting and stuff, then you can start doing that, and you'll be right back on board. Okay?
I won't have that second begin, so we don't need it.
No, you don't need a second.
But you're available to
It will be, that's true. Right. So, okay, who clicked on deploy, and then you have this screen now? Hey, offshore, you guys good with this screen? What? No,
Yeah.
you go, first of all, you go back here. So, did anybody click create? Because there's a big Rex here that says don't create.
Right.
Create.
You would create, right?
Don't click create.
Right.
Okay? Click on download a template for automation, and then it switches and it looks like this, right? And we get to look at the code behind the screen, right? And then we click on the top and we say deploy, and it turns to this. Right? This is nothing more than a GUI front end for the parameter section of your JSON file.
How do you get to that JSON screen before that you were in?
Okay, you go down here, so it says where you get, like where it says you get all the way to the end, and it says validation path, and down here at the bottom it will say download a template for automation.
After I click review and create?
Yes, after you click review, no, just next.
Well, it says next, and then it says review and create at the same time.
So it's okay to click review and create then?
Yeah.
All right.
And yes,
They'll bring you to this.
thanks guys.
Go create.
Right?
Now you want to say.
Thanks, Andrew.
And then they download the
Right. When I was talking about your people helping you next year, I was serious. Okay, I can't hard for me to squeeze in, and you guys are doing a great job, thank you. All right, so you see this now, Dan?
Yeah.
Okay, cool, now go to the top and say deploy. Right? Now, the only thing you're going to have to change here is that we're going to deploy this from the script, okay, is select your resource group. Make sure it's your resource group, and you got to enter your password, right? We can't cache passwords in code, right? There is a way to use a thing called Azure Key Vault, or any Key Vault for that matter, where you can put it in your code to go out to this Key Vault and then go grab it. There's ways to do it, but in general, you can't cache passwords. You do need to agree to the terms, and then you can click purchase. Yes?
When I'm putting the password there, the green check mark comes. Does it mean it's only validating the format, or is it actually validating my password?
It's your format.
Only just the format, right?
Yep.
Even here.
Yep.
It did that when I was creating it, but that does the same thing here also again.
Correct. Well, it does give you little green check boxes as you're going, but the whole thing at the end is a validation. Okay? And now, if you guys clicked on it, it should be creating your second machine now, right? And it's kind of cool to look in your resource group now, is that now your resource group's starting to fill up with things. But the stuff that it's not filling up with is multiple network security groups, which is really not great. We got one, it's assigned as a subnet, and just like Mary said, even if we didn't need it, we wouldn't use it. Okay? We don't see our disks. Okay, if you look in there, we don't see our disks because we choose manage disk, but if we did choose unmanaged, we would see the disk, and you would be able to click on it, and you could move it around and take it places, right? Move it on-prem or whatever. There's lots of different things you can do with that. Okay? So now we're on to load balancer, guys. We can, as your machine's being created, we can start on the load balancer. Who's not ready to start on the load balancer? Who's not ready to start on the load balancer? You need more time? Anybody offshore? I know you guys are probably want to kill me because I went 10 minutes without sharing. But are you okay offshore?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Some of them probably aren't. They're just being nice again, but that's okay. You can watch the video later. All right. So go to the green cross, type load balancer. All right. Like, you get tired of saying the same thing, but you guys know the routine by now. Subscription, your resource group. The load balancer, we don't have a naming convention for it right now, so call it something that makes sense, like your first name, your initial, -LB. It's got to be in West US. If it's not in West US, it won't work. And as you guys are typing this, we'll talk about a couple of things, right? We can have an internal load balancer. We can have a public load balancer. This is a public one that's exposed to the internet, right? But internal is, and you use them a lot, right? In fact, if we had a SQL database behind this, we would probably, in our labs, we would be going on and installing an internal, right? And it would load balance to the internal SQL servers, right, if we wanted to, right? But this is public. The basic SKU is if you want to, click, by the way, if you want to click on the little information symbol, it'll tell you more information. But essentially what it is basic says, okay, I'm going to look at one machine, I'm going to look at web traffic coming in on port 80, and if it goes down, I'm going to fail over to the other machine. That's all it is. The advanced one could do, the standard one, I don't know why they don't say standard and then advanced, but the standard one will say things like, okay, the CPU is too high on one, okay, and it's pegged, and the performance is going down, I will fail over to the other one. But you will do what when you do that? You will, what? Pay more money. Pay more money. Money. So if you don't need it, don't choose it. Okay? Public IP address, we definitely need to have that, and all load balancers have some common terms to that. I'll just tell you what it is. It's called the virtual IP, the VIP. If you're using a net scaler, they like to call it something else. I don't know what it is. But it's the virtual IP. Okay.
You filling in this? Sorry.
Yes.
Background, I can't read.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Okay.
Yeah, so basically you want a public IP address name. Okay, you want to create a new one and you name it something. Now here's the first time that we've ever seen this. Okay, is dynamic and static. And this is another super, but you've fallen asleep until after lunch, but this is number 3 on the list of super important things to know about cloud. And a question to you, is there such thing as a static IP in cloud? No. What? Now this isn't I'm not talking about AWS or GCP, but for Azure. Okay, Sasha, you said no? But also you said no? Stick with that. Yeah, I like it. No. There is no such thing as a static IP. It's a lease. Everything in Azure is Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol, DHCP. It's that Microsoft assigns an IP address, but if you don't want the machine, when you turn it off, to come up with a different IP address, you have to click that and it will reserve it for you. Okay? All right? And that same goes for things that use static IP. So we want to click static. We don't want it changing. We're going to put a DNS record to this thing on the outside. We're going to say www.rotary.org, cool website up 99.9999% of the time.com, right? And we want it to go to the same place every time. We don't want it to change and somebody get a bad gateway or whatever. So yeah, click static. You can do IP version 6, but that'd be pretty weird for external, right? And then you do tags. Oh, I think I missed a slide for that. They don't have tags, but that's okay. Put in a tag, and then so now this is why we all get on the same page with this one, because you might find is that when you all start working in Azure, that if I didn't lecture to you and I didn't preach, and I do get preachy like this right now, if some of you didn't know the difference between dynamic and static, this would drive you crazy for a week, right, before you figured it out. But now you won't have that problem, okay? Everybody's going to be doing the right thing. That we need to do the same thing to our network cards. And I'm going to get off this, and I'm going to show you how to do that, and everybody's going to follow along. We did it for the load balancer, but our load balancer, and I'll just draw on here.
Should we create now the load balancer, or
Can you missing two slides? Review and create and create.
Yeah, sorry about that. Yeah, go ahead and create. Yeah, so this one is next tags, and you're saying there's a couple more after that? Yeah, cool. Hit the create, and just go ahead and click create. And this one I don't have any slides for because we actually work it together. All right? All righty. So what we're going to do is that, I'll see if I can draw on here first. Okay, so you got to, whoa. Okay. If you have a load balancer, it comes in like this, right? And then it goes off to your machines. Here's your machine down here, right? Your Windows 1 and your Windows 2, right? And this is the load balancer, right? And this is your VIP, your public IP, okay? Right? And you're going to send it, this is called NAT, Network Address Translation, on both of these legs, right? And it goes from the public to the private IP of your machine, okay? But I ask you guys, did we ever set our machines to have a static on the network card? No, we did not, all right? Meaning that if we would make a really poor load balancer, if we did it in the IP changes on the machine, we're going to get a lot of errors, okay? So I'm going to show you guys how to change that, okay? Okay. So we're going to go over here. I'm just going to find anybody's machine here. Anybody want to volunteer? Well, okay. Does it start with B? I got a Bert. Bert good?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm doing Bert. Okay. So I see. All right. Bert. Oh my God, Bert! Bert, you got a win. You got a Bert win 2. Where's your win 1? Oh man, that's how I got it. You know what? That's okay. I'm just gonna do your win 2 here, okay? And that I'm gonna click on his machine, and then there's different ways to get there, but you could click on networking on the left-hand side, right? You click on networking, right, and then you can click on the network interface. Right? And then you can click on IP configurations, right? Then you click on IP. Don't worry about it, guys. I'll show you a couple different times. Click static, right? And then you say save, right? I'll do somebody else's. I'll do it a different way, right? I'll go over to, who else is here? Mary? Okay, let's do Mary's. Okay. Mary, did it start with M? Yep. I'm just going blind here.
There you go.
There we go. There's Mary. Okay, Mary, let's see if she's got a Windows 1 machine. There you go. Good. Mary's rocking. Okay, so this time, though, I'm just going to go, and here's a cool thing. I'm going to go, this time I'm going to go all types. I'm going to actually just sort by network card, virtual or network. Network interfaces, and here see how this says Linux 4 whatever. the third number there is a random number that Microsoft puts in. But you could see that it's Mary's machine number 1, Mary's machine number 2 with a third with a random. That's how Microsoft keeps it unique for you. Okay? But I know that so I sorted. Now I need to go to her network card. Then I click on IP configurations, right? And then I click on the IP address, and it's the internal. And I want the internal, not the external. And I say static, and I say save. Okay? So you don't have to, Mary, you're going to have to do the second one. All right? Everybody kind of get the picture on that? There's like anything in Microsoft, there's probably 6 different ways you can get to your network card and your IP address. Right? It doesn't matter which way, just as long as you get there. Demetrius, do you give up? Actually, this is funny because I love this part of the class. This is where people start to drop off a little bit. Some people just go, yeah, go ahead, Mary.
So I went into the setting machine and I clicked on the ID config. Which part is static?
Okay, let's do Mary's.
Network, right?
Actually, come up here and you do it. No, just kidding. No, we'll do it. I won't put you on the. Yes, go ahead.
Am I connected up?
I'll tape my glasses back together while you're doing it. So what are you doing? Yep, IP configuration. You click on that, right? Static, right? Boom. You click save. Mary's teaching the class now.
Done.
Good. Okay. So now, as we're doing that, I'll just talk to you a little bit about IP addresses. The first machine that you put into any subnet the last octet, the last number will be .3. Your first machine will be .4. Your second machine will be .5. Right? I guarantee you your Linux machine, if you haven't turned it off and on, it was .4. Your first Windows machine is .5, and your second Windows machine is .6. No, I think I started off.
Yeah, 5 and 6.
Yeah, but you get the point. Is that the first three are reserved for Azure routing, okay? And so all the machines will do that. Having bad luck with that. Pardon me? Good question. Everything that happens in this interface, and that doesn't matter what cloud you're in, is logged and it stays logged.
Where do you find it?
I'm not going to tell you where it's at. It's kind of like above this. I'll just tell you that it's all tracked. Big Brother is watching. Okay? There's nothing you can do in here that is not logged. Okay? So there's no more, and I'm not perfect. I mean, there's been some times where, my boss went, hey, did you reboot the machine? I don't know. Maybe look in the event logs. Oh, the Windows event logs rolled over. Oh well. But no, you can't get away with that here. And I'll show you a little bit towards the end. We do some more monitoring. Okay. Pardon me?
Network line.
Yeah, let's do that. Thank you for writing it. I think I lost my pen.
Did you want to leave the Linux machine?
Pardon me? No, the Linux machine's okay. We're not going to do anything with it. It's really important for this. I lost my pen. There it is. Thank you. It's right in front of my face. So what was the result of?
Network lagging.
Network lagging. Any other questions?
So the diff is where the public talks to us. And then the diff fills those requests to the load balancer, and then the load balancer is hitting the different servers.
Right, exactly.
Right. And where am I assigning I need a...
We're not done with the lab. You're gonna do it. Okay. Did you create your load balancer?
I've got the load balancer.
Okay, good. We're going into that right now. Okay.
Can't find the IP configuration.
What's that? Okay.
Here you go.
Ready? You got to do it in front of the class. No, I won't let you do that. Okay, so, no, it's okay. So go to your machine. Okay, go to your networking. Networking. Click on the network interface. Right there, the top, the top. Right there. Okay, click on IP configuration. That's just one way to get there. Click on this. Click on static. Save. Hey, guys, I don't want to go too fast. Is there Maria? If you didn't get this, it's not the end of the world, but just don't reboot your machine, okay? All right, so anyways, this is what you guys did, so that's great, you got it done, right? And repeat for server 2, and you did that. So now click on your load balancer, okay? Believe it or not, when we're done with this, then our labs get really, really easy and really, really fun. This is the hardest lab. Okay, I think that some people are still configuring static on their network cards. Right? I can still see people doing it. Do you want to do it one more time? If you don't get it, it's not the end of the world. The point being is that you should do this. You're working with servers in cloud. It'll still work if you don't do it.
What are we going to do with the new load balancer?
Now, okay, right now we're just holding here. Click on your load balancer, okay? Everybody ready to configure their load balancer?
Yeah.
All right. Yep. Some people, like I say, sometimes people start to drop off. Invariably, what happens is somebody didn't get their machine in the availability set. Some people just got one machine into the availability set, right? And that's, like you? Yeah, that's, it's okay. We're still going to make it work, okay? All right, so, but the first thing, all these load balancers, whether you're using F5 or Checkpoint or Big 5 IP or whatever, all have some things in common. They have a back-end tool, they have a health probe, and they have load balancing rules, okay? We need, a load balancer is an extremely stupid device. Okay, it's only going to do what you tell it to do. So the first thing we need to do is tell it where to go. Remember, Dan goes, well, it comes in from here, right? And then it goes to this machine or that machine, but we haven't told it to go to this machine or that machine. So we need to click on back-end pools. Everybody got back-end pools? Mm-hmm. Okay, and then you click add.
Where can we find the back?
How come you're not using your mouse?
Because I'm
My laptop.
Oh, you're on the laptop?
Yeah.
Okay, click on your load balancer.
Okay. I'm on that page.
Okay, cool. And click on back-end pools. Right? And click add. Everybody good? God, tell me that's good. Okay, good. All right. All right. Now this is I'll just say before you guys, you can put in a name for it, the rule, right? And it's associated to an availability set. Okay? And you choose your availability set. And as you guys are doing this, I'm going to tell you that this is, you could code this, and it would go just easy, like this. This is a funky, wonky little interface. I don't like it very much. Okay? That you'll click on one. The idea is to get your virtual machine number 1 and your virtual machine number 2 into here with little trash cans next to it. You kind of got to like click on one and then you go click on the other one.
Availability set is what we have created.
Right. Associated to availability set. But what's interesting on the pull-down menu is that you'll see that you could associate it to just a single machine. Yes, Dave?
So earlier,
Right.
What exactly the availability is? How we use that, what implementations are?
Sure. Hey guys, while you're creating this and everybody's getting this, I'm going to answer David's question. And I thought I answered it before, but I'm going to repeat it again. Okay, if you don't have a machine in the availability set, you get the 4.9, the 99.99% uptime, okay? You put it in the availability set, and the availability set only works for Windows machines, okay? You're going to get 99.999, or you're going to get 5 nines, you're going to get more SLA. So that's the advantage.
That doesn't actually answer my question.
Okay, what's the
My question is, we created an availability set. We added a machine to an availability set.
Right.
But what is an availability set?
An availability set is where you're telling Microsoft that these machines are a pair, and I don't want you putting both machines down at the same time. Okay? You're going to patch a machine, patch one on Tuesday, patch the other one on Wednesday. Right? If that's for the update domain. If it's a fault domain, it's going to say, okay, I'm going to put one in this rack, I'm going to go put another one in this rack. Right? Okay, so if this one fails, this one still works. I'm telling Microsoft that I care about these two systems. Does that make sense?
So on the top level, what an availability set is a flag or a description that several machines in a pool are related.
Yes, I think that's a good way to put it. Yeah, I like that.
These machines occupy the same role, and that role is all the time.
Yes.
So don't ever have none of them on.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I couldn't have said it better myself. All right. So you guys kind of got this. Is it ready for this? Okay, so click OK. Come on, did everybody find both their machines? Because that would be a world record.
Okay.
Who did? Oh, well, I know Bert. Bert's got one. Just one. I don't see other people raising their hands. You didn't? No, you couldn't see it? I couldn't see them. Deepak, how about you? I couldn't see them. Yeah, because it's okay, because something like when you first created your machine, you might not have done the availability set, you might have created it in a different zone or whatever. But, that's okay, because you know what? You just go back and do it again. If you want to try and go back and do it again, you can. Otherwise, just watch your neighbor. Okay? So the next thing you need to do, okay, is the health probe. Okay? And like I said, there's an attrition in this. We definitely lose, and that's real life. I must have tried to create this thing in real life when I did it like 16 times before I got it right.
So the actual machines.
Pardon me?
We have the availability set, so I'm going to maybe it's a newer interface that doesn't show those things in there.
I don't think so. I mean, some of these people got it working. Yeah.
It just shows the availability set. Availability set. It has two machines, so it that's it. You don't.
Yeah. And then you got to find the second machine, right? Or you already got them both in.
Yeah.
So yeah, so you guys, and then delete this one. See where it says that? Click the trash can. Now you're good. All right, hey guys, that's the wonky interface. If you got both machines in, it's trying to add more machines in. Because you could have 16 machines, right? And it's red. So if it's red and if you already got the other two in, just delete that last one, and then you can go. Okay. So now we're adding Health Probe. Okay. All right. So HTTP. How you guys doing offshore? Getting pretty late there. You only got about another hour and 45 minutes.
Right. Yeah, we're there.
Okay. Make some tea. Make some chai. All right.
Can you see this? Yeah. So this is how it comes. We start the availability.
Okay. Yeah.
It has two machines associated.
Right. Add the time. Okay. So you now, yeah, there you go. Right. I gotta tell you, when we get more into scripting coming up, it's gonna get a lot easier. It's the GUIs. GUIs are great, but
all the things we're doing in GUIs, we can do programmatically.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that.
So, I don't need code language. I'm a GUI.
Yeah, that's okay. I'm kind of a little of both. And okay, guys, we got to put in our health probe. We're almost done here. Okay, hang in there with me. All right, Craig, did you get it? Did you get it? Don't laugh at Craig. I'll send you the principal's office. Okay. So add, right?
Yep.
HTTP, TCP, port 80. Don't have to do anything with interval. They don't have to do with any unhealthy threshold. basically all this is saying is that I'm looking at port 80 coming in on my website, okay? And, right? And that if one machine is down, then it's going to go to the other one. That's the health. In other words, if it's unhealthy on one, it's going to go to the other. It's okay? Yeah, you okay, Steve?
Savings.
Savings. We can create the load balance.
Yeah, health probe. There you go. Yeah. No, you don't, if things are still updating, you can still move on. Oh, actually, that might not work because you do have to do these in sequence. Okay? If you try to do them out of sequence, it'll go, no, go back and do the health probe first, or go back and do, it'll tell you though, which is nice. And that's where GUIs are nice. Okay. All right? Moving on. We need a load balancing rule. Okay? So this is where it's cool that if we had a rule, we could have, if we had more than, we could have one virtual IP, but we could have different clusters or different servers on the back end, and we could send one to UAT, one to dev, one to prod. You know what I mean? And we could move around the rules. You know, hey, I'm gonna do some updates today, right? Could do it on prod and move it around. So as a systems engineer, you would move this around. So but we only have one rule, right? And this one rule is called a P. Hoffman, or whatever your name is, LB Rule 1. I'll zoom in a little more on this. Right? So, like I say, you could have one that said, it'd be like load balancing rule, dev, load balancing rule, UAT, load balancing rule, prod, right? But we're only making one right now, right? And so, and by the way, this is where you can do port address translation. That's another thing where it could come in an 80, and if your web server internally is looking at 8080, you could do that. You could say go to 80, and then you could translate it, right? But that all load balancers do that. By the way, as you guys are filling this in, just know that in the if you have like one load balancer right now, an F5, okay, and it's like your load balancer, and that's like the holy grail of all load balancers for Rotary, get ready to have a lot more load balancers in your life. Because it's pretty easy to create a load balancer, right? And you might have to have 50 of these. Or you might want to say, look, we're still going to just have one of those high-performance ones in here, and you got to go through this. And networking is going to say, hey, we're just going to go through this one, right? We can't tell you what's best for Rotary, okay? We can make suggestions, right? But I'm going to tell you you're probably going to have a lot more. Things get a lot more distributed, okay? So everybody good with this? Do I need to go back to Health Probe or something like that? In Health Probe, yes, it's TCP. Okay. You don't really need to know what the floating IP is. It's a little above this class right now in idle timeout. It's basically exception persistence and all that. It's about keeping the cookie, and it's just horizontally, scaled, putting the state, making sure that when somebody clicks on that server and the other server goes down, that the user experience is going to be good for the user. So it's just going to pass the cookie over, right? Session state, right? Okay, so if you get this, if you got both servers in, and by some miracle, you managed to get both servers in, you got your load balancer configured and everything. I shouldn't say miracle. I'd say 70% of you guys got it right. Some of you have a one-legged, that's okay, right? Now it's time to connect to the server, okay? And we want to have some fun with this. We'll take a break, by the way, at 2. Okay, we'll take a break at 2. So if you can just hang in there, we'll finish this up. Okay, is that we need to connect. Right now, this is a web server, right? But we don't have a web server installed on it, so it'd be very uninteresting if we hit the virtual IP right now. Nothing's going to come up, right? You can actually try to hit it, and it will just spin forever. Okay, we need to install Internet Information Server, right? So none of you guys have logged into your server yet. So go click on Windows, if somebody has, oh, that's cool. Okay, but go to your Windows Server 1, right? Click on Connect, right? Right? And then it's going to put like, as soon as you put Connect, it's going to throw down a little thing in the lower left-hand corner in your browser, and you need to connect to that. And I'm just using some strange login here, but basically it's what you put in for your machine. You want to log into your machine, right? And when you get in there, you need to add roles and features. Who's installed Internet Information Server on a web server, on a Microsoft server here? I know David and Gabe have, right? No, a long time ago? Who else? Okay, could you guys help other people if they haven't? Okay, you got to log? Okay, I'll log. Mary, come up here and log into your server. Okay, Mary's going to demonstrate. Okay. Okay. She's going to her resource group. And look at how she does that. She searches. I like that. Okay. She's going to her Windows Server 1. She's clicking on Connect. Right? Click it. Okay. Right? Download RDP file. Right? And sorry if the round is speeding. That's, you got it right, Mary. No, not. Yeah. Thanks for moving it. Click on that. Connect. Right? Do more choices. Where it says more choices. Do use a different account. Type Mary or whatever you use. Whatever you use for your name. Right? Mary? Okay? Right? Okay. Click OK. Say yes. Okay, now she's going to install Internet Information Server. Okay? Now, this is probably good. Did you select a bigger machine, Mary, when we did this?
I did.
Yeah, that's good, because it's moving pretty fast. I like that.
Yeah.
Yesterday, it was killing everybody because it was kind of an underpowered machine.
Yeah.
You guys can be doing this, too. Pretty soon it'll come up. There it goes. Now let it come up, and it's going to bring up the thing, this first screen that comes up. Oh, by the way, this is a good one. If you ever bring up server, this is perfect. I'm so glad we did this. See where it says yes? Always answer yes to that. Do never answer no to that in the Windows world, because it will block your firewall, and you will not be able to see your partners. Okay? All right? So now Mary is going to go up to Manage. Hey, guys, and please no, could we keep the conversations down? Okay, sorry, Stephen. Thank you. I love my back row, but you guys are a little noisy. All right. So, okay, add roles and features. Right? Next. Next. It's going to be next. Okay, but this one, you got to select web server. Sorry, I got you a little too many next. Yeah, web server. You got to select web server, and then just say add features. Right, and now it's next. Install. Okay. Now, while that one, minimize this screen, Mary. You're doing really good. Yeah, go up there where it's minimize. Not that one. Like the whole RDP session. Yeah, that bar, that one. That. Go to your second server so everybody can see it again. Okay? Now she's going to go to her second server. Right? Click connect. Download RDP. Open it up. Why can we get in? Because we opened our firewall across the internet to port 3389. Okay? More choices. Use a different account. I see some people following along. I see of people dropping out. That's okay. It's not necessary, really. Just say yes. If you want to do this later, it's okay. Right now, Mary's on the hook.
I hope I remember all my
No, you're doing good. You're doing good. I should be paying you. All right. So same thing with this, Mary. As soon as it comes up. And then I'm going to show you guys another little trick here, right? So we can tell. When Mary gets this installed, it's going to show up a standard web page, but we're not going to know if we're on server 1 or server 2, so there's a little trick we're going to do to see server 1 and server 2. And it's when we're going to do the look and feel of our website. Right? Okay. So go ahead, and as soon as Server Manager comes up, who's following? Say yes to that. Who's following along?
I want.
She's moving. Is Mary moving too fast?
Yeah.
Yeah,
this is
a
a second.
Yeah, keep up, guys. Okay, manage.
I'm machinery.
Oh, yeah, it's okay. Still coming up.
Yeah.
Mine's done.
If she's clicking on it and doesn't want to respond, it's thinking. There it goes. Add roles and features. Not next. Yeah, next. Now add IIS.
But server.
I think it was on the previous screen. No, that you got it right. You got it. Add features. Next. Stall. Both of them. Now, Mary, do me a favor. Go back to your. I think you're doing really good. Go back to the first server. You can minimize this one. There you go. See if you can find the other server. It's down here. You click on that. Not that one. You click on. Keep going. One more over. Right. See how you have. Try it out. Yeah. Win one. That's it. Now I want you to click on the little folder down here. Right here. Click on that. Double click. Okay. Click on this PC. Right. Click on Windows. Go to the C drive. Double click. Right. Go to iNet Hub. www. Right click on the IIS start, the PNG file, the one below it. Right click on it. Say edit. Okay, so Mary is my web developer. She knows how to do websites that look really cool. Okay, so she's going to go click on the little A symbol there, right? And she's going to drag that down there, and you're going to put in server 1. Just drag it down there. Use Paint. Open it. Yeah, you got to kind of drag it. You got to put it down there now. Drag it down. Yeah, like that. Right. Put server 1.
Okay.
Now make the font a little bigger. You know, you just highlight it and then make it bigger. I'm not so sure if you're as good at look and feel as you are at Mary.
No.
I'm not so sure. We should maybe hand this off to another. Okay, so make it real big and then make it red.
All right.
Right, make it red. Now we won't do this to server 2. Okay, and then you just save this. File, save. Okay. Now go ahead and minimize this. Right? Now go back to your Azure portal. Okay? Go back to your resource group. Right? Click on your load balancer. Mary B. load balancer. Right? See there's a public IP address right here on the right-hand side. Just click on the little thing and you can copy. If you move over a little more, it's copy. Now open up a new tab in the browser and just paste it in. Paste that. Go backspace across Mary B. There you go. You knew that. Press enter. Okay, we're on server 2, right?
Yeah.
Now, you're going, if you wanted to go shut your server 2 down, you get the picture.
Oh, so the load balance
Yeah,
will go to server 1.
right, where we'll go to server 1.
So if I shut down
Pretty easy,
server
right?
2,
What?
if I shut down server 2.
Can I do it from here, or can I do it from my Azure
No,
resource?
use it from your Azure, and we're going to actually talk about that.
Okay.
Okay, this is super important thing number 4. Okay, go back, well, Mary's going to go back to the Azure portal as soon as she finds it, right? Just go back to your resource group. Go ahead and shut down server 2.
Shut down or stop?
Go stop. Stop. We're going to talk about this. This is as important as the static IP thing. Okay, ready? Questions for my cloud experts. Okay, if I turn off a machine inside the OS, right, am I incurring charges or am I not incurring charges?
You are.
I am. Correct, Rodolfo. I am. That goes for anything, Linux or Windows. Okay? If I click stop here, go ahead and do it. Go ahead and do it. Am I incurring charges or am I not incurring charges? I am not. It's called allocated or deallocated, and that is the same for all clouds. Okay? If you stop it in the GUI, right, and there's other ways to do it programmatically too, okay, that you will not be paying it. You're telling the cloud provider that we're putting it down. I don't want to pay compute charges. Compute. I will still pay for things like the public IP. You're going to pay for that, right? And that's not going to go away. Right? So that's important, right? When you did your little thing, you're done, Mary. Thank you. So, I don't know. You want to do a refresh?
I want
do
to
a refresh.
So server 1 shows up.
There you go. Server 1. Very good. Thank you. Darn student.
So with this practice, so once a year you have an event, like a big event, where at one point in 1 week we do have like thousands of people accessing our website. Can we create servers and assign it to different locations and basically if they're in China, they access it, the one regularly in China.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that. Okay, and that's a good question, and we're gonna show you how that works. There's some things called global load balancing, and by the way, Rodolfo, did you guys notice the one thing that we didn't put in front of this was a stateful firewall? Okay, we could have put an advanced firewall in front of this, right? But we didn't do that. There's ones that come from. I'll answer your question, Rodolfo. Is that what you're asking is called global load balancing, okay? And we have a lab for that. So when we do that, then come back and ask me that same question, okay? And see if it explains what you're talking about. Okay, but what was I talking about? What was super important about this? Oh yeah, we talked about on and off. That's good. That's really what you want to get out of this. And what the next lab is going to explain this a little bit more for you, Rodolfo. As you know, like if you have people, ask it to me again. I didn't answer it. Go ahead. So if you have, what's the theory? You have.
So, we have like international conventions.
Right.
During this international convention, we go live for the next convention.
Right.
So it's being accessed all over the place. Sometimes we get complaints that the servers are
too far away.
Slowing down, taking some time to load, those kind of things, because it's being sent like a couple of times. So
right.
When we do have big events like this, can we create or duplicate the server and basically like assign it to the west side, east side?
Right. That's global load balancing, and we're going to talk about that.
Okay.
There's some things. Remember, guys, that and we're going to do this in the lab. Okay. So hang in there. All right. So now we're going to do some fun labs. If you didn't want, if you decided to just kind of give up and watch Mary do it, that's okay. You guys get the point. Now, but I'm not going to let you off the hook for these labs because these ones are really going to be really, really easy. Okay?
I guess some question about that.
Yeah, you could write it on the, yes, go ahead, Dan.
As far as what we've done up to this point, do we have the ability to get like a sandbox account in Azure and do all these things on our own without paying for that?
Yeah, sure. If you want to do, touch it to your own credit card, or you get like a month free. You know what I mean?
And then what is like a, and then after that, what's a regular charge, which is like minimally used?
Man, I don't know. I have an MSDN. Who has an MSDN account? Okay, you get $150 free in MSDN. I keep a heck of a lot running in that MSDN. I just am really good, and it's actually good practice because they get really good at keeping things off, things low, creating things and then deleting them. You know, staying underneath your $150 limit. Yeah, and definitely your company should have a sandbox too. Remember, we create a sandbox, and every week we just run a script and delete it. Okay. So we did all this, or Mary did this for all of us. Thank you, Mary. All right. It's all in the slides when we hand it out. Okay, so guys, ready? You know what? I think we need a break. I'm losing some of you. So let's just take, let's come back at 5 after 2. Right? But that's correct, 5 after. Okay, thank you. Taking a break offshore. And if you guys have any questions, please speak up. It's okay.
I will have.
Sure. Sure. Pardon me?
We do express route.
Right.
Now you VNet here.
Right, we're going to do VNet pairing.
Aren't you basically saying if you're in India, you're still going to come to the U.S. to go to the Azure resource?
Yeah, there's a cheater WAN. That's the best thing since sliced bread, and I'll show you how that works. And you guys are going to be going. You're going to be disconnecting those connections, those expensive connections. Super fast. Come back out of the backbone here. I'll show you how to do it. Yeah. That was one of the things we have to do. Yeah. We're going to do that. How's it going, Craig? Well, let's work out. That's my walking order. Hey, look, you got it. You got some work. Yeah, look at that. That's it. Have you ever done that before? Before this class? No, the RGB machine. No. No, I you know what? That way around, everybody else have a association with anything. Yeah. Like you have an alumni or something. You usually get like a school account. Calls here with alumni. Hey, and you might be the first one. You know, if you went like any, and if you, even of that, there's like, if you Google it, there's places where you can like, other people, there's so many of them, you can get like a free education. Yeah. Well, you know, credit card numbers. Oh, yeah, you can.
I don't want to know about that. But you know, what's funny about this is that it's really, it's like you are a renter. So any of these public cloud providers, so if you go, it's literally like if you go in without paying, it's like moving into their apartment, but you're not giving the landlord any rent. That's the way they feel about it. As soon as they give you the keys, right, they're like, you gotta start laying up the money.
Right. Well, yeah, that's everything. Oh, wait,
Everybody does that. I hate that too. This is my business community. That's right. I think it's that's true. Right. You guys are there. We're in Saturday. No. We're set up Monday. We start. Boom. 12-hour days. Registration, all booths, all the offices. So that's by Thursday. Yeah. I mean, they give us a drop, and then we connect using our wiring from the drop to the computer, the drop to the printer. We put switches in, and I'll share the drop. Yeah, they were all scheduled as cards. So, yeah, whatever. Yeah, we had 3 trucks. One truck is all endpoint and infrastructure network. Switches, cables. Yeah, first cable. Yes. A lot more fun. Okay. Yeah, that's who wants to do infrastructure? Nobody wants to build servers and cloud. And what always happens is the last people that use it, you know, again, you only have like a day or 2 hours to take it apart. So they're lazy and they don't take the tape off. They just put it in the trunk and it's like, what the hell, you know? It goes all the way. Yeah. You take that and put it in the closet, you should be able to. Well, then you pick up the eye. Let's see, works, I won't be. The 12 hours, the 10 to 12 hours will be the first week, and then it should be fine. Yes, but the convention ends at 6, 7 at night. 8. 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I know. Whatever happens, happens. Yeah, I guess go to Germany. Hopefully we finish on Wednesday, Thursday we look for Western. I have a good time. Yeah, you have a good time. I think he's taking some days. Plus Craig is being city secretary.
Is he? Craig, but not Dimitrios. He's a little bit more sullen.
Yeah, we were up Sunday morning, and Carlos was ready in black clothes.
Right. The man in black.
You got it? Whatever you got.
Hey guys, if you want, well, before everybody else comes in, you might want to start just typing this into your browser, because you can get it to come up. Don't do anything. Guys, before the other class students come in, go ahead and type this in. Just let it stay there when you get it up there.
You can always see that. You probably like eating chips fries and then you're making your finger and you can see the grease. Right.
You should tell him.
Insect and bugs probably and
he's cooting away as he's saying it. Anton, have you looked at that keyboard?
oh my God,
the keyboard.
Like,
Anton, look at the keyboard.
how can they do that?
How can you live with that?
I have my laptop for like almost a year, and it's like
Because you don't use it.
Thank you, sir.
It's the same episode, so yeah, got it. You guys need to post pictures. I want to be property.
Hey guys, if you just came in, make sure you type in this URL and get the website to come up.
I don't know if my is valid.
Yeah, well, we're not going to start until everybody's paying attention.
What is it?
This URL that's up here, type in this URL. All right, guys, it's 5 after. Let's get started. If you want, that's fine. But whatever you do,
Back to work here.
yeah, guys, it's enough. Okay, so when you click on that, if you type that link, okay, it'll take you right to Azure, and this is what it should look like. Okay, so some of you have got this up. Raise your hand if you've got this up. Okay, there's a few people. Okay, so I'll go back to the URL. That's the URL. And for some of you people who are talking about why can't we just search or whatever, I'm going to answer that question in just a few minutes in detail. Most not in this lab, but pretty much more in the second lab. We're not into the whole GitHub integration thing yet. We're actually, what we're going to do, and as you get up here, okay, so we just did this whole routine. We spent an hour and a half creating these 2 servers with just a front end, okay? Load balance, everything on stuff. It took us an hour and a half, okay? Now we're going to create the exact same thing, right? A front-end IIS servers, and we're going to create a back-end SQL database, and we're going to do it in, I don't know, it's probably going to take about 5 minutes. Okay, so this platform is a service, okay? And I'm going to, has everybody got the screen up? Raise your hand. Dan, do you have it?
No, I'm trying to find the screen right now.
Okay, hang on. We got a couple of people that still need to do this. How are you guys doing offshore? I think our attrition offshore is, yeah. Anybody still need me to have this up there? Or have you got it typed? Inder, you okay? Okay.
I still need it.
A little more time? Okay.
I'll message you and what? I'll message you if you're online.
Where do you go?
Building cloud as a team.
Yep.
Good, Inder?
Yep.
Okay. All right. All right. So it'll take you right in if you're signed into your tenant. It'll immediately take you into Azure. Okay. And so we want to just follow along. I'm going to call this. I've already. See how it says PH Lab? I've already created this once before. See how it says AzureWebsites.net? I don't get to choose an IP address for this, and I'll come back to that and tell you why. I'm going to call it 2, right? And it says, all right, you're good to go on that. My subscription. Okay, you can do a new one now. Okay, go ahead and create a new one, right? Because we don't want to dump this. I don't want to see this. This is a new project for me, and I don't want to see it all messed up with that other project I was doing. I need a new resource group. And it's okay. And you can create it in Central if you want, whenever that comes up. Okay. Then you have to create your front-end app service plan. So you got to click on that, right? And you're going to click on Create New. right? Now that app service plan, you got to name it something else. What I usually do is I just take this over here and I kind of just cut and paste it. I'll copy that, and I'll just put it here, and then I'll just put like app right after it, and it's got a green checkbox. Finally, Central U.S. I'm back in the Midwest again. Yay. Okay, not those crazy Californians. All right. Pricing tier. Okay, I'm going to click on it, and this gets kind of interesting, right? So I don't get to choose a service now, a server now, right? Hold on, as soon as it comes up here. Okay, is that I get these choices for like different plans, right? It did default to this S1, which is a production version, right? Or I can click on Dev Test, right? And I get this super low cost. And if you want to find the low cost of this or something, let me know when you are done for the day. Okay, sorry, John was texting me. Okay, so now what's interesting about this, and we need to talk about this, this is something that's different from AWS and Google, okay, as far as I know so far, is that this dev test in this production, okay, guess what, world? No virtual networks, no VNet. That's not here, right? But that's why I think it's that crazy. You can do it, okay? You won't do anything with a virtual network. There's no network involved. That's why it also gave you just your name, Azure website. It didn't give an IP address. So if you do make this public, you have to use a DNS. They call a thing called a CNAME or a canonical name. You have to associate a name. Like if you wanted to call it very cool rotarywebsites.com, it would have to go to Mary.Azure website, whatever, right? That's what happens. You do it. There's no IP address to go to, okay? If you can get by with this and you like this and it's inexpensive, then you can do it. But if you want to have and I'm pointing offshore to isolated, if you want to have an IP address and a virtual network associated with it, you have to choose isolated, okay? This is almost like, this has caused so much craziness in the web world, right? Where you start creating things without coming through firewalls and all that. How do you do that? How do you monitor it? What's the security of it, right? I'm not going to answer that question for you. Only know that you can do it, okay? So for this one, I'm just going to choose this S1, which it kind of defaulted to, and I'm going to say apply, right? And then I'm going to say okay. And by the way, I can change that later, okay? I can change it. I can up it. It's if I want to do this as a dev site and I want to just do a very inexpensive one, and I go, that's great, then I can bump it up, and then I can start doing deployment slots, red, blue, green, CIDC, put it to DevOps. I can do all kinds of things. I can do as much as I want with that. Okay, attach other things to it, server functions or whatever, but right now I'm just starting with this. But I don't have a database yet, right? So now I need to click on SQL database, right? And you can see that we've already got all these databases here. And by the way, these are all the other classes. But your future might look like this in 5 years, where you come in here, and it's no longer all these SQL databases living on one machine, and you got to put all the different instances on one machine. Your future may look like this. This is SQL PaaS, SQL Platform as a Service. I guarantee you there's a SQL server running in the background that Microsoft maintains, right? You can attach this in SQL Manager. It will look just like any other SQL, right? Okay? But you want to create another one, create a new database, right? Once again, I still have this cache, so I'm just going to I'm going to put that in there, and I'm going to say SQL, or I'm going to say PHLab SQL2, right? And then I got to create the server, right? Okay, and then I'm going to, once again, right, put in PHLab2, right, and yours, but I'm getting a green checkbox. Once again, I'm not getting any IP addresses, phlab2.database.windows.net. Okay, that's my database. Server admin login. I'm going to put in Paul, and I'm going to remember that it's lowercase. Okay, and I'm going to put in my password. And then I just say select.
Central US?
Yeah. You could put in central, you could put it in, which is interesting. You could have a front end in central, you could have a back end database somewhere else. There's reasons for doing that. I won't really go into it, but you can do it. So you have that flexibility. And then you say select one more time. Now I'm ready to create. So I've got my web app, right, which is actually IIS server, right? I just don't get to see the operating system. And I have a SQL database. Behind the scenes, it's probably SQL 2016. I don't think they've gone to anything higher than 2016 yet. By the way, it's interesting is that when they do upgrade it to 2019 or something like that, they'll probably send you an email saying we're upgrading it, right? You're probably not going to see any issues, but they will notify you, okay? And then you click create. Okay, now I'm going to go up to my bill. I'm going to watch the progress. Right, my deployment is in progress. So that's that for that. And so essentially, has anybody ever created any platform as a service on AWS or Google or anybody? Yes, Paul has. Yeah. So it's work-life balance. Okay, not having to maintain hardware. Okay, high availability, not having to worry about it. I don't like all that stuff we were talking about with servers, 99.91. Yeah, you're getting your 5 nines with this, especially if you choose those production ones. Okay, I'm not sure about the dev ones; they might be a little lower, but those production ones, they're very high availability. The SLA on those is very high. I didn't have to go into VMware. I didn't have to do a SQL cluster. I'm just going to say it right now because what about money, Paul? What about it?
It can be expensive.
PaaS? It can be cheap, too. Yeah, it can be super cheap. Pardon me? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you could have a pretty low-powered one, and it could be pretty inexpensive. How did it go, Audrey? Did it work?
No.
Now, look at the bell. Like, on the bell right there.
Okay.
Click on the bell. Click on it one more time. There you go. Click on deployment in progress. Click on that. Run it. Okay. So when it's done, you can go to that resource group, and it's going to be a new resource group. And then once again, it's going to have that public URL. You click on that and see if mine's done. No, mine's not done. Let's wait till, okay, mine just finished. Okay, so I'm going to go to okay, so here it is, guys. I click on this, and there's my website. Okay, so I can connect my Visual Studio to this, right? The only way I'm going to connect internally, if I have the express route, is if I use the isolated SKU. Otherwise, I need my Visual Studio to attach to the front end, right? And my SQL Management Studio or Visual Studio to attach to the back end. If I go to, interesting enough, that I'll just go to, see if I can get this. Okay, so this is my resource group with all that stuff in here. Okay, I'm going to click on the SQL server, right? And I'm going to go query editor, and there's a real rudimentary little query editor in here. And I'll just log in. And you can see that there are my tables, my views. So if I wanted to in the query right now, I could do a select. I won't do it right now, but I could do a select from, or I can make a new table, or I can do make a new database, whatever from here. Which Pretty cool.
How did you get the last page, the URL?
Pardon me?
How did you get the last?
Oh, okay. So yeah, if you look in your resource group, that the new one you created for this, right? See, this is the web, this is the app service. This is the IIS server running where you can't see the operating system. Right here, that HTTPS, that is the URL. I click on that, and I'm in. Okay? All right, moving right along. Now we're going to get even cooler. So we didn't do the slides on this one, but this is what you guys did. So anybody offshore, if you want to do this yourself, you can follow the directions, and you'll get this done. I used to like the old screen a little bit better than the new one.
So the result of what we just did, we should be able to hit an IP and see a website.
Mm-hmm. Could you do it? Okay, Anton, did you guys do it?
I created an application.
Click on the application. Click on the application, Dan, and then it should have a URL there.
So that's actually Azure's software application service. We're doing it all right there through Azure GUI, not going into the Windows server, going to SQL, and through there.
You can do it there too, and we're going to do that now. We're going to do template deployment now. Now we're going to deploy with code. Okay? So that's a good question. Yes, we did it in the GUI, but once again in the background it's just JSON. So now we're going to get more JSON. Okay? Okay? Okay, so template deployment. Click create resource. Right, type template deployment. And you should get something like this. Okay, now I'm going to pre-warn you guys, some of these slides coming up are different what you're going to see, but not a problem. I'll explain to you how to make it work. Okay? All right. Then you go, I don't think it's this one. When you click on template deployment, okay, I got to come behind you and see what you're looking at. Oh, you're not even there. No, so a second. There you go. There you go. Create resource, template deployment. Okay, I like what you got, Audrey. Okay, so where it says load a GitHub quick start template, I want you guys to type in 201. See if I have it here. 201. 201. Actually, okay. See if I have it up here. I'll do it for you. I'll do it along with you guys. No, not yet. I'm not positive yet. I'll show you what it is. Yeah, hang on. All right. Okay. Hold your horses. All right, so create a resource. Right, template deploy. Okay, create. Okay, so this one I'm going to do 201. Okay, hang on. It's called 201 Traffic Manager. Traffic. Right. Is it 201 dash? 201 dash traffic. There we go. See that, guys? 201 Traffic Manager, no, VM. That one. Okay? Now, that's okay, just hold there for a second. Now I want you to go over to Google, open up a new tab. Or actually, you know what you can do? Before you do that, go ahead and just say select template. Right? And you'll see that it's got a GUI thing here right? And what this is going to do, and by the way, this answers, Rodolfo, your little thing. This is going to create a global load balancer, right, with an Ubuntu server in one region and an Ubuntu server in another region. And depending on your local IP address, it'll either send you to US Azure East or US Azure West, okay? You guys don't use global load balancers right now. That's why I wanted you to hold off. This little one, you don't really want to understand what's going on, and it'll throw up a website, but it's a different type of load balancer, okay? It's where, and this one in Amazon is called Route 53, right? It's one of the few things, right, that where it says traffic manager, it doesn't have a region to it. It's regionless, okay? All right, and it's one thing where it'll look at your IP and it'll send you to one region or another, okay? So I know that doesn't make a lot of sense right now, but hopefully it will make more sense as we move along. Okay, so but what you want to do here, watch this, is just in your tab over here, type, just in Google, type 201-traffic manager. Okay? And the first thing you see come up there, right? What do you see? Azure Quick Start Templates, GitHub, right? Just click on it, right? And it goes to GitHub. Everybody see this? Yep. Mm-hmm. Pretty cool. Okay. Click on Deploy to Azure. Okay. Same thing. I'm going to show you another way to do this. Okay? Go back to you can go to GitHub again, or you can click on Edit Template, right? You can go here, Control-A, Control-C, and I'm going to close this all down, right? I'm closing everything down. I'm going to go create a new resource. I'm going to say Template, Deployment. I'm going to say Create, right? I'm going to say Build your own template in the editor. I'm going to delete all this, right? And I'm going to do a Control-V, right? And I'm going to save this. Look, it's the same. Now, I asked you, could I have just taken that Control-A and put it into Visual Studio? And yes, just make the connect, put it in the Visual Studio, tell Visual Studio where the subscription is and what the resources group is, and it will do the same deployment. Now, you guys can use any deployment method you want of all of this stuff, all right? And but just go ahead and fill it in, right? So you do need a unique DNS name. So just do something that gives you a green checkbox. Okay, for some reason I like Paul-H, okay? And then your admin username. Okay, make a new resource group, by the way. I'm going to call it PH-Lab-GLB-Ubuntu. But you guys can call it whatever you want. Whoops. Create new. Sorry. I'm going to go Paul H. Paul.
Why can't we use the old resource?
Well, because it's kind of cool to see what it creates without it getting jumbled up with everything else. You know what I mean? It's like it's going to make some stuff, but you're not going to know what it's going to create because it's like you're going to put it in with all the other stuff, and you're not going to know what this created. And by the way, if you just wanted to delete this one resource, it would be really hard to do, right? So that's why now you guys are learning, that's why we like to use resource groups logically, in a manner that makes sense. Okay?
Naming conventions that Microsoft wants to follow.
Naming conventions that Rotary wants to follow. Microsoft doesn't care what it is. Unless it's just, Okay, so I call mine Paul GLB2, US Central, admin password, security for all. I don't know, something that works, and you get a green checkbox, right? And then down here, you have to agree to the terms and conditions, and you get a couple of choices. And by the way, whatever you create, if you create something in JSON and you do something really cool and you want to share, put it on GitHub. Share it. If you spend a day and a half or 2 days doing this, this is the new norm. Okay? This is the $6.8 billion purchase, but you don't have to. You guys use Bitbucket, right? You know, put it in Bitbucket.
What actually comprises custom deployment? Like, what is it?
That JSON file.
The JSON. And it's basically just that JSON is doing all the work that we did in the previous lab.
Actually, everything you were doing in the previous lab, the JSON was working in the back.
I think you retyped your password in the public DNS link.
It's like my unique DNS.
No, the unique,
below admin
the unique DNS was public.
Oh, I did. Huh? Hang on. Oh.
Yeah, it wasn't.
Hey, now you know my super secret password. Okay, so Paul -H-GLB. Okay, so it likes it. I'm going to click purchase. See if it goes. Okay, it's going. Okay. So there it goes, guys. See what it's spinning up? It's got all the network cards, Ubuntu, VM0. Oh, there's 3. There's 3 servers. Okay. It's probably putting them in regions, different regions. Okay. Which is cool because when we get in there, we click on the global load balancer, and we'll talk about global load. Yeah, go ahead, David.
No, go ahead. So once we have global load balancers set up, and we have VMs in, say, 6 regions around the world, right? Let's say one of our VM entities, like our international convention over here, kind of building out what Rodolfo was asking earlier. When all of those servers are under load, where would you go from there? Because the global load balancing is only going to get you to the point where it's going to attempt to redirect traffic to get the closest region to you so that your ping and latency of that server is reduced. However, my understanding of global load balancing is that you want to actually spin up extra overhead or extra resources for you.
No. So let's go. Let's talk about auto scaling. Okay, auto scaling. All providers have auto scaling. How does it work? Okay. That's what David's asking. That's cool, if you send you to the closest data center, right? But if everybody's hammering that data center and you've only set one size, how is it going to know to scale up more servers? If it's infrastructure as a service, or increase the service plan if it's platform as a service? How does that work? Okay. This class we don't go over auto scaling. It's too much for a day. All right? But all I can tell you is it's pretty easy. If you want to do it, you select auto scaling for your mostly for your service plans. When you do the service plan, there's a checkbox in there that says, look, if the CPU gets to this, or there's all kinds of different choices, or if I get more than 150 users on it, then scale up, right? What's important about that is that it auto scales up and it auto scales down, okay? Because that's really important to us. It's okay if it's getting hammered during that peak period, right, that you guys have, like, with your stuff coming up. And I can see the wheels turning, and that's what you guys are thinking. Yeah, good, right? But it's when those people go away, we want it to scale back. The IaaS servers, you can't, in the IaaS, it's called a scale set. And when I first put up one of those pictures that I actually had a scale set in there. We had a similar situation, right, where during a certain time every quarter, it would get hammered. Audits will scale up, and the money would go up, right? And then when those users, when I said, hey, when the CPU drops back down again, take the servers out. You can't auto-scale. Well, we're not doing it in this class. But there are, if you look at GitHub, if you want to Google for it, you can Google Traffic Manager with auto-scale, and I'll bet you'll come up with that. And that feeds into this thing. Don't reinvent the wheel for everything. Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, okay? Go see if somebody else has done it before you reinvent the wheel. Grab it from them, okay? I guarantee you probably a lot of you have already done it. Yeah, which is normal, okay? Sometimes it'll happen. Did anybody get it to where it didn't go? I mean, it went?
Yeah. The domain name, just name it lowercase.
Oh, so is that it? Yeah, so that's cool. So yeah, so through all this in here you figured out, and thank you, Anton, is that you figured out that I probably had an uppercase in here, right? So I'll redeploy. Oh.
This is the Ubuntu version that's not valid.
No dash.
You know what? I'm going to take the dashes out. I think that it might have not liked that. Yeah.
No, dashes are fine. Mine went.
Yeah, mine.
So yours worked?
Dashes.
Okay, so let's. I'm not going to do mine again. So I'll just somebody who worked. What's your resource group for that? Okay. Let's go down to Sashi.
So Sashi 3.
Sashi 3. Okay, let's look at Sashi 3. He says this is done. Here it is, the global load balancer, okay? So I'm going to click on the global load balancer, right? And I'm going to click on the, right here, copy this. I'm going to click this here and go in, enter. And that this was the Apache Ubuntu default page, right? I'm actually just going to ping it and see where it's at. It probably won't work, but... So I'm in, central U.S. right now, right? And it says that, it did reply. That's kind of cool. Okay, so it's 40.77. I don't know. There's so many IP trackers. There we go. There's a geolocation one. You want to tell me what it was? 40. Sorry, I'll look at it. Sorry. I'll do this. Edit. Mark. Edit. Copy. And find it again. Des Moines. So yeah, cool. So it sent me to Central. So if I was in the other, I don't know where the other ones are, but one was probably East Coast, one was probably West Coast. So it did the right thing, right? So but it did put it in, it created in the data center there. But so if you were going to have like Germany, right, you would make sure. Remember that this is a global load balancer for things that you create in your Azure region. There's another global load balancer, okay? It's called Content Delivery Network, CDN. And we will review that now. Okay, we're actually coming to the end of some of these things. You go to the resource group that you created for that asset. So if you don't remember what you called the resource group, yeah, you found it? It's the purple one. Yep, and you click on it. And like I say, what's fun is that it'll show you, like it might not show you the IP address. And fun to see where it is. Like, we looked it up and it was in Des Moines. Okay, guys, we got to use backup. So we're really coming to a close, okay? We only have a couple more labs. Okay, so you're going to go to the green cross. You're going to create a resource. Okay? We've got to back our stuff up. So, type backup. It'll be this one that's called Backup and Site Recovery, OMS. I'm actually pretty proud of you. You guys have actually hung in there pretty good.
What about yesterday's class?
What's that?
What about yesterday's class?
We're better, right?
Yeah, you guys are better.
Yeah. Lake people are always great.
It was a lot smaller, I can tell you that much. Okay.
I'll tell them.
I think that everybody offshore has gone to sleep.
All that.
All right. So you guys got that? Okay. So it's called the Recovery Services Vault, right? And then you can name it. Now there's something here. I do want you to put it in West US, right? But normally you wouldn't really want to do that, right? You want to do your backups and put them in some other data center. Microsoft data centers do go down, Amazon data centers go down, Google data centers go down, and it's always hilarious, right? It's kind of, I hate to say this, but when the data center goes down and it's affecting like O365 or something like that, like, I'm still going to lunch. You know what I mean? If it wasn't, if it was, it was still on-prem and stuff, I mean, no, I'm not going to lunch, okay? We had a really bad one with, we found out that the emperor wasn't even wearing any clothes with Microsoft when O365 went down, and we found out that they had too much stuff in South Central in Texas and too many eggs in one basket, and they weren't following their own best practices, and that's where those Azure regions went up. So if you slide the slider bar over and stuff like that, it will go to other regions. They've gotten a lot better at it, but Amazon and Google have similar, so, yeah. They're only human too, and that's why when there's you in West US here, but you might want to select a different region, so if the whole region goes down and melts down, like if it's in US West and that earthquake finally comes and destroys that data center in Santa Clara, and I know it's in Santa Clara. All right, so create. Yeah.
I know this might be a question, but in my resource group, I have the global load balancer and then the main one, which was 8-layer. For this exercise, are you looking for to do the backup on all the things that you actually have your servers in?
Yes.
Okay.
Actually, it's a good question. Yeah, we're not actually, but that's a good question. Is that if you go to your platform as a service with a SQL, there's an option to back up the SQL. And there's an option to back up your front end too, if it's platform as a service. But it's for those services only. This backup is going to be for our machines. Let's face it, we're going to be doing machines for a while, guys. Right? I mean, it's cool, the platform as a service, but I'll come back and see you guys in 2 years and see how much PaaS we're doing. Right now, we need to get back to reality and fix up servers, okay? So we need to create this recovery services vault, create a resource, type backup and site recovery, right? And we're going to be backing up servers. Sorry, I know we go back and forth a little bit here. Okay, and you say create. This will take about 3 minutes to create. And then it'll put this one back in your resource group where your Windows and your Linux machine were in. Put it in there. Okay.
What did you say again?
Resource group location. Yeah, put it in the resource group that you already have, like the resource group you're using for your Windows and your Linux box. Put it in there. By the way, you see now I'm calling it your RG. And you guys will start doing that too. You won't say the resource group. You'll go start saying the lingo. Did you make an RG for this? Okay. All right. So when it's done, anybody got it done yet? Cool. All right. Cool. That happens pretty fast. It creates a thing called a recovery services vault, was really nothing more than another storage blob. Okay, creates that, and then you want to go in to it. You click on it, and you click on backup. And then it's kind of interesting. Stay here. When you say where is your Azure workload running, do the pull-down menu, and you can see that there's some choices there. And I can tell you this, that all the on-prem choices are products from Microsoft, from System Center Configuration Manager, Data Protection Manager, products from Microsoft. All of those choices will download a server for on-prem, right? So whether you're doing the bare metal or the Exchange or the SQL Server, it will take your on-prem, it will take it and push it to that server on-prem, and the on-prem one will send it up to Azure. This is an old technology, about 15 years old now. And you guys, I think, use a form of it right now, right? Pardon me, with the Cohesity. Where are you putting the backups in Azure? Yeah, trying to. Yeah, that's cool. It's great because, tape was horrible. And, I think some people move jobs because of tape, It's like when there's something when your boss says, hey, go back and change the tape at like 2 o'clock in the morning to recover somebody's thing. It's like, man, you're hitting LinkedIn. I'm not going to do this anymore, right? Okay, so anyways, all those choices are cool products. There's a product from Microsoft that's similar to Cohesity. If you want to buy it, it's called Store Simple and everything, right? And it's an old thing. Barracuda was really the first people to do it, right? If you have, I got to say this one about this. If you have friends or relatives, or you have somebody else, like if your spouse or somebody is working in a law firm, and they're still doing tape, and they're still backing stuff on-prem, please get them off of it, okay? There's nothing worse in the world than like, I got the tape and I brought it home and I put it in a safe. It's horrible. Please stop it. Okay, so this one, though, we're going to select Azure, right, and we're going to do virtual machine, okay? And when we do this technology is a snapshot technology. It's nothing more than like using a Cohesity on VMware or Veeam or something like that. We're going to take a snapshot of our virtual machine, and it's going to keep taking snapshots, okay? So you just click on that, and then it's going to come up with this default policy, right? And all backup systems work the same way, just like load balancers all kind of work the same way, right? You can make as many policies as you want, you can back up as many things as you want, right? I got to just say with this one, you're clicking through it, you can mess with this if you want, change it if you want, but there is something to think about, is that you'll see there's a choice to keep a yearly backup.
So that's not a default, that's a create new.
Oh, okay, so create new, that's fine. You can do default or create new, doesn't matter. Yeah, go with default. Sorry. You can do new or whatever, but there is a choice on here, retention of yearly backup points. Think about this. Set this for January 1st, right? For the next, put in 50,000 years, right? Try 50,000. It takes 50,000? I get these questions as a consultant. I worked in the Beltway for a long time, and I actually sat in a place with senators and Congress people asking me how long I could keep backups for. And I was like, when it happened to me, I go, you know what? If it's Google and they keep all of their, like we saw the thing, like if they put an underwater thing there and it's all done by their own energy and everything like that, and it's filtering through wind and solar and stuff, it might be still working in 50,000 years if they put enough hardware in there and it all fails. It might get down to 1 disk after 50,000. But they want to know this stuff, right? Okay, so... And by the way, I want to let you guys know that here you go. Is that they don't all these Googles and Azures and stuff. They're making their own grids, right? because they don't want to be, they're not doing it out of the goodness of their heart all the time. They do want to be green, but they are actually doing it a lot because it's very important, because they do have customers that say, we don't want you relying on, who's your power company here in Chicago? I mean, do you want all your data, relying on them? No, I'd rather have my provider. So it's something to think about. All right. All right. So, and then you say, okay, please choose just one machine. I actually have to manually go in all these machines. I have a script to delete everything, right? But the thing that I cannot delete is that there's something called a resource block, and we'll talk about that. And or if you have a backup on here, I can't use a script, and that's good. Okay, because Microsoft looks at that and says, you have a backup of this, I'm not going to automatically delete it unless you tell me to. I have to type it in.
The other question too is that if we create a new VM, do we need to create another backup?
Yeah. No, you don't have to create a whole new vault, right? But if you create a new VM, right, and your vault can see it, then you have to include it in the backup routine, right? But if you create a new subscription with a whole new other thing and it doesn't have a backup vault, you have to create a new backup vault. So you might have multiple backup vaults for subscriptions. By the way, you can't connect subscriptions today with VNet peering, and that's what we're going to go. This will be our last lab today. Okay, so and then you enable backup. One machine. Or don't do it at all. Save me the trouble. I will tell you, though, that there is, for Windows machines, there's a file level restore. So if you wanted to, and you wanted to go back later and you click on restore, and you wanted to get one file off of a snapshot, it will mount the backup, and it will download internet, and you will be able to open it up in Internet Explorer on your local machine, and you can drag and drop it between. It's very cool. I love it. Right? It does work, and you don't pay anything hardly for it. Okay, in other words, Microsoft is giving you a very, very good enterprise backup solution, okay, without you having to do third party. You will probably, as a consultant, I will tell you that you will probably not have to buy a third party backup device for any of this stuff for the cloud. Okay? You won't have to do it. You can use this. This is what you'll be using. It works.
What is Azure?
They call Data Protection Manager in the background, Microsoft DPM, which is, we never really liked it as a product, but Microsoft really made it better as soon as they got into the cloud. Okay, so Azure PowerShell, right? Everything we've done with this JSON so far, right? But there's this whole great world of PowerShell. PowerShell is something really cool, and you can install PowerShell on a Linux machine. And I've seen people do it, right? Okay, so I think that I'm just going to kind of demo this for you. I think I got a slide right here, but you guys can follow along, right? This URL is pretty long, right? But you might be able to search for it, right? So I'll just kind of demo it for you, okay? You guys can kick back for a little bit. If you want to follow along, it's okay. So what I'm going to do is, first of all, whatever I'm doing here, I want to have okay, cool. All right, so I'm going to take this right here, new Azure VM, and I'm going to go back over, if you can get to this, right, docs.microsoft.com, whatever. I did send this out to everybody, and I was trying to get John to get everybody's email so you would have this, but for some reason they were just sort of dribbling in. But if you want to search for it, it's Quick Start, Create a Windows Virtual Machine in Azure with PowerShell. So if you just Google that, I think you'll come up with the same thing. And you could follow along. Because if you're like a real big scripter type of person, and you like PowerShell, then go ahead and follow along. I'll hang here for a little bit. All right. So, and then when that's done, you want to go back over to your tenant and click on your Cloud Shell thing, which is that little arrow right here, and you click on that. Right, and it says requesting a Cloud Shell. And it's going to install a little temporary storage up there in the cloud. There is a choice, though, where you can do the temporary storage on your local machine. I'm going to go to Notepad, right, and I'm going to paste this in Notepad. And the only thing I'm going to change is I'm going to change the name of the resource group. I'm going to say Paul HPS 202. Just make it unique, right? And then select it all again. Because the only thing we got to have unique for this is that the resource group needs to be unique for all of us, right? Or it'll go, nah, I can't do it, right? So then I'm going to take that and paste it over here, right? So as you can see, it's kind of interesting to look at. It says, okay, so I'm going to create this resource group. I'm going to name it My VM. It's going to be in East US. Obviously, you can change any of these things. You want to change My VNet to whatever, My Subnet. There's a security group. And then it's going to allow 80 and 3389, right? And I press Enter. Okay? And then, of course, it's going to ask me one thing, right? And that is the user. Right? Put in Paul, the password. And let's see, away she goes. Creating it. And it's kind of fun to watch. It's starting to create all the Azure resources. As it creates the virtual network and everything, it'll show. So somebody asked a good question yesterday. They go, do you like to work in JSON, or do you like to work in Ruby or Perl or PowerShell? And it's like, whatever works best for the job. Whatever works best for you. Anybody do this?
Working on it.
Okay. All right. We're actually ahead. We're ahead of yesterday. We're going to get you guys out of here earlier.
It's going great.
What's that?
Going great.
Yeah, you guys are a great group. Yep. Just so that's cool, Craig. Yeah, you have to rename the resource group. It has to be unique, and then just paste it in, and then it'll ask you for a username and password, and away you go.
Paul?
Yes, sir.
How long will this access to your environment be available?
Oh man, it's starting to get up there. I'm really tempted to delete it tonight. But let me delete everything tonight, and then I'll leave it available again for anybody who wants to work there. But I got to delete what we have. It's getting too pricey, right? Even though the machines are shutting off, and you guys put in turn your machines off and stuff. So I'm going to delete everything tonight, and then I'll send out an email to everybody and saying, you can use it for a week. Yeah, because we have the offshore team. It still hasn't done a lot. So, okay. Almost done here, guys. Well, let's go back to this and see how it's doing. This takes a little bit. It's still working. Okay, who asked about support case? Demetrius. I think I needed to cross this off. Okay. All right. Let me ask you guys a question. Who's the last time anybody put in a support request to Microsoft?
A month ago.
A month ago. How'd that go for you?
Very well.
It went very well? That's good. And we actually have somebody offshore that used to work in support. Is that person still on? There's probably nobody's on.
We are there.
Gotta be, yeah. You guys are awesome. How the VS person? What support did you do for Microsoft?
I work for SharePoint Online and OneDrive for Business.
And
okay,
I work for
SharePoint Online. Yeah. Okay. So, like you say, we congratulated him for his effort, right? And that sometimes, on-prem we get good support, but the one thing you do have to do is you have to go find the number. You have to go find your license. You have to go, what kind of plan do I have, and all that. And just getting started on that can be difficult. And if you change jobs or whatever, everybody's got a different support plan, okay? What you do in here, okay, is that when you right-click on anything in here and you open up a support case, okay, it's a wonderful, wonderful world, okay? Especially if you have an enterprise agreement like Rotary does, okay? You go put it in, and I'm going to tell you, and I would like my VDash person to maybe back me up on this too. They never really did Azure support, but maybe it's very similar. I would always set things in the Microsoft world to severity B, right? Okay, which isn't too much, which is like, oh, the house is burning down, or if you do it C, it's like, okay, well, maybe we'll get back to you in 3 or 4 days. I don't know what it is, right? But B is that we'll get back to you in 24 hours, right? And that you don't set it to phone number. You set it to email. Okay, because what invariably happens is you only set the phone number to severity A, where you're staring at your phone waiting for them to call. Okay? You want to be able to communicate. Most things can be handled through email. You open it up, you get a nice little email from support saying, hey, how you doing, Anton? Right? What's going on? Right? And you're going, well, I'm trying to build a data lake, and this is one I just opened up. And I tried to build a data lake, and I'm getting an error, right? And the guy goes on the other line, he goes, well, what are you trying to load there? And I go, CSV file. He goes, I notice you're trying to load the first line of it too, you dummy, right? The CSV, there's a little checkbox that says, don't line with the first one. Thank you very much, back and forth. You know what I mean? All email, we never had to do a remote session, close the case. Done. That is, I think, believe it or not, of all the things with cloud, the thing I like the most. Being able to get help. I'm a big on help. Okay? Don't be too proud. Don't stare too long. If you have a support plan for this, use Microsoft, and they have really good support. They have really good documentation, and they have really good support. Don't get stuck. So do you agree with that, Offshore?
Yes.
Yes? All right.
The support requests the particular ways that are created and the support that is being received.
Right. Have you guys used support for Azure yet?
We have our Azure consultant, so he works mainly on the Azure, and the part of the Office 365, usually we work on all the Office 365 issues. If any issues requested or any arise regarding the Office 365, we open up the support tickets for the SharePoint or the OneDrive or Exchange.
Okay. Well, good. Yeah, that's why I like Microsoft products. And you know what? I got to tell you, Google's pretty good too. I've been doing GCP. They're all good. You get good support. This is where everybody's love is right now. On-prem is starting to get a little bit less. That's what the point is. Okay, monitoring. We talked about monitoring. Okay, who brought up monitoring?
I actually have a follow-up question.
Sure, go ahead.
Have you run into an issue where you could not create a resource in a specific data center in Azure?
Yes, that does happen. Is because that resource is not available in that region, right? In fact, it was a big issue for some other in government, right? Government cloud's always farther behind, right? A lot of cool things you got to wait for to work. You're working in government, okay? All right. Yes, it does happen, and you will notice that some things aren't available in all regions. Very good point. All right. Especially newer stuff. Right, if you want to do monitoring, there's a real built-in basic monitoring. Anything you create, you can click on it, and it will send you an email. You don't have to have an SMTP server or whatever. It'll just go out the internet, and it'll come to you. But I'll tell you right now for monitoring, what do you guys use for monitoring here? You guys have a couple products?
I love it how you laugh. Zap staring at a screen 24/7. That's not working.
Come on, you got to have some product.
It varies largely on what application you're talking about.
Yeah,
Some applications have built-in monitoring.
Right.
We use Pantheon to host some of our web applications. That comes with New Relic.
But you don't have like a ServiceNow or...
We used to have SolarWinds.
SolarWinds.
When we had a great flood of 2018.
Right, the great flood of 2018.
It's,
Right.
It was a victim of it, so we have a scaled-down version of it now.
Right. This is one where I go, the cloud will do pretty much send you anything you want, but it's Azure specific. And it's the one thing, if you're going to have multi-cloud and on-prem and everything, I still like to have one product, right? So maybe get SolarWinds again. Just use it as a way to do a webhook, okay? You webhook all this stuff in here, you say send that message to whatever. So all the messages, and it's important, it's a psychology thing. If people see it all coming from one thing, they're looking, and for me it's in Disneyland, I'm in line at Disneyland, that I see it coming from one thing. Because sometimes if I have multiple tools, I don't know which is more important than the other. If I'm in operations, like you're talking about, it's good to have one. Try to get back to one. And send anything that you have. But you can, until the meantime, yes, it's like everything else you have here. If you want to send, I have a lab here for doing this. We would actually click on the CPU, you'd go in and add a little program, right, to the server, and it would peg it, and it'll send you an email, and it looks like this. All I can tell you is it's a piece of cake and it works. Okay? If you want to do that. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, but Splunk would be better. If you guys had Splunk, then you could webhook everything into Splunk, and Splunk would be the master controller of everything operations. That's something I'm a little bit more old school on. Okay? That's just my opinion. You want to have a different opinion, that's okay. Some people are okay having multiple things.
Paul, just had a question.
Yes.
About the reporting. So currently, as Microsoft is moving towards M365 subscription, which compares Azure, Office 365, and security. So the reports that are being generated, it also shows us the secure score and the particular alerts that are being created. So can you please help us with that as well?
I can't really go into M365 and O365. You know what I mean? How can I relate that question to Azure? Go ahead.
So the reporting part would be merged. Like for the servers, the reports will be pulled up or triggered. And with the Windows Defender as well, there will be alerts or the reports that will be triggered. So all these reports are getting pulled from the Azure. So how would that work? Will it be collaborated or will that still be separate?
No, if you don't have a tool to consolidate all of those reports, you're going to have to send them right directly out of Azure Monitoring. I'll just show you guys where monitoring is, and you guys can see it yourselves. Okay? All right, it's Monitor, right? So you can do, if you want to do this, we're not going to go over Monitor in this class, but this is where you're going to do it. Okay? So you right in here. Okay. And you could send these. Yeah, you could send these either directly out of Azure, or you could put a webhook into a different program, like Splunk, right?
Okay.
So this is where you use it.
Sure, no problem. Thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm not sure if that answers your question, but I have a couple of things on monitoring, too, that I haven't gotten to, and we're almost done.
No problem.
Okay. Thank you. You know what? Send me an email, and I'm really good at researching things and getting back to you exactly. I work on my own.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, webhooks, if you go into monitoring, I don't really want to jump into monitoring right now. It's a kind of a wormhole. You know what I mean? Yeah, that will never come back and see the light of day on. Trust me, there's a place that is in there, there's a checkbox that says send an email, and another one, like any other monitoring, that says we'll send you a webhook. And just send us the URL of your Splunk. We'll put it in there. Right. Okay. Okay, this one is more important. This is resource lock. Only I can set this one, okay, because I'm the owner of the subscription, okay? But we have to talk about the psychology of this, okay? Remember, I was a systems engineer, okay, and that I spent my life, I actually have a joke. I was the router guy flying around, and I had to go to South America a lot. And I went to some pretty bad places in South America, including Venezuela and stuff. And I would have to put in these routers and stuff, and we'd lock them in a cabinet, and we'd actually have like a 3-inch chain on the machine locked through the cabinet and stuff. And even with a giant chain and these things locked with not just this, but a giant padlock, I would still invariably get one of the systems would walk away, you know, and I'd have to go fly back down to Guatemala or whatever to replace the darn thing, right? But it also goes to the fact of how well we protect our stuff in our data center. I know we had the great 2018 disaster and all that, but before that, we were really careful about marking everything and locking these racks and, you know, and making sure everything's secure. But, you know, and if you go to another data center, it's hilarious when you walk in, you got to put your palm print, you sign into a book, might have an eye biometric, a palm. It's called a man trap, where you go through the man trap, only one person to go in, you know what I mean? And then you go find your rack, and you get into the rack, and that's the outside rack. You get into the outside rack, and you get into the inside rack, and yet we do this. And we're even logging in, and we don't have multi-factor authentication. You guys got Okta, right? So if you're going to front end this thing with Okta, put Okta on the front of this and get some multi-factor going, right? We all know that this before you get your production going on this, you know, username and password isn't sufficient. Right? Another thing we need to really use, most disasters don't happen from water. They happen because we fast some things, we delete stuff, right? So we make this thing called a resource lock, right? All you got to do is just click on anything, and if you look on the left-hand side, you'll see something that says lock, right? And you can you put one in, and if you call it no delete, I'll just do one real fast for you guys. I'll show you what happens. Only I can do this, or I should be the only one who could do this. I think that Craig has one of my logins. Don't you do it, Craig. Okay. All right. So, yeah. So I'm just going to go to all resources. Of resource groups, we'll go to... I'm just going to go to Jeremy, right? I'm going to go to Jeremy Linux. Say this is a production Linux machine, right? Go to locks, right? Add, call it whatever you want, but no delete. Lock type. This is kind of a little weird. You can do read only or delete. Okay, it's like it's no delete. Why they call it delete? But trust me, it works. Say OK. Right? Now if I go back to this, and I go to Jeremy's machine, right, and I say delete, and even though I'm the owner, I'm going to try and delete it. Failed to delete the virtual machine, right? All right? Because it's locked. Okay? If you guys have production, are you listening here? Okay? If you guys have production, do not go into production without a resource lock. Okay? Do not do it. And by the way, there's a form of resource lock in Amazon also. Okay? So it's like you don't want to spend 3 months, 4 months creating something in production and then have somebody come in and like they got into the wrong subscription or whatever. I don't know where I'm at. And they delete it. And, you know, it's really sad for those people, too, because we're all moving really fast and stuff, and it's not that person's fault who deleted it. The person's fault was the person who didn't put the resource lock on it. You didn't lock your stuff, okay? So if somebody deletes your stuff and you didn't do this, you only have yourself to blame. I'm going to take it off right now because it's kind of a pain coming back to it. I can't even delete it with a script, right?
Can another contributor or owner delete your resource?
No, but they will get the same message too. Even if it's another owner, they won't be able to delete it until they physically see.
You're talking about the lock stuff.
Yeah, no, they can. They could, if there was another owner, right? But you got to remove the lock, right? So I'm doing that now, right?
So as long as you set up multiple owners for the same certificate, you're backed up.
That's right.
Or an ACL that you can use.
Pardon me?
You have like a role.
That's your role-based access controls. Yeah. Yeah, whoever you assign as owner to whatever that resource, right? So there you go. That was number 5 of the I must do's. I probably need to make a slide of the 5s, right? You've got to do this. All right? Okay. We're almost done, guys. Woo, we're going to finish at 3:15. I mean at 3:30. And these guys can go to sleep on the phone. Okay. All right, just to let you know, any networking, we didn't get a lot of networking people in the class. There was somebody up there in a queue, and they had a whole bunch of networking. Who was that? They got a whole bunch of network diagrams up in their cube. Are they in this class today? Right? And Demetrius? Yeah, right, Demetrius? Is that if you guys do choose to put in a third-party devices in there and front-ending your servers, say Cisco, you want to do switches in there and you don't want to use Azure's routing and stuff like that, you will have to do it exactly like you do on-prem. They will be virtual devices, but you have to tell those devices where they got to go. And you will be doing routing tables. It's not hard. If you're familiar with that and you're used to that, it will work in cloud the same way you work on-prem. Do I recommend it? Absolutely not. Okay? Do not do it. Sorry,
Demetrius. Routers or appliances like...
Do not put in everything in any cloud, third party, okay, and say...
Firewall?
No, firewalls are... now, if you have a DMZ, right, and you want to do 4-pole inspection, right, you want checkpoints or whatever, you want to see every packet that goes through that DMZ, yeah, okay, maybe do it. But if you're going to do it, if you're going to do something in cloud, right, and you want to see every single packet, then go get a SIM device, like AlienVault or something like that. You know what I mean? Do that where it does packet inspection a different way. You know, you can do it. I'm only going to tell you that it's very labor intensive. Think about it. There are some I've worked on some very high, like in the Beltway and stuff, and some government jobs that we had to do this because it was just their rules were farther behind cloud, and we had to do it like we did on-prem, right? And we just had to, right? And you can do it, right? But in general, and by the way, there's nothing wrong with taking a couple of front-end, appliances like virtual F5s and stuff. That's okay.
Okay.
No, that's okay. That's okay, but that's okay. That's really good, right? Because those advanced firewalls are good. But remember also those advanced firewalls aren't going to work for some of your PaaS stuff. They're not going to work for that. But yeah, those are really good. I don't want to discourage you on that. I'm so sorry.
No, it's not discouraging. I mean, we don't want to do anything that is going to be labor intensive. We have a very small team.
Yes.
So
right.
We want to keep it simple.
Right. So
but secure.
Yeah, but this is something we need to talk about because we haven't done it. Because you do want, and here's the main point about it: you want to have some type of secure edge in cloud. Okay, you want to have nice secure stuff that's internal only, but you will want to have a secure edge in cloud too, just like you have a secure edge on-prem. Right? Okay. So these would be your F5s. But when you start to, some people want to do more beyond that. And by the way, one other thing is do not put some type of device between cloud and on-prem, and let's really, really think that one through. A lot of people don't trust cloud, right, and they want to put another device. You can do it. That makes things a little harder, too. Okay, we need to talk about that if you want to do that. Most people don't want to do it anymore. They're okay with it. Okay, VNet peering, last lap, and then you guys are out of here. Okay? Remember I told you this is the best thing since sliced bread, so you don't have to get on airplanes to go to other data centers, right? I want you guys to go and click on your virtual network, and we'll walk this one through together, okay? But you need to find your virtual network. All right, thank you. Thank you. You get a certificate, by the way.
Okay.
All right, print it on Staples parchment paper. Because we don't cheap out here at Burwood. Okay. All right. 1 second here. Okay. So I see all these virtual networks. I'm just going to look at all these guys. Woo! Okay. So one of these virtual networks. Let's play fiction here. That mine here. I'm looking for VNet Paul H. Here we go. Paul H. Okay. I want to go. I am in Central, but I want to go to DPAC. DPAC is in Pune, okay? And I want to connect my virtual network to his subscription, right? So I'm going to go right here, and I'm going to go down to my virtual network, and I have to go to the subnets, right? I don't actually connect the virtual network. I connect the subnet, okay? And that I've already got. I'm going to click on this front-end subnet. Remember, that's the only one that we created, right? And then I'm going to go, hold on here. All H, subnets, front-end. Why is it not working for me? I think I'm going to go to a different place. Hang on here, guys. I'm going to go to resource groups. Virtual network. Weird. Trying to find the peering thing. Oh, here it's just peering. Sorry, I was just going blind. All right. So, so right here, okay, and great. You guys taught me. You do peer the whole entire virtual network. Okay, not the subnet. I was wrong. Okay, I peered with John Britton yesterday, right? So I'm gonna go add. DPAC is in Pune. Am I saying that right? Pune. Okay, thanks. Okay, I'm going to say Paul to DPAC. Okay, and then see there is this one where I know my Resize ID. If you were trying to peer with somebody that was not in your subscription or something, it might be invisible to you. There's a way for them to give you a number, and then you can plug in the number, right? And as long as you guys have the rights correct and the key correct, you can do that. But right now, I know that we're in the same subscription, okay? And that I'm going to go find your virtual network. What's your virtual network called, DPAC? Does it start with D? Okay, VNet DPAC H, right? Okay, and then right here, I'm going to configure forwarded traffic. Now, these little checkboxes, if you really looked at the code, if you guys know anything about routers, these are nothing more than hops, okay? And that I had a little drawing here earlier. I'll draw it here. Okay. Okay, so I've got a network. There's me, and then here's Deepak, right? And then here's the Azure backbone, right? So this is Paul, right? This is Deepak, right? Okay, and then I've got, if I have an express route going to the inside network, okay, so this is on-prem. If I just connect Paul and Deepak together without any of those checkbox, it'll just go between Deepak and Paul. But if I click the other one, it will actually transition, right, through the express route onto on-prem, right? It's just another hop. That's all I'm telling you. People ask me, what are those other boxes? I don't want to overcomplicate it too much. I just want to let you know that it will transition farther, right? So it's kind of important, right? If you're setting up that kind of thing, you don't want people to see the on-prem, then you just want to make sure that you just have those couple of check boxes. So I'm going to go like this. I'm going to go back to it. And Deepak, you have to do the same for me. Okay, so you have to find your virtual network. It's a two-way street. You have to point it. I have to point at you, and then you have to point at me. Okay. All right. So that's the allow gateway transit. If I did have a gateway going to the inside, and I'm going to click on OK. Okay. Now I'll say that there's no really ICMP. There's no ping. You won't be able to ping. It will work, but you will not be able to ping machines. Ping is basically disallowed a lot in most clouds. But I will be, if I tell you the IP of my internal IP of my machine right now, you will be able to RDP, right, through Pune, right, all the way through the Azure backbone, which is like 1,000 gig, right, across the Atlantic, across the Indian Ocean or whatever, back to central Illinois. Actually, it's in Iowa. I don't know. I forget. I have to look up where the data center is here. Might be Indiana. Anyway, it's going to come back that, and that's what Dimitrios was asking about. This is a very, very cool thing for you guys. Okay, this is a way for you to get around. You guys do a lot of work with the offshore, and you have these very expensive connections to them and stuff. This is a way to set up an Azure data center in the 3 locations in India, okay, and then VNet peer them back to your central location, right? And it's going to work really, really fast. Okay, and I've done this with China. It's really cool.
Well, won't the developers in India also have to come here to go back there?
No, it's like when the developers, when they go through, if they have an ingress point, right, they go to the ingress point in India, right, and they want to grab something in central Illinois, they're going to be going across that super fast backbone that you never could have paid for if you were just doing, like, if you set up a data center in Pune, right, like, do you have one right now? How do you guys get back from there to here? Is it an MPLS or? Yeah, how much do you pay for that? A lot of money. Right, and it's kind of whatever. So, so set up, get your Azure going over there. If anything, use that as one of their first projects, right, just for remote access.
So you mean and have a VPN connection to it?
No, you don't have to have a VPN. No, it's like those guys can, like, if you wanted to, you just use it as a jump box. Say they could just go into a server over there in India. They just jump on that box, and you could be on the same network as me. It just comes back and grabs stuff in central Illinois across the world's fastest backbone. Just like that, right? You could do things like, desktop stuff too. You can do, like WebExes, you force WebEx through it, lots of things you can do, right? It's a cheater WAN. We call it a cheater WAN, right? Cheater WAN. The only one that's unique, and I did it with China, is that China is the one unique Microsoft that is not owned by Microsoft. It's called 21 VNet. It's actually this thing called Azure Stack, right? The Chinese bought everything, and they put it on Huawei equipment, right? Or whatever they put it on, right? But it is not owned by Microsoft, and, it's cool. It looks just like Azure, right? And, I know there's a lot of debate about that right now, but I did tunnel from China all the way across over, and it worked super fast, and the company I did that for had been trying to do that for 15 years, and without success, and it was horrible. And when I did it, it was like I felt like I walked on water, and it didn't take me that long.
Does the cost, like, do they count every packet that goes?
No.
Okay.
No, they don't. It's Azure Backbone. You don't pay for it.
Cheaper than having an actual.
You betcha. You betcha.
There must be studies in there, or case studies of
yep.
Comparing the cost.
Now, stuff that goes out over the internet in everything, remember guys, everything into cloud, and this goes for all 3 public clouds, everything into those clouds is free, everything coming out is charged. But this, in this case, it's going across the backbone, so it's just Azure traffic. So there's no in and out charge. I don't want to do this right now. I mean, I guess we could RDP. I could log into my machine and try to RDP over to your machine. You want to try it? There we go. Did you set it up? Did you connect to me?
I think if you do refresh, probably
Did you guys do it? Did anybody else do it? Try it?
Once the peering show you what other VNets you're paired with, what VNets are paired with you, that's the ones you paired with, but the ones that paired with you.
Yes.
You say if they will show you.
Yes. Yes. My machine's even started, you know. Believe me, it works. If I tried to RDP to your machine right now, it'll work. Yeah. Okay. See what else we got here. Okay. We did that. That's going back to this purple line on the top. You know, up here. Okay. We didn't do the WAG with the WAG-WAF. There is an advanced firewall created by Microsoft, and you can. When we created our Windows thing, we just created it in a Lego block manner. We created server 1, we created server 2, made sure there was a network security group. We put a load balancer in front of it. Just know that some things on-prem, load balancers and firewalls are combined, like Azure F5, the firewall, and the load balancer. There's a load balancer. What's the firewall? Be Palo Alto, right? So that's okay. That's you know, some are combined. In this case too, if you wanted to put, and remember that they're all layer 7 load balancers and layer 7 firewalls, sort of like net scalers. Okay. Not a lot of anything layer than layer 7 in cloud. You can't see all the packets going across Microsoft handles that. You don't. Security Center. Okay, Web Application Firewall. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so the Web Application Firewall, if you use Microsoft, integrates with Security Center. You can see Security Center on the left there. Not a class on Security Center. Once again, pretty deep subject. All I got to tell you is that everything in there is just grabbing every really good suggestion. Look at it. It will tell you you don't have an antivirus. You're exposed 3389 to the internet. We'll tell you everything really, really important. Your security person is no longer here. That they should be looking at this, right? And that what's more important is all the red you see here, sometimes you need to turn things off. It's screaming so much at you, right? The person who maintains it, you really kind of want to get in there and say, ignore, okay? Because, you know, yeah, okay, I know I don't have antivirus installed, but it will tell you anything and everything. I don't have, by the way, I don't have the cost and billing section in here, but there is a product that comes with Microsoft that will help you with your billing, okay, and organizing it. And it's a very good tool. It was bought by an Israeli company, and it's pretty well integrated now. It takes a person, you need to dedicate somebody to it and your team. In fact, you need to dedicate probably a couple of people. You making notes, Audrey? Yeah, this will be in your governance recommendations. Yeah, somebody's going to have to take it on. Because you can't give it to accounting, you know, and I've been the middleman, you'll have to give it to somebody somebody else. That person doesn't need to be really, really super Azure proficient. So I've given it to interns, and interns usually get it done. That's a lot of work, right? Okay. So what you've been taking for people putting in POs for equipment, transfer their jobs over to that. Not transfer, but train them. Okay, content delivery network. Okay, this is another one, Rodolfo, right? And you guys might want to do. Okay, do you guys have any CDN, Dave, David, web guys? You do?
Ostensibly.
Ostensibly?
Yeah, we have CDN offers a CDN just presumably based on rack-based or something.
Right. So yeah, so cloud CDN is really cool. Okay, there's three really. Oh, we got the 3:35. I probably okay. Well, I'll get you out of here at 3:45. Okay, I'm almost done here. But it's good that we talk about this because you guys are an international company. There is a thing if you want to type it, you can add content delivery in there. And when it comes up, just know that this is one thing that Microsoft's a little bit deficient in. It's really good, but they do it a different way. The three biggest content delivery people in the world, and I'll explain what it is in a second, okay, are Akamai number 1, right, and then Verizon's number 2, and Amazon's number 3, okay? Amazon has their own content delivery, right, and they're really good at it, but Microsoft uses a choice. You can use Akamai or Verizon, and they partner with them. CDN has two things. One is that it feeds just one thing up, and then it feeds all the content. There's caching servers throughout the world, right? And that works really well because, so people across the country, like in Australia, don't have to reach all the way back to grab your data, right? They can grab your website for someplace, a data center that's provided to you by Akamai or Verizon that's in Australia or whatever. Works really fast for that. There's also something else to this. It's a very highly secure environment. Anybody ever wonder why, remember when in 2001, 2002, 2005, that things were getting hacked by ISIS? ISIS would get in, or somebody would hack a website and they'd deface it. Why did that all stop?
Web admins got smarter.
Pardon me?
Web admins got smarter.
True. Yeah, we got smarter, but we had content delivery, right? We used to not have this. Everything was this one line. Everybody had to come to here. You only had to hack this one line, right? This is called the origin IP. And do you ever wonder why, like CNN, when they do stuff, and you go, why does it take them an hour? Like something happened right now, I hate to say it, a plane crashed or something like that, and like it takes them an hour to like put it up. You know what I mean? It's because they have to feed all the content servers in the world. They type it in here and they go, okay, go. And they feed all the content servers, and then all the content servers update themselves every hour and a half or something. Then they shut it down. They turn it off. Nobody knows. I guarantee you nobody knows what the CNN IP is. And they will never, it's like the Coca-Cola secret. And Fox, too. Like the Coca-Cola. They turn it off, can't hack it. Because it's not always on. Right? This is also great for Rotary. If you want to take your website, transfer it over to, I don't care what cloud it is, but use CDN. Right? And and now you can take I did a CDN for a car company. If you go to Karma Automotive, just type Karma, Karma, Karma Automotive. Okay? And on there they got some really, really cool videos. Okay? You can play that video anywhere in the world because it goes to Akamai. It's all on Azure. It's all Akamai. Right? And it will play fast anywhere you are in the world. Right? So you can get that video. There's no way, and I'll say this right now, there's no way you can have a website with a lot of video without using content delivery. Can't. Don't do it. Don't try to use your GLB either, right? Don't try to create everything over here, right? You try to create everything in East and everything over in West. I'm telling you right now, best secret result is skip global load balancer, go to content delivery. Okay? All right. And this is how it works. Point of presence, there's the origin server. This is the one we did do. This one is really cool because I did a job where I had a bunch of Citrix servers on the East Coast and a bunch of Citrix servers on the West Coast, and I put the global load balancers from them, and the people, it's sort of bank, and all the people on the West Coast who used it, they went to the West Coast one, and everybody on the East Coast went to the East Coast one. It was really helpful for Citrix, right? The CDN wasn't going to help me though, right? Okay, that's it. You guys get certificates. Thank you. You guys have been a great crowd. Really, you've been a great crowd. And thank you to Audrey, and thank you to John for, bringing us here. And you guys have been a lot of fun. Might take us a while to get you this. Oh, I gave it away. I taught this at Equifax. It's kind of funny that, I don't know, I signed, I guess I signed, I'm not sure if I signed an NDA with them or anything, but I did get hacked by Home Depot, and then I ended up working at Home Depot, right? And then I was one of the victims of Equifax, so I ended up going there too, right? And my wife was like, hey, when you're out there, could you tell them to take the stuff off our credit report? Like, no. Guys, you're 580. All right. So that's it, guys. Any questions, put them to me. And we will be here on site off and on. Rich Bofo, he's on the class today. He's at Citrix, but he'll probably be around here more. We're going to be getting on Azure governance, all those things that we didn't do a very good job on, naming conventions and laying out virtual networks and policies, right? You'll get an email from me tonight to go, after I get everybody's email, right? There's a thing called Azure Policy, right, that you should know about. Just Google it, Azure Policy, right? And another thing called Azure Blueprint. Azure Blueprint. Azure Blueprint is something where, how we created a JSON file today, and it was good for one little resource group, right? But it's not really good if you want to create multiple resource groups, larger things, repeatable things that have more detail with them, like policy, like Mary can do this, Craig can do that. So there's a way to, if you use the Azure Blueprint, where you can put more together, you know what I mean? And have a more repeatable process where it does, like, you can include the backup, you can complete the IaaS, you can put it in a data lake, you can put it in stuff like that. It's called Azure Blueprint. And I will send you an email on that. Okay? And that's it. You're free. Thanks, guys. You'll see me around.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, sir. Can I answer your load balancing problems?
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll send you that contracting thing, about working as a contract worker for Burwood, Mary. You did pretty good. Okay. Thank you, Deepak. Yeah, I'll clean up. One thing I do is I'll clean up this entire room. You don't have to do it. You don't have to do it. I'll do it. I have kids. I spent a lifetime. I don't want to be a hypocrite. I'm always telling them to clean up, so I'll clean up. You just eat the cookies.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Sorry, my mom's trained me better than that. Just clean up after myself.
Well, if I'm getting paid for it, I can clean it up. Stop this morning.
Oh, I forgot to ask you about certs. What are the certs?
Oh, the certs.
Yeah.
Yeah, so